Chapter 111 I admit that I am envious.
Seeing Song Niannian's puzzled expression, Cheng Xiao smiled and explained, "It's not good for the bone development of babies under 6 or 7 months old to stand frequently."
So that's how it is.
Song Niannian was embarrassed and her face turned slightly red. She is a mother after all, but she doesn't even understand these things. She doesn't know as much as Cheng Xiao, the father. Cheng Xiao understood every aspect in great detail, as if there was nothing he didn't understand. He is a qualified father, but she is not a qualified mother. If it weren't for Cheng Xiao, her life might still be in chaos. To use Manli's previous words, if you can't even take care of yourself, how can you raise a child?
You'll understand these things slowly in the future. Why rush? Experience is gained through trial and error.
Seeing her like this, Cheng Xiao knew that this little woman must be having wild thoughts again.
Okay.
I'll go change my clothes first and we'll go out later.
Song Niannian got up and went to the master bedroom.
Good. The party in the dining room seemed to be over, and Song Qin and others walked out.
It seems that the chat was going well. Song Qin is a very easygoing person, or in other words, a good person.
No matter how she was treated before, she would not care too much for the sake of family affection.
Song Zhenhua and Song Zhenxing are her biological brothers.
Given her personality, she would never simply turn people away. Seeing the babies lying on the sofa, Zheng Shui sat aside and said with a smile, "Xiao Chang, my aunt asked a little suddenly just now, don't mind it, I was just too anxious."
"What's that, aunt?" "We are all family."
"Oh, Nian is so lucky to meet you," Zheng Shui said with a sigh. At this time, Song Nian had already changed her clothes and came out. She was dressed in casual style today, wearing a white baseball cap. Her face was bare of makeup, but even so, she was still pleasing to the eye.
"Nian, are you going out?" Song Qin asked. Song Nian nodded. "Well, I want to take the kids out for a walk during the weekend.
Buy some stuff by the way. It's really embarrassing to face my uncle and others at home. What happened in the past has left a mark in her heart that cannot be erased, and she does not want to force herself to forgive or accept it.
Even relatives."
Song Qin knew what her daughter was thinking, so she nodded and said, "That's fine.
Come back early in the evening." After packing up, the family of 6 went out. Drive to the city center. Cheng Xiao planned to take Song Nian to buy some autumn clothes.
She usually wore old clothes and had hardly ever bought new ones. The babies fell asleep as soon as they got in the car.
When we arrived at our destination, we parked our car in the mall's underground parking lot.
The elevator is too small, so one person can only push 2 cars into 2 elevators respectively.
This mall is the largest one in the city center. It integrates food, clothing, and accessories. We have everything. Of course, Cheng Xiao would not take Song Nian to buy ordinary clothes. He would at least buy something good. Take the elevator directly to the 6th floor. A special area for luxury goods, with brand name clothes, bags, and shoes. This is. Song Nian quickly realized that something was wrong. She frowned and whispered, "Hubby, did you go to the wrong place? This floor seems to sell luxury goods. A piece of clothing costs thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars, which is not affordable for ordinary people." "That's right, this is where I brought you." "Ah, the clothes here are so expensive, What's so expensive?" "I bought it for my wife, it's worth it." Song Nian blushed, but was still unwilling to move. "Let's go downstairs and take a look." Cheng Xiao held her hand and looked at her seriously. "Wife, we are making money now. It's just a few clothes. It won't cost much. You also earn that money through hard work every day. A man earns money, besides raising children, isn't it for his wife to spend? Besides, you are also busy in the store, and the money is not earned by me alone." Cheng Xiao was helpless. What was this silly woman thinking? Song Nian couldn't help but tangled her hands together, feeling very conflicted. After being used to financial difficulties, it is inevitable to have this kind of emotion when suddenly experiencing luxury. "Let's go." Cheng Xiao was already pushing the baby to a clothing store. Song Nian bit her lip and hurried to catch up. After entering the store, the female clerk came over quickly and said, "How can I help you, both of you?" Then he looked at the 4 baby carriages with a look of surprise. "Quadruplets? Hello, do you have any clothes that my wife wears?" Cheng Xiao pointed at Song Nian. The female clerk looked over and smiled. Yes, ma'am, please follow me."
On the other side, several shop assistants were discussing something.
Am I seeing things? Are those quadruplets? It should be. Giving birth to 4 babies at once is amazing. What kind of family is it to be able to support 4 children?
You can tell at a glance that they are rich.
I envy them. Have you noticed that the mother has a really good figure?
If she were to say she was a young girl, I would believe it.
Song Mian was trying on clothes under the introduction of the female salesperson.
It was a fur top, which gave the overall look a high-end feel. It was paired with black leggings and a pair of white boots. Very suitable for autumn. He entered the fitting room, took a quick look at the prices above, and his expression changed slightly. This fur coat costs 30,000 yuan, the boots are from a big foreign brand and cost more than 10,000 yuan, and this pair of pants is said to be a designer product and costs 6,000 or 7,000 yuan. A set costs about 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Coming out of the fitting room, Song Mian changed strangely.
Sir, what do you think of this set? The female clerk's voice rang out. Chang Xiao looked over.
Although he saw her every day, his wife was still stunning after she dressed up a little. The clothes seemed to be tailor-made for her.
It fully highlights the perfect figure.
This is without makeup, you can see how amazing her looks are.
Several shop assistants not far away stared at this side and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Oh my god, this is so beautiful, isn't it? This figure, this temperament, and this combination are simply tailor-made for her. So beautiful. It's so beautiful. I admit that I'm envious. Not only am I not as good looking as others, but my life is not as good as theirs.
The female clerk who was serving the couple also came to her senses.
We'll take this set, and then look at other ones.
After trying several sets, Chang Xiao mastered them all.
The female clerk was delighted, as this was a big customer.
I estimate the commission this month will be quite a lot. The other shop assistants were envious. While checking out, they came closer and looked at the babies in the strollers.
The little ones have woken up and are blinking their eyes at them. Wow!
I didn't look closely just now, but now I see, it's so cute. Look at those eyes, they're twinkling, and the eyelashes are longer than mine, and they have double eyelids.
It's really cute. What should I do? This makes me want to have a second child again. Go ahead and give birth, we support you. Oh, I can't afford it.
Chapter 112. If you wash this vegetable again, it will melt. When the couple pushed the babies away, the shop assistants looked reluctant to see them go.
Everyone likes beautiful and cute babies. After buying clothes, Chang Xiao took Song Mian to buy shoes.
Having already spent a lot of money, Song Mian stood at the door of the shoe store and refused to go in. She felt that even if they made money, they shouldn't squander it like this. Luxury goods are the preserve of the rich. They are still working hard to start their own business, and who knows what kind of things they will encounter in the future that will require money.
Ordinary clothes and shoes worth a few $100s will be fine.
Seeing her tangled look, Chang Xiao chuckled and rubbed her head. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Let's go downstairs to look at other shoes, okay? After hearing what he said, Song Mian's expression relaxed a little, and she pushed the babies downstairs in the elevator. I looked around the general area on the second floor and selected some of the things I needed.
The 4 babies are so cool that they attract 100% attention. Coupled with their super good looks, it is hard not to take a second look at them. Besides, since the parents are so good looking, the children will definitely inherit their parents' good looks.
The family of 6 not only attracts adults, but also children. Some children have even asked their mothers for younger brothers and sisters. Mom, they are all so cute. Can I make them my brothers and sisters?
Said a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. The mother at the side didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Baby, your brother and sister are that aunt's babies, not yours. But I also want brothers and sisters, I don't care. The little girl said this and began to cry loudly.
Okay. If you want a brother or sister, Mom will give them to you when she gets home, okay? Stop crying. Really?
The little girl stopped crying and blinked her big eyes.
Mom won't lie to you, if she does, you'll be a little puppy. Chang Xiao and his friend arrived at the underground parking lot. As soon as they got in the car, Song Mian thought of something. I quickly asked, Husband, aren't you going to the crew today? She had forgotten all about it and only remembered it now. Yeah, don't worry. I already told the director yesterday that I have something to do and won't attend today's opening ceremony. I will go directly to shoot tomorrow. Chang Xiao smiled.
Anyway, I have memorized the script, so I can skip some steps as long as it doesn't affect the start of filming.
Oh well.
Thinking that she would basically not be able to see her husband during the day for half a month starting from tomorrow, Song Mianmian felt a little uncomfortable. It was hard to describe the feeling.
It's so congested. I felt a bit depressed all the way. The two drove back home and Song Qin was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Song Mianmian took off her shoes and asked, "Mom, are my uncle and the others back?" "Well, let's go back."
Song Qin looked over and saw that the two men were carrying large and small bags, with things in their hands, and a lot of things were hung on the 4 baby carriages.
"What did you buy?"
"A bunch of stuff." Cheng Xiao smiled and said, "I bought some clothes, and Nian Nian also picked some for you." Next, it was time for the mother and daughter to discuss clothes.
Chang Xiao was not interested and took the babies into the children's room one by one. Yeah.
Several babies were lying on the bed, nibbling on their hands with saliva dripping from their mouths.
The more they nibbled, the happier they became, and their little legs were kicking along with the nibbling.
Without the restraint of a sleeping bag, he started to turn over again while gnawing at his hands.
Turn it over and over. Chang Xiao didn't pay attention and Sanba was tumbling and fell diagonally on Sibo, who was also tumbling.
Suddenly, both of them were unable to move. What made Chang Xiao feel the funniest and most helpless was that Sanbao turned his head and looked at him with a pitiful and aggrieved look in his eyes. Sibao, who had been unable to turn over, couldn't stand it anymore.
He got so angry that he started crying.
This voice sounds so aggrieved.
Chang Xiao quickly turned Sanbao over and picked up Sibao.
The child had tears in his eyes and his mouth was pouted, looking very aggrieved.
"Sanbao, look, you made your sister cry again." Chang Xiao used a tissue to wipe Sibao's tears. "Don't roll over randomly in the future, understand?"
Sibao also has a quick temper, the kind that can get so angry at himself that he can't help himself.
Song Mianmian opened the door and walked in.
Seeing Chang Xiao hugging and comforting the crying Sibao, she came over and asked, "What's wrong?" Chang Xiao told her what had just happened.
Puff. Song Mianmian couldn't help laughing out loud. These children really couldn't be left lying here.
They had to be restrained in sleeping bags to make them behave.
Forget it, let's just put it outside.
In the crib, the kids finally calmed down.
The bed has a fence and is not spacious, so you can't flip over it even if you want to. After glancing at the time, Chang Xiao said, "It's getting late. I'm going to make dinner. I'll go and help." Song Mianmian said quickly. Chang Xiao looked at her playfully and said, "Wife, how about I teach you how to cook?" "What?"
Song Mianmian was stunned for a moment, then blushed and shook her head, "No." She almost burned down the kitchen last time, so she had some self-awareness and was afraid of getting into trouble again.
"We were lucky that no other accidents occurred that time. You take care of the babies. Let me do the cooking." Chang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Song Mianmian didn't give up and whispered, "Then I'll just wash the vegetables. This shouldn't be a problem. My husband is always busy in the kitchen, and he will be on the set tomorrow."
How could Chang Xiao not see her little trick? His wife wanted to be alone with him for a while. After all, the filming will start tomorrow, and I am not sure if I can come back at night. If I can't come back, this long night will be. Not wanting to expose her little thoughts, Chang Xiao smiled and nodded, "Okay." In the kitchen, one was washing vegetables while the other was cutting them.
It was quiet and no one spoke.
Only the sound of rushing water remained. Song Mianmian lowered her head and washed the vegetables carefully, over and over again. "Wife, if you wash these vegetables again, they will melt." Chang Xiao's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and the vegetable basin in his hand had been taken away.
Song Mianmian's face turned slightly red and she bit her lip. "I didn't mean it, I."
Chang Xiao put the sink aside, pinched her face, and seeing that she looked unhappy, he chuckled and asked, "What's wrong?
Are you reluctant to let your husband go?" I didn't." Song Mianmian said quickly, her face turning even redder. "You're still saying no, but your face is already red. You're just going to film, not that you won't be going home." Chang Xiao felt helpless and distressed. Are all the actresses in the crew beautiful?"
The sudden question confused Chang Xiao.
"I don't know. Whether it looks good or not, it has nothing to do with me. I only have my wife in my heart."
After going around in circles, Chang Xiao finally understood what this little woman was thinking. "I guess you are worried about these things.
Is this a problem? My wife is too insecure about her appearance. Looking at the entertainment industry, how many female stars can compare with her in appearance?
Chapter 113 Sibao's Trump Card. With Chang Xiao's words, Song Nian blushed and felt warm in her heart.
Okay, don't worry. Don't you still trust me, your husband? You are the only one in my heart. It took a long time to coax Song Nian into calming down.
One cheesy love word after another came out, making her blush. She didn't even wash the vegetables and ran out. Chang Xiao raised the corners of his mouth and continued cutting vegetables. It was already dark by the time the meal was ready. At the dinner table, Chang Xiao told his mother-in-law about joining the film crew.
What? Filming a movie? Song Qin looked surprised. In the eyes of their older generation, making TV movies is a particularly impressive thing. Being on TV, doesn't that mean you're a star? How can that not be awesome? She didn't know any of this news. Yes, I was too busy to tell you before. It's okay, it's okay. It's the same now. I'll take care of the child. You and Nian just need to focus on your work. The babies have gradually accepted Song Qin. After all, over such a long period of time, the 4 babies have grown up slowly. They are no longer like they were in the first 3 months, when they only wanted their dad and mom and ignored everyone else. This also has to do with the number of people you come into contact with. After finishing dinner, the couple played with the baby in the children's room. Chang Xiao said, "Wife, tomorrow is the day for the babies to get vaccinated. Can you and mom do it alone? Do you want me to ask Lin Nian to help? It's not convenient to let Wang Jing come over. Lin Nian is also a woman, so she is better." "No need, mom and I can do it. I'll take a day off tomorrow. The clinic isn't far away anyway." "That's fine."
As they were talking, Debeo, who was wrapped in a sleeping bag, suddenly made a humming sound.
The little guy moved his body around, and Chang Xiao knew what he was doing as soon as he saw him. "Poop stinky. I just ate and I'm having diarrhea right now."
After Debeo finished pooping, I opened the velcro of the diaper, and a strange sour smell hit me in the face. Normally the smell of poop is always light, but today's poop feels a little off, and so does the color. It should be golden, but today it is dark green.
The taste is also weird. What's going on? Song Nian asked with a frown, a little worried.
Chang Xiao carefully recalled every post from a mother he had read.
If his guess was correct, Debeo's current situation was probably due to getting angry.
It is normal for children to get angry, it's not a big problem.
Just drink some honeysuckle water. The baby is too young, so it's better not to give him medicine.
You have a sore throat.
Buy some honeysuckle tomorrow and drink it for 2 days and you'll be fine. Song Nian nodded inside.
After changing the diaper, the little one continued to play with his own toys. Chang Xiao took out a small toy and was about to give it to Debeo, but unexpectedly, the other 3 saw it and reached out to take it.
But I couldn't get up from the place and could only watch and worry.
Especially the 4 treasures. As soon as he saw the things in his parents' hands, he started crying and making a humming sound, stretching his hand as far as he could, pouting his mouth, with an expression that said, "If you don't give it to me, I'll cry in front of you."
So cute.
He tried to get the toy to her, and the little guy was quite quick, but he failed, and Chang Xiao took the toy back.
After a few rounds of this and that, the little guy got really annoyed. Wow.
A stormy cry came out of Sibao's mouth, and tears fell to the corners of his eyes like pearls that had broken off the string.
Okay, here you go.
I really can't bear to see children cry, especially the 2nd and 4th children. It's heartbreaking to see girls crying with tears in their eyes.
Song Nian laughed and said, "This has become Sibao's trump card.
If you don't give it to me, I will cry in front of you."
"Why?" Chang Xiao smiled and said, "Girls are normal. They need to be coaxed, just like I coaxed you." As soon as these words came out, Song Nian's face turned red instantly. What was going on? We are clearly talking about the child, okay? Why are we talking about her?
Besides, she never let him coax her.
That was not the case at all.
As soon as Sibao got the toy, he stopped crying immediately and his expression changed like turning the pages of a book. Soon he started smiling, babbling, and swinging his toys around in his little hands, looking so happy.
The couple.
Helplessly, Chang Xiao went to get a few more small toys and gave one to Debeo and the others.
It's still early, only 8 o'clock.
Chang Xiao suggested giving the child a bath. Song Nian nodded and went to the bathroom to run hot water. This time, let us start with the 4 treasures. When the child saw her father taking off her sleeping bag and picking her up, she didn't know what was going on and was kicking her legs happily and babbling. The hot water is ready, just waiting for the babies.
As soon as they entered the bathroom, Song Mian began to take off Sibao's clothes.
Sibao felt a chill and soon realized something was wrong and began to struggle.
He. Protest.
The little hands were grabbing in the air randomly, and Shang Xiao was not paying attention and was scratched on the face by Sibao's little fingernails. In an instant, a blood mark appeared. This scared Song Mian, who was standing by.
Honey, are you okay?
She subconsciously touched his face with her fingertips. After realizing what was happening, her face turned red again and she withdrew her hand.
It's all right.
Shang Xiao held Sibao, took a deep breath, and slowly put her into the warm water.
The temperature has been measured and is just right. What Sibao hates most is taking a bath. He will cry loudly as soon as he touches water. Sure enough, it was only put in for a few seconds. Sibao, who was struggling violently and protesting at first, suddenly changed his expression. I cried so hard that my eyes and nose were covered with snot. I was so sad.
In the end, the couple felt heartbroken.
Wash it quickly and wrap it in a bath towel. Okay, I won't wash it anymore.
It's really difficult to give a bath to these little ancestors. Sibao was wrapped in a bath towel, his nose was sobbing from crying, it was heartbreaking. Song Mian quickly carried her into the room, dressed her, and wrapped her in a sleeping bag.
Shang Xiao changed the water again.
Next was the most obedient child, the 3rd child. Not only did he not cry during his vaccination, he also didn't make a sound when taking a bath. He just lay there by himself, looking at the ceiling and then at his parents.
Not just ordinary obedience.
When you put him in the water, he acts as if nothing happened. He blinks his little grape-like eyes, looks around, and even smiles when he sees his parents.
Song Mian smiled and said, Sanbao is so well behaved. Wife, who do you think you inherited this personality from? Shang Xiao asked with a smile. I have no idea. Song Mian said in a muffled voice. Well, it's not her anyway.
She was definitely not this calm when she was a child. Shang Xiao chuckled and said nothing, but his eyes were meaningful. Continue to wash the 3 treasures. After washing successfully, I was carried to the room to change clothes.
Next comes the 2nd baby. This little girl is better than Sibao.
She only cries for a while at the beginning, but will be well behaved as long as she is given a toy.
Chapter 114. Are you the male lead?
Soon, the babies were all washed. Song Mian found a lot of clothes from the closet and was wondering what to wear for the babies to get vaccinations tomorrow.
Just pick up a few at random. There are plenty of clothes for babies anyway. As long as they look good, it's fine. Shang Xiao didn't worry about this.
He understood that girls, with so many clothes in their wardrobes, would feel like they had nothing to wear if they were missing just one piece.
Choosing clothes for the baby is a bit confusing.
Song Mian ignored him, straight male thinking.
Isn't she trying to make the babies look good when going out? They must be well matched. How can you be so casual and perfunctory? What's wrong? Are you mad at me?
Song Mian was sorting her clothes when Shang Xiao suddenly hugged her from behind, causing her body to stiffen. She bit her lip and her face turned red.
This guy walks without making any sound.
Shang Xiao immediately felt her heartbeat quickening, thump thump. The corners of his lips slightly raised.
Can you let go first?
Song Mian said in a low voice, her voice sounded like a kitten, her face already red. This made Shang Xiao feel a little touched.
Wife, are you still angry? If you are still angry, then I won't let go.
The hot air sprayed against her ears, and she smelled his unique scent, full of hormones.
Song Mian felt her mind a little fuzzy. My heart beats faster and faster.
His face was red from his neck to the back of his ears. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything.
After a long while, she took a deep breath and said, Can you let go? Unless you say you're not angry anymore. I've never been angry.
His body relaxed, and Shang Xiao actually relaxed. It's not too late to look for clothes tomorrow, so go to bed early.
No, it will be too late tomorrow.
She wanted to leave early. If she didn't look for him now, she would be in a hurry early tomorrow morning and would not have time. Watching her matching her clothes piece by piece, Shang Xiao sighed helplessly.
This little woman is really stubborn.
It was not until the babies fell asleep from playing that Song Mian Mian's voice was heard, and she sounded quite happy.
It's all matched.
I'll wear these 4 sets tomorrow. Chang Xiao looked over and saw 4 sets of clothes, 2 lavender and 2 gray.
Boys and girls models. This is the jumpsuit they bought wholesale before. It is very thick and most suitable to wear at this time. It is not easy to catch a cold. This one sells pretty well in the store.
Seeing that she was as happy as a child, Chang Xiao's eyes showed doting.
This wife is so interesting. Isn't this tangled problem so cute? Okay, it's getting late, wife, we should go to bed. Good. After choosing the clothes, the two stopped hesitating.
Chang Xiao set off early the next morning. In the past half-month, he bought a new BMW for his wife to drive to work.
He just drove the same Volkswagen. Song Mianmian packed up and went to the clinic with Song Qin and the children. This time it's earlier than last time and there aren't many people around. There was no need to queue and I got the number plate smoothly.
Everyone knew that it was better to arrive early, so after she arrived, many people followed suit. Because it opened a maternity and baby store, many mothers have visited the store and recognized Song Mianmian and her 4 babies at once.
Even if you can't recognize them, the little ones are still easy to spot.
There are only a few families in this area within 100 miles that can give birth to quadruplets.
The mother's recognition is also very high. Are you the mom who opened the maternity and baby store?
At this time, a mother came over and asked, holding a little boy in her hand.
Song Mianmian nodded and smiled, yes. Your baby is so cute. This is the first time I've seen him up close.
The mother said with a smile.
Thanks. Everyone looked at the quadruplets with curiosity.
Not to mention the 4 of them, just the stunning looks are unforgettable and you can't take your eyes off them.
Song Mianmian was embarrassed and just wanted to get the vaccination and go home quickly.
She was finally called on the radio and quickly pushed the baby to the small room.
Chang Xiao has arrived at his destination.
Looking at the building in front of him, he sees that it is a super large factory. It seems that it is specially rented out for filming.
Science fiction films are usually shot in these factories. As soon as I entered the factory, I was stopped by someone. Who are you? The area has been cleared.
Anyone who is outside, please leave immediately.
Chang Xiao asked, where is your director? You're the only one who wants to meet the director?
I'm Chang Xiao, your director should know me.
Chang Xiao took out his script. When this person saw the script, he was a little suspicious. Are you the male lead? Okay, you come in first, I'll go tell the assistant director.
The script had already been taken out, and it was not easy to chase people away, so he asked the assistant director to confirm it. Soon, the assistant director came and took a look at Chang Xiao. Based on his outstanding appearance, he quickly confirmed that he was indeed the candidate for the male lead.
This face is easy to recognize.
At that time, when I watched his performance through video with director Zhang, I remembered it immediately.
The assistant director took Chang Xiao to where director Zhang was. Director, the people have arrived.
Chang Xiao looked over and saw director Zhang was a slightly plump man, about 30 years old, with a serious look on his face.
Hello, Director Zhang.
After the two shook hands, Chang Xiao realized that director Zhang was not as serious as he looked. Director Zhang said excitedly, young man, I finally got you.
I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. Something urgent happened. It's okay, as long as someone is here when the machine is turned on.
Director Zhang smiled. The people around were petrified when they saw Director Zhang like this, and they just stood there in a daze.
This. When did Director Zhang become so easy to talk to? He is well known in the industry for being strict.
Whether in front of the stage or behind the scenes. If any shot in his movie is not done well, he will be scolded harshly, and they will point at your nose and scold you.
Some actresses were scolded to tears.
As the protagonist of his movies, it is normal for him to be scolded hundreds or thousands of times. Some people were inevitably dissatisfied when Chang Xiao, a newcomer, was chosen as the male lead, but because of director Zhang, no one dared to say a word. Because he hated intrigue in his crew the most.
Once discovered, they will be expelled from the crew. No one dared to do that after that.
He has a keen eye, and most of the actors he chooses have decent character, but there are a few who are a bit arrogant.
For example, the actor who plays the second male lead, Chen Xin.
He's not a bad person, he's just a little too arrogant.
He is a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry and has remarkable acting skills.
Others always cast him as the number 1 male lead, but with director Zhang he only got the number 2 male lead. Because it was a big production, he endured it. The only thing I can't stand is that the actor who plays the male lead is a newcomer who has just entered the circle.
How could he be willing to do this? Why would director Zhang choose him? What's so special about this guy? Chen Xian asked the assistant beside him after seeing Chang Xiao talking to director Zhang from afar.
Chapter 115 Director Zhang attaches great importance to you. I heard from them that director Zhang seemed to have decided on him on the spot after watching a video clip of him acting, the assistant whispered.
I'm afraid that a louder voice would anger this ancestor. Chen Xian frowned. Just by watching a clip, they decided on the leading role? In the entertainment industry, is there such a rule? Unless the background is particularly strong.
Someone like Chang Xiao doesn't look like the kind of powerful and wealthy young man.
Why did director Zhang choose him? Seeing Chen Xian looking so angry, the assistant quickly said, Brother Xian, don't be impulsive. We can't do anything about the person director Zhang has chosen. If I fight with Chang Xiao secretly and get discovered, I might be kicked out of the crew. It's impossible to confront director Zhang directly, right? He knew that Chen Xian had a bad temper.
If he impulsively went to cause trouble, he would be blamed by his agent and lose his job.
Chen Xian gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Am I that impatient? He just couldn't understand.
Director Zhang wasn't even that polite to him.
Why would a newcomer get to that?
Over there, director Zhang and Chang Xiao were communicating very well, talking and laughing, and no one knew what they were discussing.
Seeing the smile on director Zhang's stern face, Chen Xian felt extremely jealous. This way. Xiao Chang, have you read the script of Super Guardian? Director Zhang asked. Chang Xiao nodded, of course. It's like this.
Director Lin said that you have a unique perspective on the plot.
I want to ask, do you think there is anything wrong with the plot, or what needs to be modified? Chang Xiao has studied the script thoroughly, and I admire director Zhang's screenwriter very much. After reading it, I found the plot to be pretty good and compact. It should turn out well. But the big plot is fine, but some small details will be more perfect if they are modified. Chang Xiao smiled.
Director Zhang immediately adopted Chang Xiao's suggestion and called the screenwriter to make the changes according to his request. The director has spoken, so the screenwriter has to make the changes no matter how reluctant he is.
Filming starts today, and the actors and staff are busy preparing.
This movie was basically shot on a green screen, which was a real test of the actors' acting skills.
The post-production stage is even more challenging for special effects artists. As long as the special effects are realistic enough and the plot is good, the box office will not be too bad. It depends on whether you are willing to spend money. After talking with director Zhang, Chang Xiao went to the dressing room. The assistant director walked in front and led the way, chattering non-stop. Let me tell you, Xiao Chang, you are really lucky. Director Zhang values you very much. I have never seen him act like this before. It still seems incredible to think about it now that a smile appeared on that serious face. This is the dressing room. All the main characters are in it together. They stopped at the door of the dressing room. Chang Xiao opened the door and walked in. I saw that there were 4 dressing tables inside, 3 of which already had people sitting there, and the makeup artists were working. The assistant director introduced them with a smile. This is the female lead, and the first and second male lead. Chang Xiao nodded and sat on his dressing table. A makeup artist came forward immediately. Start putting makeup on him. Xiao Chang, you put on your makeup first. The director has something else to do. I'll go over first. After the assistant director left, the dressing room became quiet. The heroine Yan Nuan, who was sitting at the dressing table next to her, glanced at Chang Xiao secretly. She was curious about what the hero looked like, and when she saw him, she was stunned for a moment. Isn't this little brother so handsome? I heard that director Zhang randomly chose a newcomer to be the male lead. I think it's quite unfair. Among those present here, who is not experienced? A newcomer, why? It's her fault that she is a face lover. Chang Xiao's appearance completely defeated her. Isn't it so handsome? In an instant, I felt that those so-called handsome stars in the entertainment industry were nothing. Chen Xian was sitting not far away, reading the script, glancing over here from time to time. A look of disdain. What's the use of being handsome?
The makeup artist started to put makeup on Chang Xiao, and he had a silly look on his face the whole time.
Hey, you are the male lead? Why didn't I see you attend the opening ceremony yesterday? Yan Nuan couldn't help but speak.
Chang Xiao glanced at her and said, "No time."
That's the opening ceremony. What could be more important than the opening ceremony? Chang Xiao didn't say anything. Yan Nuan really didn't give up. Why did Director Zhang choose you? Is it because you are a great actor? I'm glad to be your partner. Let's cooperate well in the future.
Yan Nuan has already extended her hand. Chang Xiao narrowed his eyes and ignored her. However, she wasn't angry at all and just thought of him as being cool. You're not even famous yet, but you're already acting like a big shot.
Chen Xian snorted coldly. Yan Nuan spoke up for Chang Xiao instead. What do you mean by being a big shot? Chen Xian, can you be a little more polite to him? Chang Xiao frowned. Why were these two people so noisy?
Soon, after finishing her makeup, she changed into her costume.
Get ready to shoot. Director Zhang is already ready.
Those who initially suspected Chang Xiao's acting skills were stunned after seeing his first performance. They stared blankly at him until the end.
This. They all looked in disbelief. How could a newcomer have such explosive power? How could such acting skills be that of a newcomer?
It was like a veteran who had been acting for decades. No matter what the expression, he was very familiar with it. Other actors need to prepare themselves, but he doesn't. I knew it, Director Zhang has such an accurate eye for selecting people, how could he make a mistake?
Chen Xian's face turned ugly immediately, but Yan Nuan looked at him with a smile. Didn't you say Chang Xiao's acting skills are poor? Look, this is something we can't compare to.
Such excellent acting skills can never be matched even if she honed her acting skills for a few more years. Almost all of them passed in one go, and Director Zhang was extremely satisfied, even to the point of tears in his eyes. This is what the protagonist of Super Guardian should look like.
Very nice. After filming this scene, everyone couldn't help but applaud.
Yan Nuan quickly came over and said, "Chang Xiao, you acted so well. Your acting skills are so good.
Can you teach me?" Ms. Yan, you're joking. I'm just a newcomer in the industry. You've been acting for quite some time, so you shouldn't need me to teach you, right? Chang Xiao smiled slightly, turned around and left.
The second scene involved fighting scenes, and Director Zhang was originally planning to have a stunt double do it, but unexpectedly Chang Xiao proposed to do it himself.
That's martial arts, how can we do it without a professional stunt double? Wow, so dedicated.
The female staff member held her face. He is so handsome, more handsome than any male star I have ever seen. He's not only handsome, but his acting is so good. Director Zhang has a different eye for selecting people. Several people gathered together to watch and discuss, all with starry eyes. To be honest, Director Zhang was totally surprised that Chang Xiao was so good at martial arts. Each of these movements and techniques make it seem as if one really knows martial arts.
Chapter 116. Are you afraid that I will be bullied? The performance was completed smoothly.
When Director Zhang shouted cut, I was shocked beyond words.
How many surprises does Chang Xiao have that he hasn't discovered yet? Isn't that awesome?
To be honest, he has never hired young and good-looking actors to act in the dramas he has filmed.
They are all talented actors.
If he hadn't seen Chang Xiao's performance in the video, this face alone would not be enough to convince him. I didn't expect Chang Xiao to give me so many surprises. Nowadays, there is no need for a stunt double for martial arts, you can just do it yourself.
Not bad, good acting.
Director Zhang smiled.
Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost.
There is basically no one who can get so much praise from Director Zhang after a performance. None of the seniors who have filmed with him have not been pointed at and scolded. Chang Xiao can be regarded as the first person who passed the test in one try and was praised. This world is too mysterious. After Chang Xiao finished his performance, he walked off the stage. Thanks to the system for rewarding him with the Best Actor award, his acting skills were so awesome.
There is also the role that the god of fighting plays at critical moments.
Then came the scenes where the second male lead and the female lead appeared.
Both of them are talented and their acting was just passable.
Compared with Chang Xiao, he is far behind. At the end, Director Zhang scolded them severely, especially Chen Xian. By the time we finished work, the director had already booked a hotel for everyone. Chang Xiao suggested going home, and Director Zhang did not refuse, but asked him to come earlier tomorrow. It's a good thing that the filming was done in Qingzhou.
If it had been somewhere else, wouldn't I have missed seeing my babies and wife for half a month? How can I bear that kind of pain of missing someone?
After driving home, Song Mianmian was feeding her children, who were crying and making loud noises. When Song Mianmian saw Chang Xiao coming back, she was stunned for a moment, thinking that he was going to spend the night in the place arranged by the crew. Chang Xiao hurried over to help. When the children saw their father, they immediately stopped crying and looked at him with blinking eyes.
Babies, you are disobedient again.
Chang Xiao picked up Erbao, who had tearful eyes, and pinched her little face. My second child scratched my face last night. If the scar wasn't too shallow enough to be covered up, I might not be able to film today.
How are you today? Did everything go well? Song Mianmian asked. It went pretty smoothly. If the supporting cast is also strong, the film can be completed quickly. Director Zhang has very high requirements for these actors. He will not let them pass unless they perform perfectly. Otherwise, he will ask them to reshoot again and again until he is satisfied. After all, everything is for the birth of a good work.
That's good. At this time, there was a fragrance coming from the dining room.
Chang Xiao was already hungry.
After putting the children in their cribs, the couple went to the dining room. Just then my mother-in-law brought up a bowl of soup.
Xiao Chang, how are you? Are you adapting to the job? Song Qin asked quickly.
Fine. That's good. You didn't see that our Mian has been worried about you the whole day.
Song Qin said with a smile.
Oh?
Chang Xiao looked at the person next to him.
Song Mianmian's face turned red, and she was too embarrassed to raise her head, let alone look Chang Xiao in the eye. After the meal, in the room, Chang Xiao held Song Mianmian's hand and said with a smile, "Wife, are you worried that I won't act well?
Or that I will be bullied in the crew?"
After hearing what his mother-in-law said, he felt something was wrong.
Song Mianmian bit her lip, then met Chang Xiao's eyes and nodded.
The previous TV series was introduced by Li Jin, and it was also for the purpose of making money to solve urgent problems. She felt more at ease having an acquaintance. This time it's a brand new crew, and he is playing the leading male role again.
There will definitely be some people who will not accept this and exclude him.
Chang Xiao had already thought of this and comforted her. "Wife, you have to have some confidence in your husband."
Song Mianmian sighed and went to the side to tidy up the cabinet. A pile of dried clothes needs to be sorted. The babies lay in a row, not sleepy, babbling.
Everyone put their hands in their mouths and sucked them, making saliva everywhere, especially on their clothes.
These little ones have to change clothes almost every day.
When they are busy in the store, they have to wash them in the middle of the night and have no time during the day.
Sibao drooled the most.
Chang Xiao even took a special look at the little girl and found no signs of teeth coming out. Her gums were very smooth.
Could it be that teeth are about to come out?
Wife, come and take a look. Song Nian was called over by Chang Xiao as soon as she finished her work.
What's wrong?
I feel like Sibo is going to start growing teeth soon. After all, it's already 4 months old.
Really? Song Mianmian didn't believe it and checked Sibao's gums, but found nothing.
Before the first baby had teeth, he was drooling all the time. The fourth baby is in the same situation.
I guess it will happen in the next few days.
Chang Xiao said.
How do you know? I observed them.
When I was taking care of the babies, I would often observe their changes. After saying this, Song Mianmian gave a bitter smile, and felt more and more that she, as a mother, was really careless and had not thought of these details at all.
Totally unqualified. Well.
Seeing that his parents were staring at him, Sibo had a little doubt in his big eyes, and he kicked his little legs, trying to turn over again. Chang Xiao went over and wrapped her in the sleeping bag. After realizing what was happening, he struggled desperately.
He. Same expression, same voice. The couple chose to ignore it.
It finally calmed down after a while.
Song Mianmian sighed, "Hubby, do you think I don't care about the babies? I don't even know the most basic things." "No, you've said this 100 times, haven't you?
As long as I'm here, you don't have to worry about anything."
"Okay, it's getting late, go to bed, you have to go to work tomorrow."
Chang Xiao rubbed her head.
Good.
Seeing that she had fallen asleep, Chang Xiao sent a message to Wang Jing, asking him about the situation in the store today.
However, I haven't received a reply.
I looked at the time and he should still be busy in the store. The store's surveillance camera was connected to Cheng Xiao's phone, and he turned it on to take a look. It was the peak period now, and the three of them were extremely busy. It was 10 o'clock in the evening before Wang Jing replied to the message. "Business is pretty good today, bro. How's your business going?" "Well enough." "That's good. By the way, brother, the warehouse is almost out of stock." "Okay, I see. Sorry to bother you these days." "Look at what you said. How can that be called trouble? If it weren't for you, I would still be a poor loser with no savings." The two chatted for a while, and Chang Xiao opened the wholesale website and wholesaled another batch of goods. Song Mian fell asleep, but the babies were still awake, especially the eldest and second babies, who were very energetic, sucking their fingers and making humming sounds. The third and fourth babies were already a little sleepy and kept yawning. Maybe it was because the eldest and the youngest were snoring and making a lot of noise, so the third and fourth babies refused to sleep even though they were yawning. If this continues, I guess everyone will be alert in no time. Chapter 117. Don't you have to memorize your lines? I have to go to the crew early tomorrow morning. Around 7 or 8 o'clock. Big baby, second baby, go to bed quickly. Daddy needs to sleep. Yeah. Erbao looked towards him with his eyes open, his eyes full of curiosity, and it was obvious that he was not sleepy. Cheng Xiao quickly hugged her, pinched her little face, and chuckled, "Little guy, do you want to sleep or not?" If he didn't have the skill to sneak some sleep, he would be sleep deprived every day if he took care of the child like this. Ah. Erbao took his little hands out of his mouth and grabbed Cheng Xiao's pajamas. All of a sudden, the pajamas were covered with saliva and were wet. Then he buried his head in his arms. This child. Cheng Xiao shook his head helplessly. He held her gently, walked around and coaxed her. After a while, she fell asleep in his arms. Her faint snoring could be heard in the quiet environment. Looking towards the children's beds, I saw that all three babies were asleep. The eldest baby was quite energetic just now, but I don't know when he also fell asleep. Gently put the second baby aside and cover him with a quilt. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. The next day, Cheng Xiao got up early to make breakfast. Song Mian woke up feeling sleepy, and when she looked at the time, she was suddenly startled. "We're going to be late. There's a meeting at 8 o'clock. It's already 7:20. I quickly washed and changed my clothes. Hubby, I'm almost too late. I'm leaving now. You can feed the baby later." After saying that, she took an omelette and left. These were all made specially for her by Cheng Xiao. They were delicious and much cleaner and more hygienic than those bought outside. "At least bring a bag of hot milk. I'm leaving first. Go slowly, it's rush hour." "No." As soon as the door closed, Song Mian left. Cheng Xiao shook his head helplessly. He was so impatient that he only ate that little bit and didn't know if it was enough. The mother-in-law came into the dining room and asked, "Is Nian gone?" "Yes, there is a meeting at school at 8 o'clock. Mom, my child is going to trouble you again." Song Qin waved her hand and said, "What are you talking about?" "Don't worry, just focus on your work and leave the child to me." After eating, Cheng Xiao also went out. At school, Song Mian was a few minutes late. After parking the car, she ran panting. "Teacher Song, you just arrived too?" Teacher Wang's voice was heard not far away, and she walked over wearing a pair of half-high heels. "I was stuck in traffic. I overslept and woke up at almost 8 o'clock. Teacher Wang felt a little embarrassed. With a quick glance, he immediately noticed the BMW keys in Song Mian's hand. "Wow! Is this your new car key? I just noticed it." Yes. "Oh my god, your husband is so nice. A BMW car costs at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm so envious." Teacher Wang's eyes lit up. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. "It's so nice to have a husband like this, he gives me everything I want." "Okay, the meeting has already started. Let's stop talking and go." Song Mian went to the meeting room. "Hey, wait for me." After the meeting, in the office. TSK, Teacher Song, I just heard from Teacher Wang that your husband has bought you a new car again, and it's a BMW. Teacher Li's face was full of gossip. Song Mian felt embarrassed by what they said. "I'm really envious of having such a good husband. She can cook, has money, and is considerate." Teacher Wang's eyes were full of envy. Yeah, it's not like us single guys, no one cares about us.
Teacher Wang and Teacher Mengyan leaned against each other. Most importantly, there are 4 such cute little babies. When can I go see the babies again? I miss them. Teacher Wang said. The babies must be a little older now and look better.
Yeah, they're all so cute. Especially the eyes, they look exactly like Teacher Song's.
I may not have time recently. My husband is very busy. Song Mianmian said awkwardly.
The crew takes half a month to shoot, so there is really no time to entertain the teachers.
It's okay, we'll talk about it later. The few people didn't think it was a big deal.
The other party had already said he didn't have time, so they couldn't just go there shamelessly, right? On the other side, in the crew, Chang Xiao had just finished putting on his makeup and hadn't stood up yet when Yen Wan came over and moved a stool to sit next to him.
I saw you perform yesterday. Did you learn this on purpose before? You just didn't get into show business? Yen Wan was particularly curious.
She didn't believe that someone who had never acted before had such good acting skills.
It was all nonsense.
People like Chang Xiao must have put in a lot of effort behind the scenes.
It's a bit strange that I put so much effort into learning acting but never filmed a movie.
So, she wanted to ask.
Chang Xiao turned his head and said calmly, would you believe me if I said I had never learned it? I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe it. It's impossible.
Yen Nuan shook her head.
How is this possible? That's it, that's my answer. Yen Nuan was a little disappointed that she didn't get the answer she wanted.
She felt that Chang Xiao was like an ice cube.
Answers to questions were also cold and indifferent. I only have so much to talk to the director. There is a problem though. Then do you have a girlfriend? Yen Nuan continued to ask.
Chang Xiao glanced at her and said, I'm already married. Yen Nuan was stunned for a moment, and when she realized what was happening, her face was filled with shock.
Get married?
Chang Xiao looked like he was in his early 20s and had just graduated from college.
He was married? No way. This is too fast. Are you just making up an excuse to put me off? She was a little unconvinced. Chang Xiao took a sip of water. What good would it do for me to lie to you? It seems not.
Yen Nuan just felt a headache, getting married at such a young age. This.
Is your wife very beautiful?
Judging from Chang Xiao's looks, his wife must not be too bad. Speaking of Song Mianmian, Chang Xiao's facial features became much softer.
That's a must.
His wife must be the most beautiful. Just look at Chang Xiao's expression and you'll know that his wife must be stunningly beautiful.
So what does she do for a living? Chang Xiao didn't answer again.
Yen Nuan felt extremely bored, curled her lips, and sat down in front of her dressing table. In the next scene, the male and female lead and the second male lead all appeared. Chang Xiao basically didn't need to look at the script because he had already memorized it anyway. The two also took a look at the script to familiarize themselves with the lines.
Yen Nuan saw this and asked, don't you need to memorize your lines? No need, I've already memorized it. Amazing. Yen Nuan was full of admiration. This man was simply too outstanding. Too bad he's already married.
When it was their turn to perform, because it was director Zhang's play, Yen Nuan and Chen Xian were very nervous and cautious, fearing that they would be scolded. Director Zhang is famous for scolding actors on the set. But there are still many people who are eager to watch his plays. Because his movies are a guarantee of box office success. Even if you play a supporting role, you will have good resources in the future. Chapter 118 No comparison, no harm. Therefore, Chen Xian, who had always been arrogant, also suppressed his arrogance.
When I went on stage, I took several deep breaths in succession. Action. Start shooting.
Halfway through the shoot, director Zhang yelled cut.
Chen Xian, what's wrong with you? Can you act? You can't even act a surprised expression? Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat. Director Zhang came over with an impatient look on his face. Director, I'm sorry, I'll do it again. Chen Xian lowered his head. All right, get ready.
The staff around were all staring at that place closely.
Chang Xiao and Yen Nuan were both in good condition. Twice in a row, it was Chen Xian who made the mistake. Being scolded in front of so many people, Chen Xian just felt ashamed.
He had never been scolded like this before during filming. He felt that his acting skills were recognized as good by the public, but in the eyes of director Zhang, they were simply devalued to the point of being worthless.
This is the second time director Zhang has said this. During the third shoot, I was extremely nervous.
I was completely relieved when I heard director Zhang say that I passed. This play has been suppressed so badly.
Someone among the onlookers spoke up.
Yeah, I used to think Chen Xian's acting was pretty good. He has had several box office hits, and now seeing him acting opposite Chang Xiao, there really is no harm without comparison. In the past, there were peers to set off the team, but now that a powerful person has come, the difference can be seen.
Listening to everyone talking, Chen Xian looked unhappy.
He snorted and went back to the dressing room. When the scene ended, Yan Nuan looked at Chang Xiao and said, "You are really amazing.
You almost overshadowed me. You're not bad either."
Chang Xiao glanced at her indifferently.
Among ordinary celebrity actors, Yan Nuan's acting skills were indeed excellent.
She looks to be in her early 20s, and it is a gift from God that she has such acting skills.
She is quite talented. I think you must have learned it specially. You can handle the subtle expressions so well. It's amazing. Yan Nuan praised generously.
This was the first time she admired someone so much. I wanted to ask him for advice, but since he has a wife, it's better not to get too close to him. The next scene was for a supporting role, so Chang Xiao walked towards the dressing room. Sitting in front of the dressing table, the makeup artist quickly came over to touch up my makeup.
Halfway through the lesson, I received a call from Li Jin. Answer the call. What is it?
Brother, have you joined the group yet?
How is it? Aren't there a lot of beautiful actresses? Li Jin was very excited.
That was director Zheng's play. Regardless of whether the actresses were pretty or not, the cast alone was incomparable to any other crew.
I heard that Chen Xian just got the second male lead.
It's okay, just average. Chang Xiao was speechless. Li Jin rolled his eyes and said, "TSK, you have such a beautiful wife, of course you don't like her."
For a single guy like me, what else can I look at if not beautiful women?
By the way, I heard that director Zhang often scolds people during filming.
You have to be careful. Director Zhang has that kind of temper. Do you have anything else to say besides this? Chang Xiao asked. Can't I come over to say hello? If visiting the set was allowed, I would go over right now.
Before he could finish his words, Chang Xiao hung up the phone. Li Jin was speaking sweet words on the other end of the phone.
Damn. This guy, did he have to die so quickly?
Soon, it was Chang Xiao's turn again. Before I knew it, a day had passed and there was still a show to do in the evening. When it was dark, director Zhang came over and said, "Xiao Chang, it's not convenient to go back after filming at night. The hotel has been booked, so stay here for one night."
Chang Xiao thought so too and looked at the time. It would be after 11 o'clock before work was over. That's fine too. Thank you, director. It's no trouble, it's my duty. Director Zhang nodded and went on his way.
Before it started, Chang Xiao sent a message to Song Mianmian.
I can't go back tonight. Song Mianmian didn't say anything, but took a few photos of the baby and sent them a short video. Still with that cute little look, and even knowing how to look at the camera, Chang Xiao couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. What are you laughing at?
Yan Nuan's voice came from the side.
Wow. Whose baby is this? So cute.
4, they are so fertile. But, they are so cute, these eyes, this little face.
Yan Nuan smiled like an auntie.
She looked at the children in the photo with sparkling eyes.
Chang Xiao turned off his phone.
The screen suddenly went black, bringing Yan Nuan back to her senses.
Whose child is this? I'm just going to take a look at him. Really?
As she was talking, she felt something was wrong and pointed at Chang Xiao. The child, it can't be yours, right?
Does it have anything to do with you?
Chang Xiao said lightly.
You said during the day that you were married, so the person you just messaged should be your wife. This is your child, right? Yan Nuan's face was full of gossip. Chang Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to her. 1 hour later. It was their turn again.
After a day of shooting, they were not as nervous as the first time.
Chen Xian felt suffocated just thinking about being overshadowed by Chang Xiao. He was actually overshadowed by a newbie. How would he save face if he told others about this? Director Zhang even said in front of so many people that he couldn't act at all. There are only 2 scenes tonight, so everyone, cheer up. Director Zhang shouted from the other end. The staff is ready. Start. This scene is a dialogue between the male lead and his parents. The male lead wants to do what he wants to do, but his parents disagree. He was in his rebellious period and had a big fight with his parents. This kind of thing really tests the actor's acting skills, and some facial expressions and details must be in place to move the audience. When watching this quarrel scene through the camera, director Zhang couldn't help but be drawn into the emotion. The actors who played the male lead's parents were all veteran actors, and they were completely impressed by Chang Xiao's acting skills. Among these younger generations, there are actually such outstanding people. It's really not easy. So after filming this scene, both of them couldn't help but come forward in praise. Well done, young man, very good. If you act well for a few years, you will have a bright future. Chang Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you both for the compliments." With such a humble look on his face, the two of them nodded in satisfaction, which was really good. Start shooting the second shot. When Chang Xiao finished work in the evening, he looked at the time and it was already 11:30. It took half an hour longer than expected. Among the few people, Chen Xian is the one who was lagging behind the most. If he couldn't get a shot right after 3 or 4 takes, the other actors would have to start over again like him. After finishing work and returning to the hotel, Chang Xiao immediately sent a video to Song Niannian. She hadn't gone to bed yet and was coaxing her baby to sleep. When she saw the video call from Chang Xiao, she quickly answered it. After the call was connected, before Chang Xiao had time to say anything, he heard the baby's babbling sounds coming from the phone. The fatigue of the day was instantly swept away and I couldn't help but smile. Chapter 119. Who dares to compete with director Zhang for someone? These little guys become extremely energetic at night and one tea lets you sleep. Did you know that their mother still has to go to work tomorrow? You haven't slept yet? Song Niannian looked at Chang Xiao in the video. His face was magnified, and if you look closely, he is really handsome. Her heart was pounding when she saw it. Move the phone a little further away and just take pictures of the kids. Wife, turn the camera around so I can see you. When Chang Xiao saw her turn the camera away, he knew that this little woman must be shy. What's so good about me? Song Niannian said weakly, refusing to show it. Here, the babies are so happy to see their dad in the video, and their little legs are still kicking. Yeah. The happiest one was Sibao, who stared at the video with his big eyes, as if he was talking to Chang Xiao. Sibao is so good. Chang Xiao smiled. As expected, seeing babies makes me feel better. These cute little faces are so healing, aren't they? After chatting for a while and having a chat with the babies, Chang Xiao said, "It's getting late, honey, go to bed quickly. You have to get up early tomorrow. By the way, remember to buy breakfast, okay? Skipping breakfast is bad for your health." Song Niannian said, "You too, take care of yourself. Do you miss me? Maybe your husband will go back tomorrow." Chang Xiao said with a smile. After the video is hung up, Chang Xiao couldn't help but think of Song Niannian's face in his mind, and he raised the corners of his lips unconsciously. The next day, I packed up early and rushed to the crew to put on makeup and change into costumes. Just as I was about to go to shoot, the director of the previous TV series came to visit the set. "Isn't the drama finished yet?" "I still have time to visit the set." Ever since Chang Xiao joined the crew of Super Guardian these 2 days, he has been thinking about coming over to watch his performance. Director Zhang has high requirements, so I think the performance will be better. He has always admired talented people. As the filming began, Director Lin stared intently at that place. When he saw Chang Xiao perform the martial arts scenes himself, and his skills were even better than those of a professional martial arts stuntman, he was shocked. This Director Zhang has struck gold this time. This young man definitely has a bright future. It just depends on whether he is willing to sign with a company. If he does, he will become very popular after a little packaging. After the filming, Director Lin went to Director Zhang. "How is it?" "Director Zhang, the person I recommended to you is pretty good, right?" Director Lin said with a smile. When he saw Chang Xiao's performance, he thought of Director Zhang. Not bad, not bad. There are very few such outstanding young actors in the entertainment industry. Director Zhang was very satisfied. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Has Xiao Cheng signed a contract with a company?" "Not yet. Last time I asked him, he said he had no idea in this regard." "Well, I'll find a chance to talk to him then," Director Zhang said. He has already decided to sign Chang Xiao. Such good seedlings cannot be wasted. Other companies can refuse, but Director Zhang S should not be rejected, right? Director Lin thought. Who dares to compete with Director Zhang for people?
In the dressing room, Chang Xiao was putting on makeup.
She had 2 scenes to film in the afternoon and could go home after finishing them.
I haven't seen the children for a day and a night, and I miss them so much. I had just finished putting on my makeup when Director Zhang was about to start. After the 2 shows in the afternoon, Chang Xiao was about to go home when Director Zhang called him back.
Xiao Chang.
Chang Xiao turned around in confusion and said, Director Zhang, what's wrong?
Xiao Chang, do you have any plans to sign with the company? I think you're doing well and have great potential. Do you want to come to my studio? Yan Nuan and Chen Xian, who were walking not far away, happened to see this scene. Stunned. I couldn't even believe it. Was this really the strict director who would scold people without blinking an eye?
He actually took the initiative to invite Chang Xiao to sign in to his studio.
This. Chen Xian felt unbalanced instantly. That's Director Zhang's studio, and many artists have tried their best to get in. He actually took the initiative to invite a newcomer.
The 2 looked at Chang Xiao to see how he would react. Facing Director Zhang's invitation, Chang Xiao smiled slightly. Sorry, Director Zhang, I don't have any thoughts in this regard at the moment.
I feel that I am freer by myself. Don't worry, the contract terms of our studio won't restrict you too much. If you are not satisfied and want to change companies midway, we won't stop you.
Director Zhang guessed his concerns.
But he was wrong. Chang Xiao didn't think about it that way at all.
He just felt that he was free and could take the job if he wanted to, or not if he didn't want to. He didn't have to share the profits with the studio.
It's okay if you don't want to. This is my business card. You can contact me at any time. I will consider you if there is a good play. Director Zhang said, turned, and left. Oh my god. He actually rejected Director Zhang. Yan Nuan was in disbelief. Chen Xian snorted coldly.
He has some acting skills, but he is too arrogant. He is also a free man without any company packaging. If anyone hires him to act in a movie, he is nothing.
Yan Nuan glanced at him and said, look at how jealous you are.
He doesn't have a company now, but Director Zhang has chosen him.
You can't just look at the surface. You are too superficial. You. Chen Xian gritted his teeth in anger. Director Zhang's choice of him doesn't mean other directors will choose him.
TSK, I heard that Director Lin, who was filming the TV series, also chose Chang Xiao.
If this movie becomes popular, even if Chang Xiao doesn't have a company, with that kind of popularity and acting skills, will he be short of roles to play? Yan Nuan gave him a disdainful look. These words completely shut Chen Xian up. He was so angry that his face turned blue.
Yan Nuan quickly ran towards Chang Xiao, patted his shoulder, and said with a gossipy look on her face.
Chang Xiao, why did you reject Director Zhang's invitation? I want to go to his studio but I can't. Does it have anything to do with you? Chang Xiao was a little annoyed. TSK, I'm just asking, is that not okay? No. Chang Xiao looked indifferent and went to the parking lot. This guy is so arrogant.
Yan Nuan curled her lips as she watched Chang Xiao leaving.
Chen Xian came over and said disdainfully, why? You like that guy? Isn't it just his good looks? What does this have to do with love? Isn't it good to be friends?
Besides, she's married, so I don't have a chance.
Since you're married, why don't you stay away from me? Chen Xian rolled his eyes.
While the 2 were chatting, Chang Xiao had already driven back. I looked at the time and my wife had just gotten off work.
After returning home, Song Mian was feeding her baby.
The eldest and second baby were making a lot of noise, and their crying could be heard from far away. He came back suddenly. Song Mian was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes became a little red. I feel strange after not coming back for one night. She had felt safe when he was by her side before, but she slept very uneasily last night.
Chang Xiao observed this situation with sharp eyes, stepped forward and pinched her face, and said with a smile, are you missing your husband? Chapter 120, we're already married, why should we be polite?
Song Mian turned her head away and whispered, I didn't.
You still say no.
After I finish filming this, I will not take any more roles for the time being and stay home with you.
There is nothing better than having a wife when filming. Where's mom? Chang Xiao asked. I went out to buy groceries.
When Debeo and Erbao saw their father, they quickly stopped crying and looked at him intently with tears in their eyes. Chang Xiao hurried forward and fed the baby together with Song Mian.
After eating, burp carefully. How is it? Are you okay? Song Mian turned around and asked. Chang Xiao turned on the TV and replied, It's fine, no problem. That's good. You don't even ask me if the heroine is pretty?
Chang Xiao said with a wicked smile. When it comes to this question, Song Mian's face turns red with embarrassment.
She punches him and says unhappily, Do you think the heroine is pretty? What do you think? Humph.
Then go find her, the child is mine.
Chang Xiao. No, I can't bear to do that. Are you reluctant to leave your child or me? A fatal question.
Seeing her anxious look, Chang Xiao continued to tease her. Well, let me think.
Don't think about it, you hesitated. Song Mian snorted, held Sibao and sat far away, and moved Erbao and the others inside. Ignore him. Chang Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course I don't want to, you fool.
Seeing that Song Mian was still angry, Chang Xiao was helpless. He had messed up this time and made his wife angry.
Wife, I was just joking with you. I just wanted to make you happy. Let's not be angry anymore, okay?
But he didn't expect that no matter how he coaxed Song Mian, she would ignore him.
There is no way. He had no choice but to carry the children to the crib, sit next to Song Mian, and continue to coax, Wife, please don't be angry with me, okay? How can I be angry? Song Mian glared at him.
She seemed angry, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Unexpectedly, Chang Xiao suddenly stood up and pressed towards her, and the two faces gradually got closer.
Song Mian's mind went blank for a moment and she was completely unable to react.
Seeing Chang Xiao's face getting closer and closer, her face turned completely red and her heart was pounding uncontrollably.
Then, I felt a chill on my mouth. His eyes suddenly widened. Instinctively turned his head away. What are you doing?
Song Mian's face was as red as blood, and she didn't dare to look directly into Chang Xiao's eyes. Chang Xiao brushed her face with his hand and said with a smile, Are you still angry with me?
If you are still angry, then it means you have never kissed me, or you want to. The meaning is self-evident.
Song Mian's ears turned red with embarrassment, and she stuttered a little, I didn't.
Are you still mad at me then? I'm not angry anymore.
The voice was small and he looked like a poor little lamb.
Song Mian really couldn't do anything with him, and when they didn't agree with each other. Just don't be angry. I know my wife is the best.
Chang Xiao sat next to her very naturally, as if what had just happened had never happened.
He.
At this time, Sanbao, who was lying in the crib, was whimpering. Chang Xiao walked over, picked him up, and scratched his little nose. What's wrong, Sanbao?
Holding in his arms, Sanbao's little body was still twisting and turning, with a wrinkled face. Song Mian came over and asked, Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? After a careful inspection, Chang Xiao discovered that there were 2 small lumps on Sanbao's neck, as if they were mosquito bites. What's going on? Are there still mosquitoes in my house in this weather? Honey, do you have floral water? Song Mian nodded, I'll get it.
Apply some floral water and the 3 treasures will soon stop moving around. Chang Xiao checked the windows of his house to see if the screens were closed. After looking around, he found that the screens in the kitchen were not closed and the window screens were all open. Although it is autumn, there are still mosquitoes sometimes. The child knows nothing and is attracted by the smell of milk on the body, so he will be bitten if he is not careful. The baby's skin is tender and a big bump will appear if bitten. After closing the screen window, Chang Xiao carried Sanbao into the children's room and changed his autumn clothes. Soon, my mother-in-law came back with vegetables.
Xiao Chang, it's so early today. Yeah, it will be over after some time.
Song Qin went to cook, and Chang Xiao hurried over.
Let me do it tonight, Mom, and you take a rest. You've been busy all day, let me do it. Song Qin smiled.
Chang Xiao took the dish from her hand, I'll do it, you go and rest.
All right.
Soon, a table of delicious food was served.
Song Mian's appetite was whetted by the aroma and she couldn't help swallowing.
Ever since I ate Chang Xiao's cooking, I have no appetite for anything else. I used to think my mom's cooking was the best, but now
Chang Xiao's cooking is still the best. I haven't eaten for 2 days and I feel very hungry. After the food was served, she was about to start eating.
Song Qin gently slapped her chopsticks away and said, "You girl, Xiao Cheng hasn't even come to the table yet."
You're so impatient. How rude. We're already married, what's the point of being polite? Song Mian pouted in grievance. Song Qin said seriously, we are family now, what if we have guests? We must change our bad habits. It is very impolite to start eating before everyone is seated. All right. Song Mian looked at the food eagerly. Soon, Chang Xiao came over with a big bowl of soup. Why aren't you eating yet? You don't have to wait for me.
Only after seeing him sit down did Song Mian dare to start eating. I picked up a piece of my favorite braised fish. After taking a bite, his eyes sparkled.
Still as delicious as always.
Seeing that she was eating so fast, Chang Xiao served her a bowl of soup and said helplessly, "Eat slowly." I saw that several dishes on the table were almost cleared out. Song Qin took a bite of the braised pork and couldn't help but praise, "Xiao Cheng's cooking skills are really good." Most of the dishes I cooked in the past 2 days were left over, and I threw away a lot of them.
Mom, what are you talking about? I just learned a little bit from a chef friend of mine. Song Mian was so embarrassed by what she said.
Indeed, her appetite had not been very good in the past 2 days.
Most of the dishes her mother cooked were left over and had to be thrown away overnight. After the meal, Song Mian ate 2 large bowls.
While cleaning up the dishes, while his mother-in-law was away, Chang Xiao smiled and said, "Wife, you have a good appetite. You should eat more and take care of your body. You won't look good if you are thin. It's better to be fatter. I've gained several pounds now.
There's fat on my waist." Song Mian said in a muffled voice. Being fat is good, I like it. Humph, I don't like it. It's ugly.
Chang Xiao pinched her face. Your face was so skinny before, but now it's plump and feels good to pinch.
Song Mian blushed at what he said, and couldn't help but mutter, "No way, it's always been like this, okay?" Chapter 121 Don't be happy too soon.
Okay, go take a shower.
You didn't sleep well last night. Go to bed early tonight.
Seeing that she looked depressed, Chang Xiao chuckled and rubbed her head. Song Mian's cheeks were red and she ran out of the dining room as if escaping. Chang Xiao finished washing the dishes and went to the children's room. At this time, Song Mian had just come out of the shower. Because of what happened before, she didn't dare to wear the lace pajamas anymore. Instead, she wore a very conservative set of long clothes and trousers to avoid being laughed at by Chang Xiao again. As if he had guessed what she was thinking, Chang Xiao wanted to tease her and asked with a smile, "Wife, why don't you wear that pajamas today?
It's so beautiful, I like it."
The lace edges show off your figure, but this one just covers up those advantages of your body. A good figure needs to be set off by good clothes.
How can it be beautiful? I don't like it. Besides, the weather is so cold. Song Mian snorted unhappily. Chang Xiao smiled and said, "Isn't there heating in this room? What are you afraid of? Or do you dare not wear it at all, my dear?"
As he spoke, he took a step closer to her again. Seeing Chang Xiao getting closer and closer, Song Mian's heart skipped a beat and her face turned red again.
What is this guy going to do again?
Then, Chang Xiao pushed him against the wall.
What are you doing? Song Mian didn't dare to look him in the eye. My heart is beating faster and faster.
My hair has just been washed and is not dry yet.
Water is dripping down. As if she had found an excuse, she quickly said, "Well, I'm going to blow dry my hair, you." "Let me blow you." No thanks, I can do it myself." Chang Xiao has already gone to get the hairdryer. Finally, she was no longer bound and Song Mian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment she started to get nervous again. "Come here."
Chang Xiao was waving at her. The hairdryer was in his hand, so he had no choice but to go over there obediently. "I'll do it myself, and you can just take care of the children." The babies were lying in their cribs, babbling. He put his little hands in his mouth and chewed them.
"The baby is playing by himself, he doesn't need me." Chang Xiao grinned. "Wife, are you shy?" "No, I don't have any."
"You don't need to do such a trivial thing as blow drying my hair.
I can do it myself."
Chang Xiao smiled and said, "Wife, if you keep talking, your hair will be dry soon."
"Tell me, do you want me to blow dry your hair as soon as possible, or do you want me to keep talking to you like this?"
Song Mian bit her lip, twisted her fingers together, and finally compromised. After blow drying her hair, he combed it carefully. Looking at her delicate profile from this angle, Chang Xiao smiled. This little woman is good in every way except that she is too shy and can't let go. Every time I tease her, her little face turns red like an apple. It seems that she still needs to get used to it. Feeling that burning gaze, Song Mianmian's face turned even redder, and she quickly said, well, after blowing, I'll go check on the babies. Dabeo's diaper needs to be changed. Having said that, he ran towards the children's room. Chang Xiao turned off the hairdryer and followed him in. Song Mianmian was sitting by the bed checking the baby's diaper. He took a look and smiled. It was obviously just changed. Several babies looked at their mother and babbled, as if they were really talking to her. Yeah. Sibao opened his big eyes and looked at his mother and then at his father. Chang Xiao took out a small toy, the kind that could play songs, and shook it in front of the bed. It immediately attracted the baby's attention. Yeah. Sibao stretched out her little hands and was completely restless while sleeping in the sleeping bag. If she were a little bigger, the sleeping bag probably wouldn't be able to subdue her. Last time, she directly kicked off the zipper of the sleeping bag. Chang Xiao tried to attract her, but she just wouldn't give it to him. Sibao quickly used his trump card. But it's useless. She didn't know if she realized it, but she stopped humming and looked at it seriously with her little eyes. When Dabeo and the others saw that they couldn't get it, they gave up and continued sucking their fingers. Fell asleep in a moment. Only Sibao was still awake, sucking his fingers and kicking his sleeping bag from time to time. She is always the last one to go to bed. Can stay up late too much? By 10 o'clock, Song Mianmian couldn't bear it any longer. She yawned and went to bed. She had to go to work the next day and she was afraid of being late again. Sibao, mommy is asleep, why are you still so energetic? Chang Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With my eyes open, I probably won't be able to fall asleep for a while. Ah! Sibao kicked the sleeping bag as if in response. Chang Xiao immediately understood what she meant. He remembered that every time Sibao and the other 3 children did not sleep in the middle of the night, he would pick them up and coax them, and they would fall asleep after walking around for a while. I guess this is what Sibao means. Sure enough, after I picked him up, walked him around, and coaxed him, he soon started squinting and yawning, and fell asleep in a short while. Gently pinching her little nose, Chang Xiao smiled, this child. Put them in the children's bed and cover them with a quilt. The next day, Chang Xiao prepared breakfast early and was ready to leave. Before leaving, he reminded Song Mianmian, wife, I've put breakfast on the table, eat it while it's hot, and I've packed your lunch for you. Song Mianmian was still lying in bed, looking sleepy, and she agreed dazedly, okay, I understand. Chang Xiao went to the crew. This time the shooting location was changed to the rooftop of the building next door. There's another scene to be filmed there. Several brothers agreed to enter the military academy together to realize their dreams. Chang Xiao plays Lin Yuan, an 18-year-old high school student whose dream is to enter a military academy and defend his country in the future. However, his parents oppose this, as they believe that once their son joins the army, they will see him less often in the future. They just hope that he can live a peaceful life. But Lin Yuan was in his rebellious period, and once he had the idea, it was basically impossible to turn back. This has always been his dream. After joining the army, he accidentally came into contact with alien creatures, and later faced the alien invasion together with his comrades. The difficulty of today's first scene was neither high nor low, it mainly depended on the details. Chang Xiao put on makeup and changed into costumes. On the rooftop, the actors were all very nervous before filming began. They were all taking deep breaths, looking at the script from time to time to familiarize themselves with the lines, and some were still rehearsing the lines to get a feel for them. Start. The filming of this scene went relatively smoothly, and we all breathed a sigh of relief when director Zhang said it was approved. Don't be happy too soon. The scene in the afternoon will be much more difficult than this. Director Zhang said seriously. After saying this, the originally relaxed atmosphere became tense again. Especially Chan Xin. He had seen director Zhang's ability to scold people and was a little scared. If it were another crew, faced with such a tricky director, he might have gone on strike. His agent said that director Zhang's movie was a good opportunity and that he had fought hard to get it for him. Chapter 122. The profile looks familiar. As soon as the movie is released, it will be a hit. No matter who is the male lead, male second or other supporting roles, they will basically become popular. Director Zhang, that is proof of your strength and sharp vision. All major film crews are vying for the selected actors.
Those companies are trying their best to recommend their artists here. Whether you can be selected depends on luck.
He really couldn't understand why a newcomer like Chang Xiao was the male lead.
How could he be the male lead without any company or background?
He admitted that Chang Xiao's acting skills were indeed good, but he was not yet qualified to be the leading male role in a movie, especially a big production like this.
1. There are no works. 2. No qualifications. 3. There is no company. I'm all alone.
After finishing this scene, the makeup artist quickly came over to touch up the makeup and continue to the next scene. Continuing to the previous venue, in a room, Ling Yuan talked to his parents.
Soon, the morning passed.
At this time in the school office, it was lunchtime and the teachers all went to the cafeteria.
Song Mianmian took out the lunchbox that Cheng Xiao had prepared for her.
It's still warm, and as soon as you open it, a burst of hot air wafts out, accompanied by a rich fragrance.
The lunchbox has 3 layers.
I took a quick glance and saw a sticky note lying there quietly. I picked it up and saw that it said, "Wife, 1 bowl is definitely not enough, so I specially packed 2 bowls of rice for you."
Seeing this, Song Mianmian couldn't help but blush and quickly put the note in her pocket. This guy. She talks as if she can eat a lot. It smells so good.
Several teachers who had already finished their meal walked in and smelled the fragrance. His eyes quickly locked onto Song Mianmian.
"Teacher Song, what are you eating? It smells so good." Teacher Li and a few others came over.
"Yeah, I haven't smelled this smell for a long time.
The cafeteria is full of food smells, I'm tired of it." "Teacher Song, this is something your husband prepared for you again, right?"
Teacher Wang said with a wicked smile.
Song Mianmian felt a little embarrassed and nodded. How thoughtful. Teacher Wang smelled the fragrance and couldn't help swallowing. Teacher Li, who was standing by, glared at her when she saw her greedy look and said, "Can you be more restrained?" This is what her husband prepared. Do you still want to be shameless and ask for it like last time?
I'll just take a look.
Teacher Wang muttered. Come on, don't I know what you're thinking? Not to mention that you've already eaten in the cafeteria. Teacher Song is still breastfeeding. Can you please behave like a decent person? All right. Song Mianmian felt a little awkward and wanted to ask them if they wanted to join her.
But when she saw that everyone had returned to their posts, she started eating. After eating and drinking, she tidied up her desk and returned everything to normal.
Teacher Song, do you have any recent photos of the babies on your phone? Send me a couple. Teacher Wang turned around, smiled and asked. Song Mianmian didn't say anything and just sent it over.
In one of the photos, the child was lying on the sofa. It was a panoramic shot, but unexpectedly, Chang Xiao's profile and whole body were captured.
Song Mianmian was shocked when she checked it, and by the time she reacted, it was too late to withdraw.
Over there, Teacher Wang was drooling as he looked at the photos.
Wow! He's getting prettier and prettier every day. Yes. So cute, so adorable. Teacher Li also said. Look at this look, so watery and beautiful. When can I go and see it again? As he was talking, Teacher Rong beside him suddenly asked, Hey, is this Teacher Song's husband? Song Mianmian's face froze and she began to panic. Blame her for sending it out without checking it. That's right, I see. Teacher Li touched his chin and said, Why do I feel so familiar? Have you noticed? A little bit, indeed. Said Teacher Meng Yan. This profile looks like Chang Xiao from Teacher Song's class. Teacher Li enlarged the photo and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that they looked very similar. The last time I saw Teacher Song's husband, I thought he looked very familiar. Now looking at him this way, he looks more than familiar, it's as if I've seen him somewhere before. Very familiar, very familiar. Teacher Li, you're right, it really looks like him. There are so many imaginary people in the world. Teacher Li, you may be overthinking it. How could it be Chang Xiao? Teacher Meng Yan said. Besides, didn't we meet Teacher Song's husband last time? He's not her at all, he just looks a little bit like her. That's true. Maybe I'm worrying too much. Teacher Li said. Teacher Wang smiled and said, Just look at the baby. It's not good to keep staring at other people's husbands. Song Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that they were no longer paying attention. It was so scary. If this is discovered, it will be over. It's also her fault. She didn't pay attention to the photo or the angle of the photo. I accidentally included Cheng Xiao in the photo. Well, that was a close call.
Now that the photos have been posted, it is impossible to ask Teacher Wang to delete them, right?
Wouldn't that make it seem like he was trying to cover up his guilt? Those who are suspicious will probably soon suspect Cheng Xiao.
Teacher Wang looked at all the photos, turned around and suddenly asked, Teacher Song, speaking of Cheng Xiao from your class, I just remembered, when will he come to class?
I haven't seen him since the last exam.
I contacted him before, but he said he had something to do at home so he didn't come.
Song Mianmian said seriously. Something? What could be more important than studying? Teacher Song, you should try to persuade him.
This has something to do with his future career.
What if he can't get his diploma? Teacher Li was worried. Even though the student has good grades, we can't do this.
I have never seen such a willful student.
Song Mianmian nodded. Got it, I'll contact you after get off work.
In the evening, she told Cheng Xiao what happened today.
Honey, do you think this will be exposed? Song Mianmian was very nervous.
Cheng Xiao said helplessly, No, you are just worrying too much.
Besides, even if they find out, what will happen?
I don't believe that it is illegal for two adults to get married.
But I'm older than you, and the relationship is sensitive. What's the big deal?
He's just 3 years older.
I don't mind.
Cheng Xiao smiled and said, Don't worry. If they really find out, we can still make a good living with our store.
No matter what others say.
But.
No buts, just put your heart back in your stomach. Song Mianmian frowned and sighed.
It would be a lie to say she wasn't worried. She has been feeling nervous ever since the photo was sent out.
Okay, let's eat and stop thinking too much.
This time, Song Mianmian ate half a bowl of rice and went to take a shower. I still feel depressed when I go to bed.
Okay, don't worry about it. It's okay.
At worst, you can just hold on until I graduate and then quit your job.
We don't need money anyway. But Okay.
Cheng Xiao hugged her and said, Go to sleep. I'll take care of anything that happens. Time flies, and soon it is the day of wrapping up.
Chapter 123 Tanchang Hotel, consider it? Now we are shooting the last scene, which is the ending. He drove away the alien invaders and lived happily with the heroine.
After the two of them went through hardships and got together, Cheng Xiao portrayed that look vividly. Yan Nuan on the opposite side looked at his eyes and expression, which were full of love and doting. If she hadn't known that Cheng Xiao was cold and indifferent, she would have almost believed it was true.
I can only say that the acting is very good. The emotions reflected in the eyes can easily make people fall in love with them.
If he didn't have a wife, maybe I could pursue her, but unfortunately he already has one, and they even have a child. Yes, she was sure that the baby she saw in the last photo were definitely his. If the parents are not good looking, they will never be able to give birth to such a good looking baby. Every time I asked this guy, he was unwilling to answer and was cold and indifferent. Halfway through the shoot, director Zhang suddenly yelled cut.
Yan Nuan, what's wrong with you? Are you still distracted during filming?
Director Zhang frowned.
Sorry, director, let me do it again. It took one retake to get it through.
The filming of Super Guardian has been completed. When director Zhang announced the wrap, the entire crew cheered.
Phew! It's finally finished. During the past half month of filming, I don't know how many times I got scolded. Especially Chen Xin.
I got hit the most when director Zhang pointed at my nose and scolded me for my poor acting skills and that I was not suitable for acting.
I endured it all.
I used to not take director Zhang's reputation seriously, but now I finally understand it. Xiao Chang, you can't miss the wrap party later. Director Zhang said we should drink together to celebrate. After the filming, Cheng Xiao was about to go to the dressing room to remove his makeup when the assistant director came over. The director invited me personally, so it's just a meal, so it's hard to refuse.
I had no choice but to agree.
The assistant director smiled and said, Okay, I'll go tell the director then. After removing my makeup and costumes and cleaning up, the assistant director came over to inform everyone. Everyone stay here for a while, take some pictures together, and then go to Hotel Maria for dinner and drinks.
This is a necessary process after the filming is completed.
Those who go there are the main characters and important supporting actors. The producers will also go there to get to know the cast, which will be of great help in future acting careers. After everyone had packed up, we set off by car.
Cheng Xiao drove there by himself.
The crew specially booked a large private room. When Chang Xiao entered, everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The actors were all sitting together. Yan Nuan waved to Chang Xiao and said, "Chang Xiao, there's a seat here." "Is this the actor you are particularly sure of?" At this time, a middle-aged man asked Director Zhang next to him. "Yes, this young man will have a very good future. After all, his acting skills are there, so his future achievements will not be low." "This is the first time I see you so optimistic about a young actor," the middle-aged man said with a smile. The two of them praised Chang Xiao generously, and several actors looked envious. "Now that Director Zhang has such high hopes for you, will you still be short of movies to shoot in the future?" "So envious. I heard that Chang Xiao doesn't have a company team behind him and relies entirely on his own strength." The dishes were served one after another and the banquet began. "Come, have a drink, and wish us a happy wrap," the assistant director shouted, and everyone started toasting. Yan Nuan smiled and asked, "Director, have you decided when the film will be released? We can't wait to promote it." Yeah. The specific time will be announced later," Director Zhang replied. "There is still a lot of work to be done after the filming. The most important thing about this movie is the special effects, even the details have to be paid attention to." The wrap-up banquet was halfway through and everyone was immersed in the joyful atmosphere of wrapping up the film. Chang Xiao, who was drinking water, felt a pair of naked eyes staring at him, as if they wanted to stare a hole in his body. It was so hot that there was no way to avoid it. He looked up and saw that the person looking at him was a slightly fat middle-aged woman with a shiny gold bracelet on her hand. There was a smile and greed in his eyes. Chang Xiao frowned, instinctively feeling disgusted by this kind of look. Yan Nuan, who was standing next to him, also noticed this situation and realized that Chang Xiao was being targeted because he was too handsome. "Chang Xiao, this woman is the producer's wife. She is famous for abusing handsome men. You should be careful," she reminded. Chang Xiao raised his eyebrows. "The producer's wife? Her husband is here, yet she dares to blatantly set her sights on others. The couple are playing their own games, no matter what. Anyway, you should be careful. No matter what she says, just don't be fooled." "Do you think I look like such a stupid person?" Chang Xiao said lightly. "That's not likely. Okay, let's eat, and then we can leave here quickly after eating," Yan Nuan said embarrassedly. The producer is the middle-aged man who was talking to Director Zhang. He is not stupid and must have noticed this situation. Just turn a blind eye. Which of the things this woman didn't he know? I just don't bother to care. When it was almost over, Chang Xiao stood up and said goodbye to Director Zhang. Director Zhang has decided to give the leading male role in the next movie to Chang Xiao. When he asked him what he thought, Chang Xiao just said he would think about it and left. It aroused the envy, jealousy, and hatred of everyone. "See, I told him he has no shortage of roles to play, but you still didn't believe me." Even though he works in other people's studios, the director still thinks highly of him. "This is something you and I can't compare to." Yan Nuan looked at Chen Xin standing aside. Chen Xin snorted. "Without the support of the company, it won't last long. Just wait and see. Is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent?" Yan Nuan was really speechless about this guy. There is no cure. Chang Xiao went to the underground parking lot and was about to open the car door when a fat figure appeared not far away. He was wearing a pair of high heels and looking at him intently. The look in his eyes was like he was looking at prey. She had already set her eyes on him the moment Chang Xiao entered the private room. This face was the most handsome and beautiful one she had ever seen, and she couldn't just let it go. She doesn't think any male actor would refuse her conditions. In order to get resources, those young handsome guys are eager to climb into her bed. "Ma'am, is there anything I can help you with?" Chang Xiao asked. "Don't play dumb, young man. You should know why I came to see you." The middle-aged woman laughed. Chang Xiao chuckled. "Sorry, I really don't know. You want to continue to develop in the entertainment industry, I can help you." The middle-aged woman said, "I think you will be satisfied with the conditions I offer. I know a lot of people in this circle who can help you. If you want to make a movie, I can invest." Director Zhang's movies are not a long-term solution. Do you think he will really give you the next movie he promised you? Why would he choose you among so many actors? You still have to rely on a capable person to gain a firm foothold, like me. As she spoke, she took out a room card and said, "Sky City Hotel, would you consider it?"
Chapter 124 You're going to be famous.
Looking at the room card handed over, Chang Xiao couldn't help but smile.
Thank you so much, Auntie. I have no interest in continuing to develop in the entertainment industry.
He had no interest in the entertainment industry and he only made some fame by filming 2 movies, which he would use for live streaming to sell goods in the future.
The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment, then a little annoyed. You actually rejected me? Do you know who I am? I know.
Your husband is a producer and you are the producer's wife.
Then you dare to reject me? I only like you because you look good. Don't be shameless. The middle-aged woman sneered. Do you believe that I can ban you from the entire internet in a minute? Sure, I don't care.
Chang Xiao shrugged, looking indifferent.
You.
Seeing that Chang Xiao was not moved by her words, the middle-aged woman became so angry that her face turned blue. Chang Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and wanted to go home urgently.
Auntie, if there's nothing else, I won't keep you company.
After saying that, he drove away.
I'll remember you, little bastard.
When driving out of the parking lot, Chang Xiao received a transfer message.
A full 30 million. The note is the remuneration he received from filming. For a newcomer in the entertainment industry, this pay is quite high.
He didn't plan to tell Song Mian about this for the time being, for fear of scaring her.
We'll talk about it later. When I got home, it was already dark. Song Mian was sitting on the sofa coaxing the babies. The TV was on and playing cartoons.
Several babies were lying there, staring with their eyes open without blinking, their little expressions so cute. Maybe I was so engrossed in watching that I didn't even notice my dad came back.
Song Mian didn't notice it either.
When Chang Xiao approached, he was startled.
A pink fist came over, and she looked depressed. Why are you walking without making any sound? You scared me to death. It has a sound, you just didn't notice it.
When the babies heard their father's voice, they realized that they were extremely happy.
Is it finished? Song Mian asked.
Chang Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "It's finished.
I can spend more time with you at home from now on. Who wants you to accompany me?"
she said in a muffled voice. Chang Xiao took Debeo in his arms, glanced at the other little ones, and said, "Wife, I think we really need to buy a baby seat, the kind that can be placed on the sofa. It's not comfortable for babies to lie down all day long. They should come out and sit occasionally to exercise their waist strength. However, you can't sit for a long time, as that is not good and can easily cause problems."
Song Mian thought so too. Nodded, "That's fine." Chang Xiao turned on his phone. Let me see if there is any wholesale online. I can buy some in case a customer needs it.
After a careful search, I found it. In addition to baby seats, we also wholesaled some other items, but the warehouse probably doesn't have much stock left.
Where is Mom?
Chang Xiao realized that his mother-in-law was not there and asked in confusion.
Mom went out to buy eggs. Are you hungry?
I'll go cook first.
As soon as I walked into the kitchen, I received a call from Li Jin. Answer the call. Before he could say anything, he heard an excited voice from the other end of the phone. Brother, have you finished filming? Yes. Then do you know that you are going to be famous?
Let me tell you, the crew of Superpower has started to release promotional footage on major video apps. It can be said that it has become popular before it is even aired.
Everyone's comments are all about your looks and acting skills.
Wow, the first behind-the-scenes video they posted had tens of millions of views.
Chang Xiao was speechless. How do you know? I've watched it on every video platform, so of course I know. I'm so envious.
Director Lin also posted the behind-the-scenes footage of the drama we filmed, which attracted a wave of fans.
You can say that we are a dark horse. I really can't imagine the box office of your movie.
As Li Jin spoke, he became more and more excited, and his tongue was almost tied.
It's like I'm the one who's on fire. What a joy.
Chang Xiao was fine and didn't feel much, but this was beyond his expectations.
You called just to tell me this?
I'm still driving and will soon arrive at your house.
Let's have dinner at your house tonight. Chang Xiao?
This guy, it was too sudden.
Don't worry, I bought gifts for your little darlings. Li Jin grinned. Okay, it's getting late, we need to hurry. Okay.
After hanging up the phone, Chang Xiao opened the Douyin app on his phone.
I checked Super Guardian. Sure enough, as Li Jin said, the video has been viewed over 10 million times and is still rising. This way of operating is really awesome.
I opened the comments section and took a look at the first few comments.
Wow, this is such a handsome actor with great acting skills, why didn't I know about him before? I've never seen him before.
I heard that he is a newbie who was discovered by the director of this movie. He is really a treasure boy.
Director Zhang's vision is as good as ever. It's really handsome. I look forward to the movie's release. The following comments are basically the same.
After looking around, I turned off my phone and started cooking. After a while, my mother-in-law came in with eggs, put them in the refrigerator, and then hurried over to help.
Mom, go and have a rest.
You must be tired from taking care of the babies these days.
Leave it to me.
Chang Xiao said.
Okay.
The mother-in-law smiled.
Just as I finished cooking, the doorbell rang. Song Mian was full of confusion. Who would come to knock on the door so late at night?
When I opened the door and saw it was Li Jin, I was stunned for a moment.
Hi, sister-in-law, nice to see you again. Li Jin grinned.
After saying hello, he came in carrying things, and there was no doubt that the bag contained things bought for the babies.
I'm sorry to bother you and your wife so late at night.
He felt embarrassed facing Song Mian.
Song Mian said, it's okay. Time to eat. In the dining room, Li Jin opened up his mouth and talked non-stop. Brother, you are going to be famous. When this movie comes out, it will be a hit.
You didn't see the jealous look on Wang Chang's face. He was so angry that he insisted that you did something shameful to get director Zhang to praise you.
Seeing him talking incessantly, Song Qin was confused and didn't understand what he was saying. Does that mean I'm going to be famous? She asked. Li Jin nodded, it's more than just becoming famous, it's about making a lot of money.
Brother Xiao is going to get rich. Chang Xiao was eating calmly, as if he was not the one being talked about. Seeing that only Aunt Song was listening, Li Jin felt as if he had found a soulmate. He began to explain in a chattering manner, and the two of them soon started chatting. The guy was talking with great excitement, and the couple looked at each other, both speechless.
After dinner,
Song Mian was a little worried. If you become famous, you will be a public figure and will have to live under the eyes of many people.
What if we go out and get photographed one day? Chapter 125, Lace is still the best. We'll talk about this later. There's no rush. Chang Xiao was neither anxious nor impatient. What if they found out? Just make it public. We are all adults, who can say anything? The worst that can happen is that I can just quit my job as a teacher.
If Song Mian had not disagreed, he would have asked her to resign long ago.
Teachers' salaries are not high, and he is exhausted every day.
After washing the dishes, the couple sat on the sofa to coax the baby, and Li Jin sat over.
Chang Xiao glanced at him and said, it's getting late, aren't you going home yet? I'll be back soon. I told you the good news, but you're sending me away like this? Li Jin said sadly, besides, I came here mainly to see the babies. I haven't seen them for many days. Can't I come and see them if I miss them?
The babies blinked their eyes and looked at him, as if they had no impression of Li Jin at all, their eyes full of curiosity. Li Jin stretched out his hand to Sibao. Sibao, uncle will hug you. Sibao looked at him, then at his father and mother, then buried his head, unwillingly, and even retracted his little hands.
Now even Sanbao is unhappy. No matter how you use toys to seduce her, it's useless. Li Jin was confused. What happened to these little guys? They didn't even want their toys. No respect at all. Chang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Look, they don't want you to hold them. Li Jin pretended to be sad. Babies, do you really not want your uncle?
He also held a small glowing balloon in his hand. At this time, Debeo suddenly stretched out a little hand. The little eyes stared straight at Li Jin, and the cute look was so adorable that it melted people's hearts. Let uncle hug you and I'll give it to you.
Debeo didn't resist. Li Jin then smiled again, looking at Chang Xiao with some pride. See? Debeo still let me hold him.
Chang Xiao really wanted to say, you are still too young.
As a father, doesn't he know Debeo's personality?
Now he lets you hold him, and when he gets the toy.
Humph. As expected.
As soon as Debeo got the balloon, he started to struggle, twisting his little body and looking reluctant. Li Jin realized belatedly that the little guy was just after the balloon. After getting the balloon, he made an expression that said, "I'll be angry with you if you don't let me down." Li Jin had no choice but to put him on the sofa and let him play by himself.
A low sigh. Okay, I won't stay any longer. I have something else to do. I'll go back first. Li Jin went to the door. Song Nian gave Chang Xiao a look, asking him to at least see him off. Chang Xiao put the baby down and sent him downstairs. When they got downstairs, Li Jin asked seriously, "Brother, do you plan to stay in the entertainment industry for a long time?"
Chang Xiao shrugged and said, "No." He knew that once he entered this circle, he would have to rush to respond to various announcements day and night, and also have to film movies and commercials, which was very tiring. It would be great if he could start his own small business or open a company.
Going to film is just for a business opportunity.
He won't do anything without a goal, it's just a waste of time. Okay, if I were you, I would probably take advantage of this popularity and sign a contract with a good company. But, you have that small shop, so you have enough money to spend and you are happy and comfortable.
As for me, I just have to work hard to make a living. Li Jin smiled. As if thinking of something, he asked, "How much is the pay for this movie?" "Not bad, 30 million.
The air was quiet for a few seconds.
For a while. What the hell?
What did you say,
30 million?
Li Jin was shocked and almost thought he had heard it wrong.
They've just started filming the movie, and they've already been paid 30 million.
You know, although Chang Xiao is very powerful, his current identity is a complete newcomer. Director Zhang is so generous to give so much to newcomers. He admitted that he was envious. The air smells of lemons.
Brother, I admire you so much. You are so awesome. 30 million is enough to last a lifetime.
The important thing is to improve your acting skills.
Don't just focus on the present.
Chang Xiao patted his shoulder. After sending the people away, Chang Xiao returned home and prepared to take a shower and go to bed.
Song Nian had already put the children to bed in their cribs, found some pajamas and prepared to take a bath.
This time I dug out the kitten head pajamas I had worn before.
"Wife, do you want to wear this?"
Chang Xiao walked in and said with a smile.
Song Nian glanced at him. "Is there a problem?"
"There's no problem, but this dress isn't as pretty as the last one.
I think the lace one looks better." "Say that again." Song Nian couldn't help but blush.
She was too lazy to listen to him, so she walked around and went straight to the bathroom. Looking at her back, Chang Xiao's mouth curled up.
This little woman is still shy even though they are already an old married couple.
After taking a shower, Song Nian learned her lesson this time and blew her hair dry in advance to avoid Chang Xiao finding an opportunity to tease her again.
"What are you looking at? Go take a shower."
Seeing Chang Xiao staring at her, Song Nian rolled her eyes.
"Yes, sir."
When he came back from taking a bath, Song Nian had already fallen asleep in bed, and so were the babies, except Sibao. Still looking at me with a pair of big eyes.
"Sibao, why aren't you sleeping yet?"
Chang Xiao smiled and scratched her little nose.
"Yeah.
She doesn't seem sleepy yet, her little mouth is turned upside down and she is smiling." Chang Xiao knew what she was thinking and gently picked her up to comfort her.
"This process has to happen every day. Otherwise I won't sleep. I wonder how this little girl tormented her mother when she stayed overnight in the hotel arranged by the crew. I can clearly feel that my wife looks a little haggard during this period. I have to work and take care of the children. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I might as well go buy some supplements and take the kids to the store to have a look. I've been bored at home for half a month.
The main reason is that it is not convenient for my mother-in-law to take the children out alone. It is impossible for her to push 4 strollers with her own hands.
It is tiring enough to take care of the children every day. My wife has to go to work again. I won't take any acting jobs for the time being.
I'll just stay at home and spend more time with my wife and children." After coaxing Sibao to sleep, Chang Xiao also fell asleep. The next day, Chang Xiao got up early to make breakfast as usual.
Today was the weekend and he didn't have to go to school. Let Song Nian sleep a little longer.
It was exactly 8:30 when breakfast was ready.
Song Nian reluctantly got up from the bed and yawned. "What time is it?"
"It's almost 9 o'clock, get up and have breakfast, we still have to go out later."
After washing up and coming to the table, Song Nian suddenly became energetic.
"What a rich breakfast today."
Song Nian smiled.
Song Qin sat aside and said, "You are still sleeping at this hour." You should learn from Xiao Chang and get up early to make breakfast.
Song Nian Nian felt embarrassed. I know, Mom. I'll try to get up earlier next time.
My stomach was growling with hunger, so I picked up a burrito and started eating. After eating and drinking, the couple set off with the baby.
Chapter 126. The name sounds very impressive. Buy something first, then go to the store to have a look. There is a big shopping mall over there on T&I Street. Chang Xiao drove all the way towards the shopping mall. Did we go to the wrong place? Song Nian Nian asked in confusion, thinking that they were going to a store. You're not in the wrong place. I'll take you to buy some things. You're not going to buy clothes again, are you? Didn't you buy them last time?
No need to buy them again.
Song Nian Nian's first thought was luxury goods like clothes.
She already has all these things, but she doesn't need them at all.
It's not clothes. I'm taking you to buy some supplements. You look a lot worse recently.
You've been working hard taking care of the kids.
I'm going to give you some supplements. Song Nian Nian's heart suddenly warmed.
It turned out that he came here to buy these. He thought of it before she did. After arriving at their destination and parking the car, the couple pushed the babies into a store. Chang Xiao bought some high-quality bird's nests and other supplements.
These are all quite expensive.
However, compared to the clothes she bought last time, it was much cheaper, so Song Nian Nian didn't say anything. She had come from the days of splitting every penny into two, so she naturally knew how useful money could be at a critical moment.
Don't dare to say anything too presumptuous.
After thinking about it, Chang Xiao bought some more for his mother-in-law.
After buying, I put the things in the trunk and headed to the store.
Wang Jing was diligently greeting customers at the door. He was stunned when he saw two familiar figures pushing 4 baby carriages over. After realizing what was happening, he grinned. When Chang Xiao approached, he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Brother, you haven't been to the store for more than half a month, right?
Are you really confident in leaving it to me? Come on first. It's cold outside and the child can't stand it."
We pushed the babies into the store, and when they saw the familiar environment, they kicked their legs happily.
Chang Xiao put them behind the cash register.
Looking around, I saw that the 3 people had already divided the work. Zhang Yu was in charge of cashiering and packing, Lin Yan was in charge of sales, and Wang Jing was handing out flyers outside. Neither of them expected Chang Xiao to come back suddenly.
Everyone was very happy and came over to say hello.
Lin Yan missed the babies so much and wanted to go and play with them, but there were customers coming in continuously, so she had to focus on the things at hand.
Chang Xiao looked at Wang Jing and asked, "How is the new employee?" "It's pretty good.
They are all very hardworking. I have already given them a trial period and the first batch of wages has been paid."
"There are guests coming. Go ahead and get busy. We'll talk after you're done." Chang Xiao looked towards the door. Customers came in one after another.
Some of them were old customers. When they saw the babies finally appear, they stretched their necks to look.
"Look, I haven't seen you for more than half a month. The babies have grown up a bit." "Yeah. It's getting better and better. Don't mention it. I miss them." Someone couldn't help but ask Chang Xiao, "Boss, what happened to you in the past half month? I haven't seen the babies for a long time." "That's right. I've come here many times, but I haven't seen the baby."
Chang Xiao smiled and said, "Something happened temporarily. I went back to my hometown and was delayed for half a month."
Wang Jing secretly gave a thumbs up.
The man lied without even blushing. Before I knew it, it was time for lunch.
Wang Jing is preparing to order fast food. Chang Xiao said, "Everyone has worked hard over the past half month. I'll treat you to a big meal today." Several people were stunned for a moment. Lin Nian said, "In that store. Let's open it in the afternoon. Let's talk about it after dinner." Chang Xiao booked a large private room at a nearby restaurant.
Wang Jing made a special check and found out that the restaurant was nearby and the starting price per person was about 3,000.
That was really generous.
After finding the location of the restaurant, as soon as I walked in, the waiter came to greet me.
"Hello, do you have reservations?"
Chang Xiao took out his cell phone and showed it to her. The waiter immediately made a gesture of invitation and said, "Please follow me."
After sitting down, Wang Jing deliberately sat next to Chang Xiao and asked, "Brother, how is your filming going? Is it finished?" After asking this, Lin Yan and the others also looked over. Um, when will it be released? I can't wait to get your box office.
Wang Jing rubbed his hands excitedly.
I don't know either. The director will notify you when the time comes. What's the name of your movie? Let me search and see if there are any behind the scenes footage.
Wang Jing said with a smile.
Super Guardian.
Wang Jing said, the name sounds very impressive, I'll search it.
I opened Weibo and searched, and actually found the account certified by the crew.
It contains movie makeup photos, behind the scenes footage and so on.
Wow. Brother, your makeup photo is awesome. So handsome. Wang Jing said.
Chang Xiao was helpless. Keep your voice down, don't scare the child. The babies opened their eyes and looked around.
Lin Nian was teasing them.
The beautiful little sister is the favorite of Debao and Sanbao. They laughed so hard because of her amusing herself.
Song Nian also took a look at the makeup photo and felt slightly touched. Chang Zhao's appearance is indeed impeccable.
At least so far, she has never seen anyone more handsome than him. Especially this makeup photo, it looks even better.
I guess any woman would be moved when she sees him, right? No wonder so many people pursued him before. He is a top student and handsome, which is the most likable. If she were a student, she would probably not be able to help but like this boy.
There is no doubt that she is very lucky to have met such a perfect man and have him become her husband. Wang Jing flipped through the behind-the-scenes footage and watched all of it, even Chang Zhao's fighting scenes that didn't require a stunt double.
He was simply in awe of him. So awesome.
Brother, look at these comments, they are going to go viral. Wang Jing said excitedly. Everyone is praising Chang Xiao for his amazing acting skills, and his amazing looks alone have attracted a lot of fans.
Let's eat. We'll talk later. The dishes have been served on the table one after another.
Chang Xiao kindly picked up some food and served soup to Song Nian, which was clearly stimulating the single guys.
I think this meal is for watching you and teacher Song show your affection.
Wang Jing said while eating. Yes, boss, you also have to consider the feelings of us single guys.
Lin Nian echoed.
Song Nian's face had already turned red when she heard them say that. She nudged Chang Xiao with her elbow and said, eat your own food, don't pick it up for me.
Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Chang Xiao smiled, not avoiding others at all. Song Nian wanted to hide under the table.
During the meal, the three of them had their mouths filled with dog food, and such delicious food suddenly didn't taste good anymore. When checking out, many people were queuing up, and when they saw the 4 babies, they all looked surprised.
I've seen twins, but I've never seen so many. It's amazing. Someone gave a thumbs up. They are all so cute and adorable.
Their parents have really good genes.
That should be my parents, right?
They are such a perfect match.
Why do I feel that boy looks familiar?
At this time, a girl pointed at Chang Xiao.
Chapter 127 Happy New Year to everyone.
Her companion next to her stared at Chang Xiao carefully and said, it's true.
I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh. I remember now.
The girl slapped her brain and said, he's the handsome actor in the upcoming movie Super Guardian that we found, Chang Xiao.
Oh my god, I must be dreaming, I actually met him in person. He's really handsome.
He looks even better in person than in the behind-the-scenes footage.
Hurry, go get an autograph and take a photo.
Chang Xiao and his friends had just paid the bill and were about to leave when they turned around and saw 2 girls blocking their way.
Are you Chang Xiao? The leading girl asked excitedly. Chang Xiao reacted immediately and realized that he must have seen the behind-the-scenes video sent by the crew. He didn't deny it, but nodded, what's the matter? Can we take a picture with you?
The girls were very excited. If Chang Xiao agreed, then the 2 of them would be fans who had taken photos together before Chang Xiao became famous.
Those people will be so jealous in the future. Group photo? Chang Xiao frowned.
Wang Jing standing by was envious. He had just finished filming and his fame had spread out. There were girls on the street who knew him and asked for photos with him.
Very nice.
He couldn't help but come to Chang Xiao's side, nudged him with his elbow, and grinned. Brother, you have fans so quickly, that's amazing, at least you are the first group to ask for a photo, why don't you agree?
Even Song Nian said, Wang Jing is right. Wife, aren't you jealous? If you mind, I will reject them.
Chang Xiao smiled softly.
Song Nian's face immediately turned red, and she said speechlessly, I didn't, isn't it normal for fans to take photos with you? Why should I be jealous? I'm glad I'm not jealous.
When taking photos with female fans, my wife is right next to me, so I have to ask for her opinion.
He didn't want to make his wife angry because of a stranger.
Chang Xiao agreed to take a photo together.
They were both very happy and Lin Nian helped take the photo. The former can be described as handsome from every angle.
He is very tall, handsome, and makes the two girls' eyes full of stars.
But the two saw some babies. One of the girls asked uncertainly, "Brother Chang Xiao, are you married?" Chang Xiao admitted it generously, and then took Song Mian into his arms. "Yes, this is my wife." The two girls looked at each other and said, "Ah, they're getting married.
She is so young, and looks like she just graduated from college."
"Then the baby is yours too?"
"Yes." Seeing him admitted in public with a bunch of people watching, Song Mian was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into the ground. Her face turned red.
"Your wife is so pretty and has a great figure." "Yeah, the babies are super cute too."
The two girls looked envious, but the man's wife was also pretty, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. They really looked like a perfect couple. It is said that celebrities in the entertainment industry basically do not get married early, and even if they are married, they will not announce it for fear of affecting their careers.
Normally, a handsome and young actor like Chang Xiao should still be single. However, that is their own business. Even if they are single, they look down on ordinary people like them. So don't worry about it. After taking the photo, they left and went to the store.
Eating a meal had already taken up quite a bit of time. I had just opened the shop door and tidied up when a customer came in. Chang Xiao continued to work at the cashier counter. Zhang Yu was in charge of packing, Song Mian and Lin Nian were in charge of sales, and as for Wang Jing, he continued to distribute flyers outside.
This is the peak period, with many people coming and going. So busy that I have no time to rest.
By the evening, they were busy and ran out of goods, so they asked Wang Jing to bring another truckload of goods.
The day passed in such a busy manner.
Maybe it's because it's close to the Mid-Autumn Festival, there are more and more people here, and the turnover is increasing day by day.
It's a good phenomenon.
When they got home in the evening, the couple counted the accounts and found that their turnover in the past half month had exceeded 4 million.
About 4.5 million.
After thinking about it, he directly sent 1.35 W to Wang Jing.
This is a huge sum of money for a student.
Wang Jing couldn't even imagine that he could make so much money after working hard for half a month.
He almost thought he was dreaming.
I was extremely poor a month ago and had to borrow money from my roommates even to buy something nicer.
Now I can finally hold my head up high.
I have saved more than 2 million yuan and bought the car I wanted.
It's a little money.
He planned to save the money carefully and give some to his parents. The two old people had spent a lot of money to support his studies over the years, and it was time for them to enjoy their lives.
Wang Jing's roommates have all seen some of his recent actions.
He would leave school after class every time, and would not play games. He became like Chang Xiao, mysterious and would not go no matter how much he was invited. This made several people very confused, and when they asked him about it, his answers were very perfunctory. This made them even more curious, and they planned to follow him one day to see what this guy was up to. Here, Chang Xiao finished the account and smiled. "Wife, let's save this money first, and open a chain store when we have enough. Before that, build your reputation first." The reason he took the role was to attract traffic to himself, and then sell goods through live streaming when the time is right. He wanted to make their store famous, and then open a factory and create his own brand. These all need to be considered carefully. I told Song Mian about this idea, and she agreed without giving it much thought. You can make the decision on these. As long as Chang Xiao is around, she believes that life will get better and better. Well, go take a shower, it's getting late.
Good.
After the couple finished washing, they prepared to wash the babies. The little ones have grown up a little and have become much more obedient. They are not as noisy as they were when they were 2 or 3 months old when taking a bath.
They are very satisfied as long as they are given a toy.
Only the fourth child was not very adaptable, but after being given toys, he immediately became quiet and babbled.
After washing, dry it quickly.
While blowing Sibao's hair, Chang Xiao chuckled. "Wife, Sibao's hair should be cut.
It's already too long."
Song Mian took a look and found that the baby's hair had never been shaved since they were born. At that time, some people suggested shaving the baby's hair after 1 month, so that the baby's hair would become black and shiny in the future. She was very busy at that time, running back and forth between school and home every day, so she neglected it.
"Okay, let's go tomorrow." She nodded.
After changing the baby's clothes in the children's room, Chang Xiao went to the kitchen to make milk powder.
It's feeding time.
The babies were still sucking their fingers, and Chang Xiao brought over a few bottles of milk. After feeding, he looked at Song Mianmian.
Honey, let's go buy some milk powder tomorrow. We don't have much at home.
It will only be enough for a few days. I also need to buy some tools for making complementary foods. The babies are over 4 months old, and it's time to add some complementary foods.
Okay, let's go tomorrow.
Song Mianmian felt a little tired today, so she coaxed the baby to sleep after a while.
Chapter 128 Divine Medical Skills.
It was already past midnight and the babies were a little exhausted and fell asleep after playing for a while. Chang Xiao was just about to go to sleep when the system suddenly spoke. Congratulations to the host for taking care of the baby for 60 days.
Reward, God-level medical skills. It's been 60 days?
Chang Xiao sighed, time flies by so fast.
However, divine medical skills. The mind entered the system and looked at the annotations below this divine medical skill. Both Chinese and Western medicine can cure all kinds of diseases and detoxify all kinds of poisons. They can bring people back to life and even bring people back from the hands of death. So awesome? Chang Xiao raised his eyebrows. The things produced by this system are just different. Maybe even cancer can be cured.
Today's medicine does not have the technology to completely cure cancer, and even if it does, it will probably take several years.
After thinking for a while, he asked, System, can this divine medical skill cure cancer? System.
After waiting for a long time without any response, Chang Xiao was too lazy to ask again.
After closing the system page, I felt like there was a lot more information in my mind.
This information was deeply engraved in his mind, as if it had always belonged to him. He felt that even if he was in the operating room now, he could complete a major operation quickly. After thoroughly accepting this information, close your eyes, activate your sleeping skills, and fall asleep in seconds.
The next day,
Chang Xiao had just finished making breakfast when he received a video from director Zhang on WeChat. It is a clip from a movie with special effects. I have to say that director Zhang really spent a lot of money this time, and the special effects are very realistic, no worse than those European and American blockbusters. It is worthy of his production. In addition, director Zhang has very high requirements for the actors' acting skills, and the plot is also quite good.
This movie can't be that bad. Xiao Chang, what do you think of this? Director Zhang asked with a smile. Chang Xiao replied, Sure, that's good.
The film will be released after the new year. The special effects will still need some time to be polished. I will inform you of the specific release date then.
Director Zhang said. Chang Xiao nodded.
The special effects of a movie are the most difficult. If they are not polished well, it will easily fail even if the actors have good acting skills. After that, it has to pass the review of the radio and television. Only then can it be officially scheduled for release. After finishing the chat, Chang Xiao continued to make breakfast, and when he was done he called Song Mianmian to get up. When the family was sitting in the dining room, Song Qin, who was drinking soy milk, suddenly said, Mianmian, your cousin's eldest son from your aunt's family is seriously ill. I heard he is dying.
Let's go over and take a look. Cousin? My eldest cousin? Song Mianmian put down her chopsticks. Yeah. Song Qin nodded, her face full of worry.
She's only 27 years old, so young, and she's already.
Song Mianmian asked, when will you go there? This cousin was Song Qin's cousin.
When Song Qin was sick as a child, she lent money to help her and her daughter.
She was a very nice person, and Song Mianmian always remembered her. You have to go and see it anyway. Chang Xiao asked, what's wrong? My eldest cousin's eldest son, my cousin, is seriously ill and is dying. I'm going to go see him. Song Mianmian said. She vaguely remembered that this cousin was very nice to her when they were young and she would share everything good with him. But she rarely saw him after her mother stopped communicating with her parents. I didn't expect to get such a serious illness. Serious illness. Chang Xiao thought about the God-level medical skills that the system rewarded him yesterday, and maybe he could give it a try. Mom, I'll go with you. I can drive. Song Mianmian glanced at him and asked doubtfully, you don't have to go. Mom and I will be back soon. Besides, it is not convenient to bring a baby. Song Qin said, since you have obtained the marriage certificate, you are husband and wife, so you must go together. What about the babies? Song Mianmian asked. Take it with you. Ah, this. So, after finishing breakfast, the family packed up and drove off. An hour later, we arrived at an old neighborhood. Find the specific house number. Knock knock. Knock on the door.
Soon, the door was opened from the inside, revealing a woman with a haggard face and half-white hair. When he saw Chang Xiao and the others, he was stunned for a moment.
Cousin. Song Qin shouted. Are you Song Qin? I didn't recognize you. Come in.
Song Yun never expected Song Qin to come to her suddenly and was not prepared.
She wiped her hands on her apron and went to pour some water.
You guys take a seat, I'll go get some tea, the house is a little messy, don't mind.
Song Mian looked around and suddenly felt a little sad.
My cousin had a good marriage before and was considered one of the better off relatives. But now she has ended up like this because of trying to treat her son's illness.
It's also fate. How is Xiaofeng? Song Qin asked.
Song Yun sighed, the situation is not very optimistic. The doctor has asked us to prepare for the funeral.
She had 2 sons. The younger one was already abnormal and the older one was seriously ill. The family almost went bankrupt and even had to sell their old house.
I want to continue treatment, but I have no money for the follow-up. Let's go see Xiao Feng.
Song Yun nodded and led them to open the door of one of the rooms. The room was dim, with almost no sunlight coming in.
A sallow-faced man was lying on the bed, with sunken eye sockets and looking extremely thin. The exposed arms were just skin and bones.
Song Qin frowned. How could this happen?
Seeing her son lying on the bed like this, Song Yun couldn't help but shed tears of heartache. The doctor said that treatment was meaningless and would only cause Xiaofeng more pain. He was taken back from the hospital a week ago.
He couldn't borrow money for treatment. I knew it was difficult for you, so I didn't ask for anything. Forget it. Further treatment would be a hassle.
I don't want him to die in such pain.
Song Qin also felt distressed, as all parents in the world do.
At this time, Chang Xiao suddenly stepped forward, sat on the edge of the bed, and grabbed Xiaofeng's wrist.
3 people? Song Mian quickly asked, Chang Xiao, what are you doing?
I've learned some things from a friend who studies Chinese medicine before, so I came to see how my cousin is doing.
A Chinese medicine friend? Song Mian was puzzled as to why she didn't know that he had a friend who was a doctor.
I looked at my aunt, afraid that she would mind. My cousin sighed and said, it's okay. Chang Xiao felt his pulse and found that the condition in his body was indeed serious.
Many organs had basically failed. To put it bluntly, Xiaofeng was now terminally ill and was about to die. It is indeed impossible to cure it with current medical technology. But it doesn't mean he can't be cured.
His condition is indeed not good, but he can still be saved. After hearing these short sentences, Song Yun's originally cloudy eyes suddenly brightened up.
Song Mian couldn't help it. Chang Xiao, what are you talking about? Isn't this just rubbing salt into my aunt's wounds?
I'm already very sad about my son's affairs.
Wouldn't it be irritating to hear you say this? Song Qin also felt that what Chang Xiao said was a little inappropriate. Chapter 129, Cutting Baby's Hair. This case is indeed hopeless in Western medicine, but it can still be saved in traditional Chinese medicine. At the very least, it can allow my cousin to live a little longer. Chang Xiao said. This requires acupuncture. With some medicines, there is still hope for recovery. Song Mian was dumbfounded.
Where did Chang Xiao learn these things?
Are you really a friend? Why is she a little unconvinced? Song Yun didn't want to miss this opportunity, then how should it be treated? Acupuncture. Song Yun never thought of using traditional Chinese medicine for treatment, as she felt that it was too slow.
Western medicine was more effective, but in the end it could not save her son's life.
Chang Xiao gave her hope. This needs some preparation. I'm going to go out and buy some things.
After saying that, he hurried out, and Song Mian followed closely behind him.
She wanted to find out what was going on. How come Chang Xiao suddenly knows Chinese medicine? In the car, she quickly asked, what's going on? When did you learn Chinese medicine? Didn't I tell you before?
I learned it from my friend.
You are lying. You don't have any friends who know Chinese medicine, right? Song Mian is not stupid. Besides, if the hospital can't cure it, how can it be cured with just one acupuncture treatment? It's complete bullshit.
Wife,
please believe me.
Chang Xiao looked straight into her eyes. When we arrived at our destination, we bought acupuncture needles, which had been sterilized, and some Chinese medicine. After returning, Chang Xiao drove everyone out and then stayed in the room.
Xiaofeng was still unconscious. He turned the person over on his back and took off his shirt. Start.
According to the method in his mind, Xiaofeng's back was soon filled with needles.
Remove it after half an hour. Ahem. A violent cough sounded and Xiaofeng slowly opened his eyes.
Seeing a stranger in his room and dressing him, Xiaofeng said weakly, "You are." I felt so weak that I couldn't move at all.
Okay, come in.
The three of them walked in and saw Xiaofeng lying on the bed, already awake.
Song Yun ran over and said, "Xiaofeng, are you awake?"
After saying hello, the three of them left the room, leaving the mother and son alone for a while.
After a while, Song Yun opened the door and came out. Getting ready to cook, Song Qin said helplessly, "Don't bother, just take good care of Xiaofeng, hey."
Chang Xiao had already bought the Chinese medicine and explained to Song Yun how to boil it and how much to prepare.
Just call him if you have any problem.
After chatting for a while, the three of them prepared to leave. Before leaving, Song Yun wanted to give the children some red envelopes, but was rejected by Song Qin.
"Oh, what red envelope? What can a child buy? Just keep it for yourself and buy something good for Xiaofeng."
The two talked for a long time, and finally Song Yun sighed and stopped talking.
On the way, Song Qin asked, "Xiao Chang, can this really be cured?"
Able.
Song Qin sighed. Now all she could do was try. To put it bluntly, she had to give it a try.
The reason why she believed in Chang Xiao was that this kid had always been steady and cautious, so he must have his reasons. Song Mianmian just felt that Chang Xiao's skills were endless, as if he knew everything.
How many secrets does he have?
Chang Xiao did not drive home directly, but went towards Tianai Street, intending to buy some milk powder at the milk powder store and cut the baby's hair. I chose a milk powder store, which is a chain store like the one I bought milk powder from last time.
As soon as we entered, a staff member came over and asked, "Do you need any help?" "We are here to buy milk powder." "Okay, please follow me."
The salesperson was about to introduce the model when Chang Xiao specifically asked for the one he had bought last time.
I ordered 3 large boxes directly. The salesperson was shocked.
When I saw a few babies, I immediately felt relieved. They have a lot of children, so naturally they bought more.
Quadruplets, so cool. A big customer for sure.
Those who come to buy milk powder are all mothers, and when they see the 4 babies, they feel particularly impressed. What I admire most is how Song Mianmian, as a mother, maintains her figure.
Just like a girl.
She has given birth to not just 1 but 4 children. I don't know what method she used to maintain this figure.
These babies are so cute.
They are all so good looking. Our child inherited his father's ugly appearance.
He didn't inherit any of my good qualities. Look at other people's babies.
They are as delicate as dolls.
Who says it's not?
2 mothers discussed that they were extremely disgusted with their own babies.
Song Mianmian felt embarrassed after hearing this.
After buying the milk powder, he checked it carefully and found no problems. He then bought a food supplement machine and other equipment to make supplementary food for the baby to supplement nutrition.
Are we buying too much?
Song Nian whispered as she looked at the 3 boxes of milk powder.
Not much, it saves me from having to run around later. All right.
After buying these, I took the babies to a nearby barber shop.
Shave the babies' heads.
In the barber shop, Chang Xiao was sitting on a chair, holding Debeo in his arms, and the barber was giving the little guy a haircut. He was fine at first, but later he started crying and struggling non-stop. Except for Sanbao, everyone else was crying with tears and snot. Especially Sibo, he looked so aggrieved, with tears streaming down his face and his little mouth pouted. The barber stopped and continued crying. She didn't calm down until Song Mianmian took out a toy from her bag and gave it to her.
After cutting my hair, I prepared to go back.
The babies' necks are covered with broken hair, and they need to go home and wash them. After returning home, I quickly gave the baby a bath and put him in the crib.
Cheng Xiao sat by the bed, pinched the babies' faces and amused them. Song Mianmian sat down next to him.
She had many questions in her mind but didn't know where to start.
My cousin's aunt was too anxious and only thought about saving her son, so she didn't think about other issues at all. My mother trusted Chang Xiao more and thought he had his own ideas. It's not that she didn't believe him, she just thought it was all too magical.
My cousin was sick, and Chang Xiao happened to know medical skills.
Did he really learn something from someone before?
Indeed, he had a strong learning ability and learned many difficult courses by himself.
It's not surprising to learn some Chinese medicine techniques.
The strange thing is, my cousin's doctor advised him to give up treatment, so why could Chang Xiao guarantee that he could be cured?
Seeing Song Mianmian's hesitant expression, Chang Xiao knew what she was thinking and chuckled. Do you want to ask me about medical skills? Song Mianmian felt embarrassed when her thoughts were exposed, but she nodded anyway. I certainly didn't learn this from my friends.
In fact, I learned this when I was very young. The dean who adopted me at that time was a very good Chinese medicine doctor, and I learned a lot from him.
Chang Xiao smiled. Find a reason. It's impossible to give up the system, right? Song Mianmian finally believed it, but still asked, really?
Real.
Okay, I believe you.
Seeing that she believed it, Chang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of thing really could not be explained.
Even if I explain that it is a reward from the system, will she believe it?
I would just think he was possessed.
Chapter 130. I've never been so speechless. Honey, I feel you are so great.
Song Mianmian suddenly put her arms around Chang Xiao's waist and buried her head in his back. Chang Xiao smiled, turned around and touched her little face. Don't forget, your husband is omnipotent. The two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing.
Well. Seeing his parents showing their affection, Debeo seemed a little unhappy.
He groaned twice and kept kicking his legs against Chang Xiao, looking unhappy. The babies all had their heads shaved, and now they all had big bald heads. Chang Xiao picked up Debeo, touched his bald head, and said with a smile, our Debeo has a big bald head now.
Honey, do you have any thin hats at home?
Put them on the babies to keep them cool and prevent them from catching cold.
Song Mianmian nodded and went to look in the cupboard.
I quickly found some thin hats and put them on all four of them. Bao and Sibao were girls, so their hair was not shaved bald. Instead, it was cut short, leaving some sparse hair on their heads.
So cute. When Song Mianmian saw the little ones like this, she couldn't help but laugh. Okay, honey, you watch over them. I'm going to cook and put the milk powder I bought in the storage box. Good. Today Chang Xiao plans to stew some fish soup for Song Mianmian and make some light food.
The weather has been dry recently and she is feeling a little irritated. The fish scales were removed in 2 quick strokes, and then the belly was cut open. Wash in place, chop the ginger and garlic, tie the green onions into a knot, and put them in the stew pot. Then I started washing vegetables and cooking, and everything became a habit.
Xiao Chang, who did you learn such excellent cooking skills from?
Song Qin walked in from outside, ready to help, and when she saw Chang Xiao's knife skills, she exclaimed in admiration. Chang Xiao smiled and said, I learned it from a friend of mine who owns a restaurant. At that time, I was doing odd jobs in his restaurant, and I learned some of it from him.
Well, that's good. I'll wash the vegetables. No need, Mom. Go and rest.
Oh, by the way, Xiao Chang, your cousin asked me to send you her contact information.
Song Qin just remembered. Thinking of Xiaofeng's appearance, she couldn't help but sigh.
No matter what the result is, even if it means living a little longer, Song Yun will feel some comfort in her heart. Poor parents in the world. Chang Xiao took out his cell phone and added his cousin's contact information. Then continue cooking.
During the meal, Chang Xiao suddenly asked, Mom, is my cousin's condition hereditary? Song Qin thought for a moment and said, I only found out about it later.
I thought it would be fine after treatment, but I didn't expect it to develop to such a serious level. As for whether it is hereditary, it is still unclear. Chang Xiao was silent for a moment. In this case, he had to go to the hospital to check if there was an invisible cause of the disease. Otherwise, it would be difficult to determine and it would be impossible to tell just by taking the pulse.
He thinks the disease is likely hereditary.
For example, Xiaofeng's father is fine, but his grandfather may have died of this disease.
It is passed down from generation to generation, and some descendants may not inherit it. It all depends on who is unlucky. I think it might be genetic. Genetic diseases are the most difficult to treat, so it's no wonder that hospitals are powerless. Song Qin paused for a moment and asked seriously, Xiao Chang, can Xiaofeng's illness be cured? Song Mianmian also looked at Chang Xiao nervously.
Chang Xiao took a bite of the food and said, there is hope, but it's not 100% certain.
As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I think my cousin will not give up. Song Qin said. Song Mianmian also said, "Indeed, with my cousin's personality, she will not give up. Many of my cousin's organs have failed. He needs some medicine to keep himself alive.
With a few more acupuncture treatments, he should be in good condition,"
Chang Xiao said. After finishing their meal, the couple returned to the children's room.
The babies were already asleep.
Chang Xiao said, "Wife, you should rest too. I'll ask the dean if there is any way to treat this disease." Song Mianmian did not have any doubts and quickly went to the master bedroom to rest. "After traveling back and forth by car today, I can't help feeling a little tired."
Seeing Song Mianmian go out, Chang Xiao felt a little tired, so he lay down on the carpet and fell asleep quickly.
I woke up again to the crying of babies. I'm hungry.
I quickly went to the kitchen to prepare milk powder and fed him, and he felt better.
Sibao's eyes were covered with tears from crying.
Chang Xiao took out a new pack of tissues from the drawer and prepared to use them. Turning my eyes, I saw a silver box at the innermost part of the drawer.
It looked very ancient and had carvings on it. What's this?
I took out the box with doubts, opened it, and found a cloth bag.
Unfold the cloth bag and you'll see a set of silver needles. This set of silver needles is much more exquisite than those in pharmacies, and has a faint gloss on the surface. Is this a reward from the system?
Not expecting the system to answer on its own initiative, Chang Xiao entered the system with his mind and took a look. In addition to the reward of God-level medical skills, there was also a set of God-level silver needles. Only with this rescuer can you have the ability to snatch people from the hands of death.
Ordinary silver needles can only keep your life temporarily. Chang Xiao has never been so speechless.
Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were going to reward me with the silver needle?
This system rewards things with half of the goods? Too unreliable. Forget it.
For the sake of his medical skills, I don't want to bother with it.
Put the silver needle away and find another opportunity to visit your cousin.
I took out some tissues and quickly wiped the tears of the 4 babies, then put them on the sofa.
Stay in the living room for a while. Song Mianmian slept for the whole afternoon and felt much more awake. Seeing Chang Xiao watching TV with the babies, she sat over and asked, "Honey, what are we having for dinner?" Hungry? Yeah. How could I not be hungry this afternoon? Look after the baby for a while, I'm going to cook. Oh, okay. After eating and drinking, the family sat on the sofa and chatted.
Chang Xiao is now very confident that he can cure his cousin. As long as he has this set of silver needles, it shouldn't be a problem.
Wife, I'm going to visit my cousin tomorrow. Why? Didn't you say that you wanted my cousin to take medicine for a while? How come? I asked the dean this afternoon and he told me the method. I feel there is hope. Really? Upon hearing that she was saved, Song Mianmian opened her eyes wide and became a little excited. Then I'm going to work tomorrow. You can go over and take a look.
Let me take care of the child first.
That's exactly what Chang Xiao thought.
The medical knowledge from ancient times to the present was deeply imprinted in his mind. The diseases that were difficult for him to treat before were now as simple as possible, but they had not been put into practice yet. The next day, Chang Xiao said hello and set off for Song Yun's house. If one person walks alone, he will go faster and soon arrive at the old neighborhood.
Song Yun didn't expect Chang Xiao to come here today.
She was stunned for a moment and said, "Xiao Chang, what are you doing?"
I came to check on my cousin's condition.
Yesterday I consulted a senior Chinese medicine practitioner friend, who said that my cousin's illness can still be cured.
It's just a matter of time. Chapter 131. The more you describe, the worse it gets. Upon hearing the good news, Song Yun was pleasantly surprised. Really? Really, I'm going to check on my cousin. How was he last night? I'm feeling fine. I drank some porridge this morning and said my throat didn't hurt as much anymore. Under normal circumstances, he usually doesn't want to eat in the morning. He will only eat something when he is really hungry. Chang Xiao opened the room, walked in, and checked Xiaofeng's condition.
He was indeed better.
But it's still serious. Aunt, please go out for a moment. Song Yun nodded and went out. Xiaofeng, lying on the bed, was still awake. Song Yun had already told him Chang Xiao's identity. Don't talk yet. It's not too late to talk after it's done.
Chang Xiao deftly pulled off his clothes, turned him over, and started giving him acupuncture. Soon the back was densely packed with needles.
Take it off after half an hour.
His technique was quick and skillful.
Xiaofeng didn't feel any pain and fell asleep unknowingly.
When everything was settled, he put away the silver needle and opened the door.
How's it going? Song Yun asked quickly. It's nothing serious. Just a few more acupuncture treatments and some medicine and it will be fine. Song Yun didn't know what to say at this moment.
If she had to say, she was skeptical.
After all, the hospital couldn't treat it properly. How could a few injections bring the patient back to life?
However, in order to save her son, she didn't want to miss any opportunity.
Still choose to believe.
After leaving his cousin's house, Chang Xiao returned home.
Take your baby to the store.
The traffic on Monday is not as good as on the weekend, but it is still very busy. Taking advantage of the free time, Chang Xiao went to the room at the back of the store to make a bunch of small desserts, took them to the cash register, and prepared to send them out when customers bought something. Wang Jing came over and complained, "Brother, those guys in the dormitory knew about my car purchase yesterday and are asking me how I made the money."
What should I say?
He didn't expect these guys would follow him. One of them was a big mouth and quickly spread the news. Now all the teachers know that he bought a Mercedes-Benz. I looked for him several times in one day, thinking he had done something illegal and wanted him to confess the truth. He just glossed over it and said that his father made a little money at home. The teachers did not pursue the matter any further, but it is unknown whether they really did not pursue the matter.
Those guys in the dormitory didn't believe it at all and kept asking questions. You don't have to say anything.
As the saying goes, the more you explain, the more suspicious it becomes. Just insist that the money was earned by your family.
Chang Xiao said.
He knows those guys well, and there's nothing he can do to you even if you insist.
Speaking of which, brother, when are you going to class? Those people in the class are talking about you every day. Are you on the run because you did something wrong?
Speaking of this, Wang Jing was speechless. Those guys are just making wild guesses and spreading rumors.
Chang Xiao said calmly, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about what other people do.
Just take care of yourself. Brother, have you ever thought that when your movie is released and becomes a big hit, there will be more troubles?
Wang Jing thought about this problem. They will all graduate by then.
Even if the relationship becomes public at that time, it won't be a big deal. He has already left school, and the school can't possibly continue to control students who have already graduated. As for my wife's job, if it doesn't work out, she can just quit. Anyway, she is just a substitute teacher now. Once Teacher Lin arrives, it will depend on her wishes whether she wants to stay or not. Being a teacher is hard work and the salary is not much, so Chang Xiao does not recommend her to continue.
That's true. Wang Jing sighed, alas, I'm busy now.
Chang Xiao and Teacher Song have never been able to make their relationship public because of this relationship. From what he said, it seems that Teacher Song prefers the job of a teacher, so she has always.
If he was an ordinary person, it would be fine.
It is not uncommon for college students to get married.
The problem lies in the identity of the teacher.
After a busy day, in the evening, Song Mianmian took a shower and talked to Chang Xiao about what happened at school today. Wang Jing was a student in her class. The teacher asked her to ask Wang Jing where the money came from and whether his family was really rich, for fear that he had done something illegal. Song Mianmian naturally knew Wang Jing's background, and she immediately assured him that the money was not obtained from bad channels, but was given by his family with their earnings.
With her as a witness, those teachers finally stopped.
But there were a few who were suspicious. However, this is also out of concern for the student's situation and not wanting him to go astray.
You have an important class tomorrow. Are you going to attend it? Song Mianmian asked suddenly.
I really can't miss class now. The teachers would ask about my situation every few days.
As a student, how could I ask for leave every day? It doesn't make sense nor reasonable. Chang Xiao nodded. Since my wife said it is important, then let's go. The next day, the couple went out together and went to school.
As soon as they arrived at the school gate, Chang Xiao got out of the car, and the two of them went their separate ways like strangers. Wang Jing was packing his things in the dormitory, and his roommate beside him was chattering non-stop.
Wang Jing, we often play together, so we are good brothers, right? Now that you have become rich, do you not care about us brothers?
That's right.
You bought the car but didn't tell us. That's really mean of you.
That's right.
Chang Xiao's arrival made the originally noisy dormitory quiet.
What a rare guest, Chang Xiao, why do you think of school today? One of them spoke up to break the silence. Yes, you have a very good relationship with Wang Jing, so go and persuade him to find some way to make money. Chang Xiao packed up his textbooks, which he would need for class later. He glanced at them and said, "There is no way to make money."
Didn't everyone say that?
My family made some money, and my parents bought me a car.
I will use it to get married after I graduate. What's the problem with that?
After they thought about it, it seemed that there was indeed no problem.
But that's a Mercedes.
What a life Wang Jing had before. He often borrowed money from us.
Isn't his sudden wealth too sudden?
If my guess is correct, this Mercedes-Benz costs more than 300,000 yuan.
Where does their family get so much money? The two of them didn't believe that their family had become rich. No matter how he bought it, it seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Also, have you never heard of the word installment? What if he bought it in installments?
Wang Jing secretly gave a thumbs up, admiring Chang Xiao's eloquence so much.
It can be done in installments.
No matter how he explained it, he couldn't explain it clearly.
Are you still good brothers? You are so mean.
I have explained to you many times that this is my family's money, not mine. After they did that, now everyone in the school knew that he had a Mercedes-Benz. Although the acting skills of the rich second generations in school are nothing, it is hard not to be suspicious when a poor student like him suddenly buys a car.
Chapter 132. This kid actually went to make a movie.
Chang Xiao was not soft-spoken, and he was not afraid of offending anyone, so he said directly, "If you really regard Wang Jing as a brother, would you tell this to everyone in the school?" Such a soul-searching question made the two men silent immediately. Wang Jing leaned aside and thought it was a good question. "It's fine if you just keep it to yourself, but what will you think if everyone knows it?"
Forget it, forget it. Just know it now. He is upright and honest. Don't worry about anyone causing trouble. Let's go, it's time for class.
Chang Xiao glanced at Wang Jing, and Wang Jing hurried to follow.
After the people left, the two people in the dormitory looked unhappy. Isn't it just a question? Why are you being so serious about it? I think they are in the same group. Maybe they are doing something outside.
Maybe it's just like what the class said, he committed a crime and is on the run.
That's right. In the classroom.
Chang Xiao suddenly came to class and the class exploded.
The students started discussing it one by one. Chang Xiao hasn't been to school for a month, right? I wonder what he's been doing.
I heard he committed a crime and has been hiding ever since.
If he had committed a crime, would he just stay here? There has to be a limit to spreading rumors.
At this time, a female classmate said,
"TSK, then what do you think he is doing? How can he raise a child outside?"
As soon as he finished speaking, the teacher walked in from outside.
The teacher is here. Chang Xiao looked up and saw that the teacher for today's class was Song Mianmian.
When facing the students, Song Mianmian's face was full of coldness, without a trace of her usual smile.
A real ice goddess.
Ever since they found out she was married, these guys no longer dared to make fun of her.
Teacher Song was quite scary when she got serious. Attend class. The students opened their textbooks.
After the class, Wang Jing sat next to Cheng Xiao and said, "Teacher Song is always like this in school. His eyes are a bit scary." When she arrived at the store, her expression changed. She was like an older sister next door and was very considerate to customers.
This is what is called changing one's face faster than the weather. Scary? Chang Xiao glanced at him.
Feeling the pressure from his eyes, Wang Jing immediately put on a smile. "No, not scary, I mean serious and earnest."
Senior Wang Jing.
At this time, a soft female voice sounded. Wang Jing looked up and saw a pretty girl, a lowly type, standing in front of him. He remembered that he was also in the finance department and was in his second year.
Is there anything wrong? If you want to hand a love letter to my brother, forget it. He already has a partner.
Wang Jing waved his hand.
Lowly whispered, "Well, this is not for Senior Chang Xiao." "Who is that for?"
"I don't have the habit of collecting love letters for others."
"This is for you," said Lowly. "What?"
Wang Jing widened his eyes in shock.
It was actually for him. This is the first time in my life that someone has sent me a love letter. This.
Chang Xiao raised his lips and said, "This is given to you by a young lady.
It's not easy for someone to like you, so just accept it."
Wang Jing was excited and nervous.
He calmed down, took a deep breath and said, "Junior, are you playing a prank?"
It's incredible how such a good thing could happen to him.
He didn't even know what people liked about him. He is not good at height, appearance, or studying. I have a little money now, but few people know about it. Prank? Why should I play a prank?
I have liked you for a long time, but I have never dared to.
Loli's expression was a little confused. She mustered up her courage to come here today.
Wang Jing was still a little dazed. He felt that all this happened too suddenly and he needed to calm down.
Take the love letter first, Chang Xiao said.
After receiving it, Loli ran away with a shy look on her face. Brother, this is the first time someone has handed me a love letter in these 4 years of college.
Chang Xiao looked over and was speechless.
I saw that this guy was so moved that he was crying.
Can you please be more thoughtful? It's just a love letter, isn't it? Okay, look at it. I'm going to go back first. Remember to bring the book back to the dormitory for me. Oh, all right.
Wang Jing didn't dare to be so willful as Chang Xiao.
If he really failed the exam, he would be finished. If he couldn't get his diploma, his grandfather would skin him alive. Chang Xiao said hello to Song Mianmian and took a taxi back.
She still has 2 classes.
In the teacher's office at this moment. Teacher Song, has Chang Xiao returned to class? Teacher Wang asked. Song Mianmian nodded, coming.
This is really willful. It would be fine if he didn't come for a few days, but he didn't come for a month.
Which school students would be like this?
He will graduate in 2 months, and he has exams in a few days.
Teacher Li also said. If you keep asking for leave like this, you might as well just stop going to school.
Song Mianmian felt extremely embarrassed, but she didn't know what to say, so she could only nod her head. She wanted to go back and see if she could give him some tutoring, as she was also afraid that something might go wrong.
Hey, let's not talk about this anymore, let's talk about something else.
At this point, Teacher Wang's tone changed, and he looked at Song Mianmian with a smile. Teacher Song, is my brother-in-law free recently?
What's wrong? I want to go see the babies.
They should be more than 4 months old now.
Teacher Wang said, they must be so cute. Teacher Li said speechlessly, you are just doing this for a bite of food, aren't you ashamed enough of the last time you packed up your bags? That's called not wasting food, okay? Isn't Qingzhou promoting the Clean Plate campaign now? Teacher Wang said stubbornly. Song Mianmian thought about it and nodded, there is time. How about this Saturday?
We'll bring the vegetables over so you don't have to buy them. Teacher Wang set the date with an excited look on his face.
Song Mianmian was embarrassed, sure. Then it's settled.
Teacher Wang was very happy at the thought of eating delicious meals again.
Teacher Li shook his head helplessly. This is the world of foodies.
At this moment, Teacher Meng Yan, who was playing with her mobile phone, suddenly exclaimed, "Ha!
What's wrong?" Several people looked over. Why does this person look so familiar?
Meng Yan was watching a short video when a movie clip came into her eyes.
Press the pause button and look carefully at the protagonist in the video. Teacher Wang leaned over and looked at Teacher Meng Yan's cell phone. Isn't this classmate Chang Xiao?
When Song Mianmian heard that it was Chang Xiao, her heart tightened.
Thought I discovered something. This kid actually went to make a movie. Teacher Wang was in disbelief.
Several teachers looked over and it was indeed Chang Xiao.
I said he didn't come to class every day, it turns out he went to film a movie. Teacher Li frowned.
Teacher Wang smiled and said, don't mention it, this child is quite good looking. He is indeed suitable to be a star.
Song Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she was photographed together with them. Startled.
Teacher Rong said, indeed, but it is better to focus on studying at this stage. You can shoot however you want after you graduate successfully.
Chapter 133. You can even turn me into a little cockroach. It looks like the official account has already started promoting it.
I'm afraid that if it becomes popular, it will affect the order of the school and the students will also be affected. This video has such a high number of views, I guess some students have watched it. It's not that you are not allowed to chase stars, but there is a big star in the school, and the students are just there to watch the fun, so do you still want to take this class?
It's not an art academy like a film school, so it's normal to have celebrities. The teachers were all a little worried. Song Mianmian walked over, looked at the behind-the-scenes video, and forced a smile. Isn't there a date on it? It will be released after the new year.
Chang Xiao will graduate in 2 months, so it shouldn't have any impact. What she said made sense, and several teachers nodded.
That's right, hee, I'll go to the cinema to support it then. Teacher Wang said with a smile.
Teacher Li looked at Teacher Wang and said with a smile, "You are such a fool." "Then it's a deal, everyone come and show your support, I'll book the whole place."
"Sure, don't regret it when the time comes." Teacher Meng Yan also said. "Whoever regrets is a puppy."
When Chang Xiao returned home, it was already noon.
Song Qin was taking the babies to the balcony to get some fresh air. The window was open and a breeze blew in.
Sensing a sound in the living room, Song Qin turned around and said to the babies, "Little ones, your dad is back." Then she picked up Sibao and headed towards the living room. Sibao is closest to his father, and sometimes even his mother doesn't want him.
Sure enough, when he saw Chang Xiao, Sibao suddenly became happy.
He kicked his legs happily and mumbled something in his mouth, but no one knew what he was saying. There was saliva all around the little mouth, and one hand was even in the mouth.
This child really likes you and depends on you.
Every time he comes back, he is so happy.
Song Qin couldn't help laughing.
After taking Sibao from his mother-in-law, the child immediately buried his head in Chang Xiao's chest, babbling.
"Too cute."
The other three heard the familiar voice, looked up from the stroller, and when they saw it was the father, they narrowed their eyes and smiled.
"Well."
Bao opened his grape-like eyes and stared at Chang Xiao. The front of his scarf was almost soaked with saliva. After playing with the baby for a while, he hurried to cook.
After dinner, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Niannian came back.
Seeing her strange expression, Chang Xiao thought something had happened and asked, "What's wrong? You look depressed." "Nothing, the teacher at school saw the footage of you filming the movie and was worried that if you became famous, it would disrupt the order of the school."
"Then wife, you can help me explain it, right?" Chang Xiao smiled.
"You will graduate in 2 months, and you will have exams in a few days.
The teachers don't want you to be on leave all the time, and they all want you to go to school.
This leave is indeed a long time."
"I know, honey. You've told me this no less than 100 times.
Chang Xiao put his hands on her shoulders and said with a smile.
"Do you think I'm being too long-winded? I'm doing this for your academic sake. If you don't have your diploma, wouldn't these 4 years of study be in vain?"
Song Niannian attached great importance to the issue of Chang Xiao's graduation certificate.
"It took 4 years. It's impossible to take the college entrance examination again, right?"
When it comes to this issue, she becomes particularly serious.
"Do you think it's too long-winded? That's unfair." Chang Xiao had a bitter face. "Wife, you can't misunderstand me. I know my wife treats me the best. How could I think you are nagging? It's so unfair. You just have no patience with me."
"You should be more patient with your ex-girlfriend than with me."
"You can go find her." Song Niannian snorted and glanced away. "Another ex-girlfriend."
"Ever since we talked about breaking up last time, my wife would bring up her so-called ex-girlfriend from time to time when she was angry, and then she would get so angry that she almost died."
"It's too difficult."
He had no relationship with that woman Lin Feifei at all. They were not in the same department and had no chance to meet each other.
This was too unfair. Moreover, at that time, sometimes I couldn't even see her, so how could I have the patience for her? Wife, I swear, you are the only one in my heart. What you think is simply not true." Chang Xiao raised 3 fingers. "If I lie to you, I will become a dog in my next life, okay?" Finally, Song Niannian was made to laugh. "You're still a dog. I think you should become a woman. You're responsible for giving birth to children." "Okay, sure. As long as you're not angry, you can turn me into a little cockroach." "That won't do, it's so disgusting." "Xiao Chang, you're so cute, how can you be disgusting?" The two chatted and laughed, and soon it was time to coax the baby to sleep at night. Song Niannian couldn't resist the sleepiness and went to bed first.
After the babies fell asleep, Chang Xiao had time to open his mobile phone and check the logistics. The batch of goods he ordered would arrive tomorrow. Including baby seats and other things, there are many new goods. Time flies, and soon it is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Song Qin decided to take her daughter, son-in-law and babies to her hometown in the countryside to live for a few days. There was no sign of bustle in the city, especially in the high-end residential areas. Everything was still the same as usual, except that there were more cars coming in and out, many of them returning to their hometowns. As for the matters in the store, Chang Xiao hired another person. Wang Jing's parents asked him to go to their home to celebrate the festival, so it would probably take several days. He asked Lin Yan and the others if they wanted to go back for the holiday. If they did, they should suspend business for a few days and come back after the holiday.
If he doesn't want to, he will ask someone else to come and help.
The two insisted on working and had no intention of going home. Most of the store matters were handed over to Lin Yan, who was experienced and adept at dealing with these business issues. I feel relieved to leave it to her. Now that the things in the store have been resolved, I can go to the countryside with my wife and others with peace of mind. The kids have never been there, so it's a good opportunity to take them there to see the world.
This is the first time Song Niannian has returned to her hometown in the countryside since going abroad.
Before, she wanted to escape far away and was unwilling to face the many bad memories there.
But now it's different.
She has her own happy family and is slowly letting go of some things.
After all, that's where she grew up.
Baby, I'm going to take you back to your mother's hometown soon.
Are you happy?
The children are now 5.5 months old and can sit up by themselves. The stroller has also been changed from a lying position to a reclining position. The child grows fast and the changes are the biggest. His skin is fair and tender, and his eyes are big like grapes.
He is so cute when he blinks. The weather is cold, and everyone is wearing warm clothes. They look even cuter with a small hat on. Song Niannian is very good at matching clothes for her children, and they are very fashionable. Sibao's little hands were waving, as if he was about to speak. So adorable. Honey, are you ready? Song Niannian held the children's necessities in her hands and looked towards the bedroom. Chapter 134. Are you not welcome to me?
Okay. Chang Xiao packed a big bag of things and put it in a suitcase, most of which were for the children. You need to bring more clothes for the babies, as well as diapers and other things. Song Qin also took a small bag and packed some clothes to change.
Everything is ready, let's go.
Soon, the family went to the underground garage and drove off. It took 2 hours to reach the destination. Several babies have fallen asleep, snoring.
As long as they get in the car, the little ones will sleep soundly and will not wake up.
The car stopped in front of the house in her hometown.
Song Niannian got out and glanced around.
The environment is no different from before, still the familiar brick and tile houses, but because of the Mid-Autumn Festival, there are more people. There are still firecracker remnants at the door of each house.
As soon as the babies got off the car, they opened their eyes curiously and looked at the unfamiliar environment. There is still no change at all. Song Qin sighed.
After several people entered the house, Chang Xiao observed the house. In the past, among the neighbors, his mother-in-law's conditions were probably the worst, and it was obvious.
The decoration is very sloppy. Some places are just brick walls without any cement. Wife, is this where you have lived since you were a child? Chang Xiao asked.
Song Niannian nodded, yeah. I lived here before I went abroad, and I never came back. Even the Chinese New Year was spent in a rented house outside.
It's a little dirty and a little torn, don't mind it. Song Niannian said in a low voice.
Chang Xiao touched her head and chuckled, how could that be?
Since it's my wife's home, it's also my home. Who would dislike their own home?
Next, the three of them cleaned up the house. Lay out the quilts in the cupboard one by one, sweep them, and wipe the table and chairs. It was already afternoon when we finished cleaning. Feeling a little hungry, Chang Xiao and Song Niannian went out to buy groceries. When the two drove out, they were seen by neighbors who were gathered together chatting.
Hey! When did that family come back? I haven't seen them in years. Who knows? Could it be that the house was sold to someone else? Otherwise, only they and their daughter could afford the car? I think so too. I guess it was sold to someone else. How about we go take a look? It's the Mid-Autumn Festival anyway, so it doesn't matter if someone has bought it or not, it won't hurt to take a look. As they talked, several people went over there together. In town. There are usually no vegetable markets in small towns like this. Vegetables are sold at roadside stalls or by elderly people, including pork. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival, and the streets and alleys are very lively. I should have brought the babies out to see the world earlier. Chang Xiao smiled. Let's not go. There are so many people here. Pushing the babies out will only hinder traffic. It won't be too late to play when there are fewer people. The good looks of the two attracted passers-by who kept looking back. This guy is so handsome. Yeah, the girls around him are also very pretty. They just suit my taste.
We actually have such handsome men and beautiful women in this small place. Those who were talking were a bunch of crazy girls. As Chang Xiao looked over, he saw quite a few spirited young girls and boys chatting on the roadside. There were motorcycles parked there, the kind that could carry 4 or 5 people at a time.
He brags so much.
The couple went for a walk and bought a bunch of vegetables to take back.
Making dinner tonight. People in the countryside all use wood stoves.
I heard that the food cooked in that kind of stove is the most delicious. After arriving home, I parked the car at the door. Before I entered the yard, I heard voices chatting coming from the main room. When I opened the door and went in, Song Qin was sitting at the door of the main room, and opposite her was a group of women. You and your daughter have finally found a good son-in-law after all the hardships you've endured.
Yeah, you look a lot younger than before. Nian Nian is so lucky.
When the couple walked in, several people noticed them immediately.
Oh, is this Nian Nian?
She's grown so beautiful.
Look at what you said.
You were beautiful before, and you are even more beautiful now.
The young man looks good.
Several people praised.
Song Nian Nian greeted them politely one by one. Then prepared dinner.
Finally, the man was sent away and Song Qin breathed a sigh of relief.
Turn around and help wash the vegetables.
It was completely dark, and at 8 o'clock in the evening, a large table of dishes was ready.
The fragrance is very nice.
The dishes cooked in this wood stove are more fragrant than those cooked with natural gas.
The aroma fills the entire living room, whetting one's appetite just by smelling it.
Before the last dish of soup was served, Song Nian Nian couldn't help but pick up her chopsticks. Song Qin beside her gently patted her hands.
I've told you so many times. You've already started eating before everyone is seated.
Today is Mid-Autumn Festival, and it's not like any other day, Song Qin taught him.
Usually you don't let me eat first.
You still know not to let Xiao Chun come to the table, and you're already picking up your chopsticks.
Song Nian Nian curled her lips. I know. Put down the chopsticks silently. Chang Xiao brought out a big bowl of soup and placed it in the middle. Why aren't you eating? The food is cold.
Mom, don't wait for me in the future.
Eat if you're hungry.
There's no such thing as rules for a family. Chang Xiao saw Song Nian Nian's aggrieved face and knew what had happened.
Song Qin smiled and nodded.
After the meal, the babies woke up and the family sat at the door to enjoy the moon. On the small table next to it were the cut mooncakes. Song Nian Nian was playing with the babies when her cell phone suddenly rang. At a glance, it was a video call from Monli.
After connected. Sisters, today is Mid-Autumn Festival, how are you and your wife spending it?
Monli's face appeared on the phone screen and she asked with a smile. I went back to my hometown with my mother.
Huh? Why do you want to go back to your hometown? It's so much fun outside. There are only many people in the countryside during the new year. Monli said casually. Song Nian Nian said, bring my husband and children to see it. Very nice. Monli looked envious, thinking how great it was to have a husband and children. Song Nian Nian switched to the rear camera and took some pictures of the surrounding environment. Wow, the moon is so close, it's pretty good. This is the door of my house. Do you want to come over? I have a few days off.
The best feeling is to admire the moon up close and eat mooncakes. Monli took a sip of tea and said slowly, it's a long journey, so I won't go. However, I originally wanted to stay in your new home for a few days, but it seems that there is no chance now.
You can't come even if we are at home. Song Nian Nian said speechlessly.
There are only 4 rooms, 2 for children, 1 master bedroom, and my mother already lives in the second bedroom.
There is nothing extra. Why? Are you not welcome to me? Or does your husband not allow you to do so? Monli pretended to look sad.
Chapter 135. These little guys are really annoying. Oh, she wanted to stay at her best friend's house for a few days but was rejected.
Rejected. Although it's not nice to disturb the couple, can't she just not disturb them? Just coax the baby as quietly as a chicken. I am not happy to have one more person to coax the baby. Snort. It's not that you're not welcome, it's that we have no place to stay. Song Nian Nian said awkwardly. What? Your house is so big, 150 square meters, and you say there is no place to live? Song Nian Nian, can you find a better excuse? Monli was about to swear. It's so sad. It's obvious that you don't want her to live there.
Song Mian explained helplessly, there are only 4 rooms, the master bedroom, 2 children's rooms, and my mother lives in the second bedroom.
Where will you sleep? On the sofa or on the floor? It's okay to sleep on the sofa. I finally have a holiday.
I haven't seen the babies for a long time, about 2 months.
Monli looked resentful. But the problem is that I'm in my hometown now.
I'll probably have to stay here for a few days and won't be able to go back.
Ah. How many days do you want to stay? I only have a week's vacation. Monli said.
About 3 or 4 days.
Then tell me when you get home. I want to go see the baby. Okay. Turn the video so I can see the babies. Song Mian pointed the camera at the little guys.
I haven't seen you for the past 2 months. You've grown up a lot and look more like you and your wife.
I'm so envious. Sibo is still so cute. Monli recognized Sibo at the first sight.
When I greeted her, the child turned his head to the side just like before.
Monli sighed, Sibo doesn't recognize me at all now.
After looking after the child, Song Mian said, okay, I should go to bed and take a shower.
I'm hanging up now. Go to bed so early? Monli was still a little reluctant.
The video has been disconnected.
Wife, the water is ready, let's take a bath quickly.
Chang Xiao shouted in the house.
No. Song Mian was looking for pajamas in the suitcase.
It was cold in the countryside at night, so she brought a set of thicker pajamas with her. After taking a shower, they returned to their room. A family of 6 certainly couldn't fit into one bed, so Chang Xiao moved a single bed from the grocery room, put a quilt on it, slept on it himself, and let Song Mian sleep with the children.
I slept very restlessly that night.
The babies are very particular about their beds and they were tossing and turning most of the night. They refused to fall asleep, crying and whimpering from time to time.
The couple will have to get up and coax each other after a while.
Song Mian was so sleepy that she could hardly open her eyes, and instinctively got up to coax the child.
Wife, you go to sleep, I'll take care of it.
He has the skill of secretly sleeping, so he is not afraid. Once the babies fall asleep, he adjusts it to 2 hours, which is equivalent to 10 hours of sleep.
Honey, are you sleepy too? I'd better go with you.
Song Mian forced herself to cheer up and glanced at him. Every time he took care of the 4 children and let her go to bed early.
I have to accompany him tonight no matter what. I'm not sleepy, but you are.
You look so sleepy.
Go to sleep. That won't work.
I had to go to work before and go to bed early.
I don't have to go to bed tomorrow, so it's okay to stay up for a while. Song Mian said. Chang Xiao followed her.
The children tossed and turned until 3 in the morning before they fell asleep.
Song Mian could no longer open her eyes, so she fell down and fell asleep.
Chang Xiao activated his sleeping skill and fell asleep in seconds. The next day, I got up as usual, made breakfast and fed my baby.
He is a good man who was diligent at home.
When Song Mian was woken up, she still hadn't slept enough. Chang Xiao smiled and said, sleep after you finish eating.
You can't go without breakfast. I'm so sleepy, let me sleep a little longer.
There's nothing we can do about her, except wait for her to get up and warm up again. I didn't expect that I would sleep until noon.
She woke up in a daze. I came to the kitchen following the aroma. Honey, where's breakfast?
Song Qin walked into the kitchen at this time, and after hearing this, she said, it's not breakfast yet, it's already noon, let's have lunch later. As she spoke, she took out a bowl of porridge from the pot on the other side and said, this is what Xiao Chang specially left for you.
He was afraid that you would have nothing to eat when you wake up. Go wash your face quickly. Oh. After washing up, I felt a little more awake. I was so hungry that I quickly drank the bowl of porridge. After filling my stomach, I felt better. It's time to eat. The family sat at the dinner table. Chang Xiao served Song Mian a bowl of soup and asked, are you still sleepy? I've never gotten to that point before. It happens all of a sudden and my body can't take it. The babies stayed up almost all night and are still asleep now.
They were only fed once this morning because they were hungry.
A little bit. Song Mian nodded and yawned. After eating, take a nap. Chang Xiao felt very distressed. The child couldn't adapt to the place and it was the parents who were suffering.
Fortunately, he had a skill, otherwise he would not be able to get up now. These little guys are really troublesome.
I am very particular about my bed.
Just as I was thinking about it, their crying sounds were heard in the room. I'll go check it out, Mom.
You guys eat first.
Song Qin saw this and sighed. Xiao Chang has suffered a lot taking care of the children during this period. One is fine, but with 4, no family can handle it. It is rare for a young person to have the heart to take care of 4 children while still being a child.
In the room,
the babies were lying on the bed crying loudly, but when they saw their father coming in, they slowly stopped crying and looked at him intently.
Chang Xiao opened their sleeping bags one by one.
Their diapers were bulging because they were filled with urine after being fed in the morning.
Get some wet wipes and wipe your butt quickly before changing.
When he changed to Bao's butt, the little guy's butt was cold. He felt distressed when he saw it. He quickly got a basin of warm water, washed it gently, and slowly dried it with a towel. After his butt was dry and powdered, De Bao immediately put on a smiling face and babbled.
Then came a few more babies.
Sibao pooped all over his diaper, so I changed the basin of water and continued washing.
After changing, let out a breath. Now I can take care of it with ease.
You guys are so hardworking. Look how hard your mother works, staying up late to take care of you. Chang Xiao sat by the bed and pinched the little guys' faces. In the future, you must be filial to her.
Yeah. Bo looked at Chang Xiao and responded as if he understood. Our second baby is so good, Daddy gives her a kiss. Chang Xiao kissed her little face.
This made the child giggle.
So cute. Well. Sibao over there was a little unhappy.
He stretched out his little hands in the air and kicked him on the waist.
Chang Xiao knew what she meant. This is going to be a hug.
He had no choice but to pick her up, hold her in his arms, and said with a helpless smile, "You are the most capable."
Chapter 136. This is not a good habit.
As long as his father holds him, Sibao is extremely happy. He puts his little face on Chang Xiao's chest and babbles.
Okay, you guys stay here for a while. Daddy is going to eat.
Chang Xiao touched Sibao's little head and prepared to put her in the sleeping bag to prevent her from tossing and turning. The bed was not big to begin with, and it was quite dangerous for a child.
She didn't know anything and just thought that it was fun.
As soon as she was put into the sleeping bag and the zipper was not yet closed, she started kicking her little feet and whining, looking unwilling.
What's the matter? Do you want to go out for dinner with your dad?
Chang Xiao said with a smile.
Ah. Sibao looked at him, the meaning was self-evident. I want to go to the living room to eat with my dad.
Chang Xiao couldn't bear to see her look, and his heart softened immediately. Okay, I'll take you there. She had just put the 4th baby into the stroller, and when she turned around, the other 3 were looking at her with their eyes open.
Ouch.
This little look is so cute, I have no choice but to bring all of them with me.
Put it in the stroller and push it out.
In the living room, the mother and daughter sat at the dining table and chatted intermittently. From a distance, Song Nian had serious dark circles under her eyes and did not look very good.
The consequences of staying up late. I would like to advise all readers, whether boys or girls, not to stay up late, not to stay up late.
Seeing the babies being pushed out one by one, Song Nian quickly finished the last bite of rice, then put down her chopsticks and walked towards the babies.
You go eat, I'll take them. Song Nian said.
Chang Xiao smiled and said, You should go and have some rest. Look at the dark circles under your eyes. They are comparable to those of our national treasure, the giant panda.
Song Nian felt a little embarrassed to say this in front of Song Qin. She nodded and went to her room. She felt sleepy and fell asleep almost immediately after lying on the bed. Xiao Chang, you didn't sleep well last night.
I'll take care of the children, and you and Nian can take a rest.
I can endure it, I've gotten used to it a long time ago, it's okay. Chang Xiao smiled. This is not a good habit. You can handle it, but your body can't. You'll know when you get older. Song Qin looked serious. That's fine, Mom. Thank you for your help. Oh, what trouble? Just go now. Chang Xiao smiled and went to the room. The child stayed in the living room.
Seeing his father leave, Sibao looked back and then looked at Song Qin. They all look familiar, otherwise I would cry in front of you in a minute.
Chang Xiao walked into the room and looked towards the bed. Song Nian was still sleeping soundly, and shallow breathing sounds could be heard.
Lie down next to her, cover yourself with the quilt, and activate your sleeping skills.
I slept until dark. Song Mian Mian got up in a daze, and now she was much more awake.
Woke up? When I was about to get out of bed, I heard a voice beside me and realized that Cheng Xiao was lying next to me. His face turned red instantly. Why are you sleeping here too?
Song Mian Mian whispered.
Cheng Xiao smiled and said, I've been here the whole time.
What's wrong? Are you shy? I'm not shy at all.
Song Mian Mian wanted to argue, but the words coming out of her mouth sounded like a kitten's meow, soft and gentle.
You are already an old married couple, why are you still so shy? As your husband, isn't it normal for him to sleep next to you? Cheng Xiao continued to tease.
Seeing that the little woman's face was red as blood, he couldn't tease her anymore, so he smiled helplessly. Okay.
I won't tease you anymore, get up quickly.
Hearing him say this, Song Mian Mian quickly got out of bed, tidied her clothes, and ran to the living room.
She wants to go outside to get some fresh air. At the door.
The cool air blew on her face, feeling cold and refreshing. As soon as he came out, he ran into Song Qin head on.
What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Your face is so red.
Song Qin said, as if she realized something. She smiled and immediately changed her words. It's okay, just get some fresh air.
Now, Song Mian Mian felt even more embarrassed.
The babies were still sitting in the yard, staring at the kitten hanging around the door. They might have found it very novel and were giggling with joy. The child Sibao actually stretched out his hand towards the kitten and looked at Song Mian Mian.
The meaning was self-evident. Finally finding a reason to change the subject, Song Mian Mian came to Sibao and said with a smile, You kid, do you still want to catch the cat? Ah. Sibao responded. I can give you the toy, but you can't scratch it. The cat will scratch your hands. Song Mian Mian looked at her seriously. The trump card is brought up. Start humming. Song Mian Mian had seen through it long ago and pushed the stroller into the house. The same is true for the other three. Staring at the kittens. Watching with eager eyes.
In the room, seeing Sibao pouting in grievance, Cheng Xiao asked, What's wrong, Sibao? Song Mian Mian said helplessly, If you insist on having the cat at the door, then this will be it if I don't give it to her.
Look at that little mouth.
Cheng Xiao picked up Sibao, scratched her little nose, and said with a smile, Sibao, the cat doesn't know you and will scratch your little hands.
We can't scratch them.
This little kid only knows how to ask for this and that. And know to play with small animals. If you don't give it to me, I'll cry. Seeing that his father was not on his side, Sibao buried his head tightly in his chest.
I feel so wronged. Okay, next time Daddy will buy you a cat toy, okay? Why? It's only 5 months old, why is he like a little elf? After coaxing for a long time, the little guy finally gave up. When I looked again, the cat had run away. The babies soon forgot about it. When we were getting ready for dinner in the evening, someone came to our house.
The person who came was a woman, holding something in her hands.
Song Mian Mian recognized at a glance that this woman was her mother's good friend.
Her mother suddenly returned to her hometown to visit her.
You said you were coming back, but you didn't even call to tell me. I only found out about it after someone told me.
The woman put down her things and said with some complaint. Song Qin quickly stood up and greeted him. Oh, I was so busy that I forgot.
Come and sit down. Have you eaten yet? Or you can have something to eat here. I've already eaten, so I won't eat anymore. How can you forget about this matter? You're such a fool. Be sure to say hello to me in advance next time you come back. Yeah, sure. The elders here were chatting, so Chang Xiao and Song Mian Mian quickly greeted them. Oh, this is Mian Mian. She is getting more and more beautiful. Is the guy next to you your girlfriend? He's a good-looking guy. But when she turned her gaze, she saw several babies behind the two of them. Stunned. These, 4? She knew that Song Qin had a grandson and thought it was only 1. But I didn't expect that there were actually 4. Quadruplets? In all her life, she had never seen a baby with quadruplets. Song Mian Mian smiled and said, Yes, Auntie. Chapter 137 I'm finally willing to come back. Xiaoqin, you are so blessed. You have 4 grandchildren at once. Look at them, they are all so handsome. The woman praised. When you see such a delicate and beautiful child, you can't help but like him. Each of them looks like a porcelain doll, with big watery eyes. At more than 5 months old, he can already look like his parents. He is getting prettier and prettier. Song Chin was also happy to be praised, and smiled and said, "Don't you have 2 little grandchildren at home? They are both very good looking." "No, compared to yours, there's a world of difference." The woman laughed. "Hey, you can't say that. The child is so handsome, how can you say that? He is still your precious grandson." "That's right, haha." The two of them got along very well. We talked a lot in a short while. They talked about everything, women's topics, family matters, and completely ignored the 2 young people sitting next to them. The couple looked at each other. A little embarrassing. Cheng Xiao smiled helplessly. "I'll go boil some water." "Good." The baby's eyes were squinting, as if they were about to fall asleep. "Let's put the baby to sleep first." In the room, after putting on sleeping bags for them one by one, Cheng Xiao was very tired. It was not easy to take care of several children. Song Niannian took a tissue and instinctively reached out to his forehead to wipe the sweat off his face. Because he was tall, Song Niannian could only stand on tiptoe. Cheng Xiao smiled and lowered his head a little, then leaned closer. "Wipe it like this, is it much better?" The two of them were so close that they could clearly feel each other's breathing. This sudden action made her realize what she was doing. She quickly retracted her hand and her face turned as red as an apple. "Why are you getting so close? It would be embarrassing if the elders saw us." Song Mianmian said in a low voice with her head down. "What's wrong with that? The door is closed. This is our place now." She made up an excuse. "The children are still here." "Wife, are you shy again?" Cheng Xiao reached out and pinched her little face. "I didn't." "Really not?" Cheng Xiao said with a smile. "No." Song Mianmian glanced away. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to boil some water and take a shower later." Cheng Xiao went out with a smile. Song Mianmian finally breathed a sigh of relief, took 2 deep breaths, and waited for the redness on her face to fade before she went out. "This is a red envelope for my grandchildren. Take it and buy some delicious food for them. Stop pushing it. Take it." At the table, the woman held a few red envelopes in her hand and forced them into Song Chin's hands. Song Chin was unwilling to accept it. "Look at you. You've just recovered from your illness, so you don't have much extra money. You can keep it for yourself, or buy something good for your children." A few days passed in a flash, and finally it was time to go back to the city. The couple got up early in the morning to pack clothes and baby's things. "It took me a long time to pack up before I got in the car and prepared to go back." "Are you going back now? Why don't you stay a few more days?" The neighbor next door came over and asked. "I can't live here anymore. I have to go back. My daughter and son-in-law still have to work." Song Chin said. "On the way." Song Mianmian sent a text message to Monli, telling her that she was going back today. Who would have thought that the girl had been waiting for this moment? After hearing what she said, she immediately said excitedly, "You finally decided to come back. When will you be home?" "I'll go there on time. About noon." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Song Mianmian glanced at the children. Several of them fell asleep soon after getting in the car. Woshing. Song Chin then said, "Your cousin called last night and said Xiaofeng is much better." During the Mid-Autumn Festival, I asked them if they wanted to celebrate the festival together, but at that time I had already arrived in the countryside, so I declined. "It really works?" Song Mianmian's face was full of surprise. "I can eat normally now, and my complexion is much better." Speaking of this, Song Chin was very happy. This is a disease that even the hospital considers to be incurable. Her son-in-law achieved such remarkable results after just a few treatments. It seems that he really didn't brag. Not to mention Song Chin, Song Mianmian found it even more unbelievable. It also gave Chang Xiao a clear understanding of current medical techniques. It really works. The silver needle rewarded by the system is good and the effect is very significant. When I get back, I'll go check on my cousin. 2 hours later. The car was parked steadily in the underground garage. Finally back. The babies were still sleeping, lying in the strollers. Perhaps they sensed the noise and woke up immediately. I opened my eyes, looked around, and saw that everyone I knew was there, so I continued to sleep peacefully. This child. Song Chin couldn't help but laugh. After going upstairs, open the door. The house is as clean and tidy as ever.
Chang Xiao quickly put the babies in the cribs.
This time, I'm completely awake. When he saw his parents, Sibo immediately smiled. Little guys, you must be hungry. Daddy will go make you some milk. After all, it's been more than 2 hours. After drinking milk, the babies became energetic.
Chang Xiao picked them up from the bed one by one and put them on the sofa outside. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang outside.
Song Qin went to open the door. Hello, Auntie.
The one who came was Monli, carrying a bunch of things in her hands, including food and toys. Of course, the food is definitely not for babies, but for adults. Or maybe it was for herself. The toys are all the ones that babies like, such as cloth dolls, the ones that can sing and glow, as well as dolls, Ultraman toys, etc.
Are you Monli?
Song Qin looked left and right, then she remembered that she was getting older and her memory was getting worse.
Yes, Auntie. The change is quite big. Auntie didn't recognize you. You just show up. Why did you buy so many toys? The children don't need them. Song Qin said helplessly. It's not necessary now, but it will definitely be useful in the future. Monli said with a smile. Girl, when did you return home? Almost 3 months. It's been so long. Look at you. You didn't even tell me you were back. Monli smiled and said, I told Mian Mian, didn't she tell you? Don't stand there, come and sit down. Song Qin pointed to the sofa and hurried to pour tea. Monli had noticed the babies a long time ago.
She put the gifts she bought aside, recognized Sibo at a glance, and ran towards her quickly.
He was holding a toy in his hand. This is a must. Otherwise, with Sibo's personality, it is absolutely impossible for her to touch it. Not even a touch. Sure enough, picking up a new toy immediately attracted the attention of several babies.
Now that the babies are older and more capable, they actually want to move over and grab it.
Song Mianmian watched closely from the side, afraid that someone would accidentally fall. Chapter 138. Cheng Xiao is jealous. Sibo was closest to Monli, so she picked her up and waved the toy in front of her. Sibo, do you want this? Ah, Sibo responded. As he said that, he wanted to reach out and grab it. Here, Cheng Xiao packed up his things and prepared to go out. Wife, I'm leaving first. If you don't want to cook at noon, you can just order takeout. After saying that, he left. What? Monli, who was sitting there playing with Sibo, was dumbfounded. Didn't she come here just to see the babies and eat?
It turned out to be such a coincidence that I went out today. Just now I was thinking that it would be better to have my aunt here this time, so she wouldn't have to be a light bulb. She wanted to have a big meal, but now she's fine, and she can't eat anymore.
Honey, why did my brother-in-law go out? I can't eat the food he cooked today. Monli said dejectedly. I'll be back in the evening. Just make do with lunch today. My mom's cooking is delicious. Thinking of this, Monli finally felt a little more balanced.
I used to eat dishes cooked by Song Qin often, and they tasted very good. Although it's a little worse than Chang Xiao's, it's already very good. On the other side, Cheng Xiao arrived at the old neighborhood.
Knocked on the door. Song Yan opened the door and saw Cheng Xiao.
She smiled and said, Xiao Chang, you are here, come in quickly. After Cheng Xiao entered, he looked around and found that the living room was obviously more lively and much better than the last time he came.
Not so lifeless. Aunt, how is my cousin? Cheng Xiao went straight to the point.
Song Yan said, I can eat normally now, and my complexion is much better.
I'll go and take a look.
When entering the room, the curtains and windows were all open. The house was clean and disinfected thoroughly. He nodded, this situation was much better than last time.
Xiaofeng was sitting on the bed.
He looked much better, but still looked pale and thin.
This condition would require time to recover.
After taking his pulse, Cheng Xiao was surprised at his speed of recovery. I don't know if it's because of the silver needle or his own recovery, but his failed organs are recovering at a rapid pace. You know, organ failure is very difficult to control in Western medicine.
Aren't there many cancer patients who die from organ failure?
Traditional Chinese medicine takes very long to show results, and it's not supposed to be very effective in treating organ failure.
If it did work, would cancer still be cancer? I can only say that this system is awesome. Song Yan looked at him nervously and asked, how is it? It's no longer life-threatening. Just one more round of acupuncture and 6 months of proper conditioning and he'll be fine. Chang Xiao smiled.
Song Yun couldn't believe her ears and wondered if she was dreaming. A feeling of sadness spread in my heart. She has been looking forward to this day for a long, long time. Xiaofeng has clearly felt that his physical condition has improved significantly these past 2 days, and it is much better than before. In the past few days, I was either receiving intravenous drips or undergoing chemotherapy, but the effects were minimal. I'm basically desperate. In fact, he didn't have much hope for Chang Xiao. If traditional Chinese medicine could cure his disease, who would go to see Western medicine? After Song Qin went out, Chang Xiao started giving Xiaofeng acupuncture. Soon, his back was covered with them.
20 minutes later, remove the needle. In the living room. It's okay. There's nothing serious now. Just take good care of yourself.
It was already afternoon when we finished the work here.
Chang Xiao returned home. When I opened the door, Song Niannian and Manli were watching a popular dog food drama. Her eyes were fixed on the male lead inside. The two of them were so engrossed in watching the show that they didn't even notice he had returned. Ah! He's so handsome, and that look in his eyes is so charming. Manli kept shaking Song Niannian. Song Niannian also said, indeed, he is quite handsome. It's the little wolf dog type. It's so handsome, okay?
Chang Xiao frowned and glanced at the male protagonist in the TV series.
It's just so-so, not as good looking as him. This little woman is actually staring at other men. What are you looking at? Chang Xiao asked. Manli replied, what else can I watch? Idol drama. The two women are so crazy about it. I really don't know what's so handsome about it.
At night, Song Niannian arranged Manli to sleep in the master bedroom. Manli originally wanted Song Niannian to accompany her, but this was in someone else's home, and if she separated the couple from sleeping together, she would be struck by lightning. In the children's room, Chang Xiao arranged the babies and put them in sleeping bags. After coaxing them to sleep, Song Niannian came over and asked, are you still angry? Please don't be angry, I was just responding to Manli, this is really not what I want to see.
Song Niannian didn't expect that this man was so jealous and got angry because of an idol drama.
Chang Xiao looked at her, suddenly turned around and pushed her against the wall.
Do you think that guy is as handsome as your husband? Song Niannian's brain reacted quickly to this sudden question.
No, I'm not as handsome as you.
I'm not even as handsome as your husband by a finger.
Afraid that he would get angry again, Song Niannian forced a smile and looked ingratiating.
Do you really like watching this kind of idol drama? The second question. Chang Xiao wasn't angry, he was just a little sour. This is the first time I heard her praise another man for being handsome. This is intolerable. I don't like. Song Niannian shook her head.
The male lead is not her type, she wouldn't like him even if Chang Xiao was not there.
Don't stare at a man for so long in the future, do you hear me? Chang Xiao said. Yes, I understand. Song Niannian nodded. Her husband looked so scary when he was jealous. But this feeling is also pretty good.
It means Chang Xiao cares about her, that's why he is jealous.
Chang Xiao rubbed her head and said, okay, go take a shower. Oh. Song Niannian blushed, found her pajamas, and quickly ran out of the room.
Seeing that she had gone out, Chang Xiao turned on his mobile phone and looked at the wholesale network.
The store was extremely busy during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the turnover skyrocketed, and a lot of goods were needed.
I had made sufficient preparations before and wholesaled a lot, but it was still not enough. There is no other choice but to wholesale some more. After the wholesale, he sent a message to Wang Jing.
I don't know if this guy has come back.
I have been staying in my hometown for a few days.
Wang Jing replied immediately and said he would be back tomorrow. Come back soon. Okay.
When the conversation ended, Song Niannian had already returned from taking a shower. Before going to bed, the couple looked at the babies and found that they were much better after coming back and were no longer making any noise.
These children are really good at recognizing their beds.
Once he sleeps on another bed, he won't fall asleep at night and always bothers the adults.
Honey, how is my cousin doing? Song Niannian asked, just remembering this. Chang Xiao smiled and said, it's no big deal. Just take care of it for half a year. Honey, how did you do this? It's amazing, right? Song Niannian was shocked.
I heard that my cousin's illness was quite serious and he underwent countless chemotherapy sessions until the hospital gave up. Chang Xiao leaned close to her ear and asked, "How did you do that?"
Do you want to know? Chapter 139. You are too unambitious. No, I don't want to know. I'm going to sleep first. Song Nian covered her head with the quilt, turned over and went to sleep.
Chang Xiao smiled helplessly. The next day, after breakfast was ready, he was about to wake them up when he turned around and saw Monli standing behind him with a smile on her face. "Brother-in-law, is breakfast ready?"
It's done.
Okay, then I'll go call Mian. After saying that, he turned and ran to the children's room. Song Nian was completely pulled out of her sleep by her. When I woke up, I was still groggy and my hair was a mess.
Why did you wake me up so early? I haven't gotten enough sleep. Song Nian looked at Monli with dissatisfaction.
Monli flicked her head and said, "Your husband has prepared breakfast early in the morning, why are you still sleeping?" She was too embarrassed to sit at the same table alone with someone else's husband for dinner.
How embarrassing.
So, I had to pull the person up.
What time is it? Song Nian yawned and started to wash up and wake up. It's 7 or 8 o'clock, Mississippi.
Do you really think you're still a little girl? Now you're a mother and you still need someone to take care of you.
Monli said helplessly. Before she had children, Song Nian couldn't even take care of herself and often skipped breakfast.
After she gave birth to several babies, she became a completely different person.
The changes are particularly great. It is very important to meet a good husband. If you don't, you will probably not live a happy life.
Auntie also has to work hard all her life.
Are you envious? That's because my husband is willing to take care of me. You should find one too.
Song Nian smiled after brushing her teeth.
Monli pinched her waist and said, "You are just showing off. Are you bullying me because I don't have a husband?"
"Yes, I bully you because you don't have a husband."
I'm tickling you."
The two of them started playing around, and bursts of laughter came from the bathroom.
Chang Xiao was sitting in the living room and heard everything clearly.
The corners of the mouth are raised. After Song Nian finished washing up, as soon as she came out of the bathroom, she saw Chang Xiao sitting in the living room, looking at her with a smile on his face. As if he had guessed something, he felt embarrassed for a moment, coughed, and quickly walked into the dining room.
Song Qin came back from outside, wearing sportswear and going for a run. Exercising early in the morning.
In her words, this is called health preservation. As you get older, you should pay more attention to your health. Look at your aunt, she goes out for a run early in the morning.
Look at you, I don't want to say anything to you. Monli said in Song Nian's ear. Song Nian rolled her eyes and said, "Eat quickly, or else you can continue talking and stop eating." "TSK, who said I don't eat?"
Monli picked up a piece of chive cake and started to eat it. After a quiet breakfast, Chang Xiao planned to take the children to the store. There are still 2 days left in the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. Wang Jing is coming back today, but I don't know if he has arrived at school yet.
"Wife, are you going shopping with Monli or to the store?"
Chang Xiao put the babies in the stroller, packed up, and asked. Song Nian hesitated a little and was about to speak when Monli beside her quickly took her arm and said, "I'm taking Nian out shopping. I haven't taken a good look since we came here, so it's a good opportunity for her to accompany me."
Chang Xiao looked at Song Nian and seeing that she had no objection, he nodded, "That's fine." He has transferred 1 million yuan to Song Nian's card. "Spend as you like."
"I wanted to earn more before, but this woman refused to give me anything, so I just carried a few tens of thousands of dollars with me. I can't bear to use this, and I can't bear to use that." I wanted to buy her some expensive clothes, but she refused and insisted they were too expensive. Although they are not very wealthy now, it is enough to buy some good things, so there is no need to be too frugal.
"That's great. We can finally go shopping together." Monli was very happy.
She had suggested it several times before, but Song Nian disagreed, thinking it was too expensive. The two of them packed up and hurried out. Before leaving, Monli kissed Sibao's little face and said, "Sibao, Auntie is going to take your mother away." Chang Xiao shook his head helplessly, and after they left, he took the babies to the store.
Song Qin also went with them to look after the baby.
During the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, there are a lot of people, so you have to keep an eye on them all the time.
Underground garage. Wow, you got a new car again?
Seeing a BMW in front of her, Monli's eyes widened.
This husband is so nice. Each car costs hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Song Mian sat in the driver's seat and said helplessly, because I have to go to work, it's inconvenient to go anywhere with one car, so he bought another one.
It's good to be rich. Monli said with envy, your husband is so good to you. Song Mian felt sweet in her heart.
After meeting Chang Xiao, she no longer had to worry about many things. Chang Xiao took care of everything, and taking care of the children did not make her worry at all. The two drove directly to the city center instead of going to T&I Street.
Go shopping.
Arrived at the door of a bag store.
Let's go in and take a look. Monli smiled. Song Mian looked at the name of the store and frowned. Dior.
The things here are not cheap, whether it is cosmetics or bags, none of them are cheap, after all, they are international brands.
It's too expensive in here.
Monli said helplessly, look at your useless appearance, it's not against the law to go in and take a look.
Isn't it embarrassing to just look and not buy? What's so embarrassing? We didn't rob anyone. Isn't that the case with everyone? Do you want to force us to buy or sell?
Look, not everyone who comes in will buy something.
Monli pointed at the people who came out. It made so much sense that she couldn't refute it. This guy is so talkative. After all her constant persuasion, Song Mian finally went in.
The clothes she was wearing were all brand name ones bought by Chang Xiao. The clerk recognized them at a glance and greeted her enthusiastically.
People in their line of work have to have some vision. Ladies, how can I help you? Let's take a look for ourselves. Monli smiled. Okay. Call me if you need anything. After the two of them walked around, Song Mian didn't see anything she liked.
But Monli liked this one and that one, but the prices were, out of her reach.
One bag costs hundreds of thousands. Limited edition ones are more expensive.
She could barely accept those worth tens of thousands, but Song Mian wouldn't even look at those worth hundreds of thousands.
Monli's eyes widened. Mian, look at the white one, isn't it super beautiful?
She asked, pointing to a bag in the glass case.
Song Mian took a look and said, it's okay.
The designs of these bags are actually not as good looking as ordinary bags. They just look good with the brands hanging there, but the designs are nothing to praise.
Don't you think it looks good? Song Mian shook her head, it's too expensive. Monli was very upset.
She took the bag and looked at the price.
Wow, 600,000. Put it back silently. After looking around, Song Mian didn't find anything she liked. Don't you have any favorite? Monli asked. No. You are too undemanding. Chapter 140. You win, I can't argue with you.
This has nothing to do with whether I have any aspirations or not.
You are the one who dragged me into this.
Besides, luxury goods are not necessarily good looking.
I have made it clear to you. If you want to buy them yourself. I am very poor and have no money. Song Mian looked proud. You are too stingy. Monli said with a bitter face. If you don't buy luxury goods, you are stingy? If you want to buy them, you should buy them according to your own conditions. Otherwise, why don't you find a rich husband? Song Mian glanced at her and said. Come on, if I can find a rich husband, you don't need me to tell you. Monli rolled her eyes. The two of them left the Dior store and sat on a public chair not far away. Looking at people coming and going, Monli began to doubt her life. What went wrong? Why was she not wanted? Bad personality? Too much of a sissy? Too violent? That's not right. She is obviously very gentle, okay?
I thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so I just stopped thinking about it.
I looked up and saw the LV store across the street.
I was just about to ask Song Mian if she wanted to go, but I didn't expect her to refuse outright.
Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Monli laughed bitterly, you are so mean, aren't you? Come with me to take a look. Just a look. You can look at it, but I still say that I won't buy it. Just do it. End of topic. This floor is full of luxury goods, but I walked around and didn't buy anything.
Some things are really too expensive, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the cheapest ones cost tens of thousands.
How can I afford them? Song Mian felt sorry for Chang Xiao. It's not easy to make some money.
Finally, the two were tired of walking around and came to the dining area.
Buy something to eat and then go shopping. In the restaurant. Nian Nian, let's buy this set meal? It looks delicious. Monli pointed to a set meal on the menu. It includes juice, small desserts, some snacks, and all kinds of things. For a foodie like Monli, the temptation is simply irresistible. Why don't you take another look? Is there anything you like? Monli handed over the menu.
Song Mian took a look, flipping through the pages from top to bottom, and finally, her eyes stopped on the last set meal. 2 glasses of juice and a few egg tarts. Monli took a look and her face immediately drooped. Song Mian, did you get so exhausted from giving birth? Is this how you treat me? So, are you going to eat it or not? If not, I'll ask the waiter to send it back. Song Mian smiled. This. In order to have a bite to eat, Monli still gave in. It's better than nothing. Soon, the juice and egg tarts were served. This guy ate so fast that in a short while, several egg tarts were gone. The juice also ran out quickly. Are you full? Song Mian couldn't help laughing. Monli said sullenly, I'm full. After paying the bill, the two sat on chairs at the door of the restaurant and watched the people coming and going. It's such a lonely shopping trip. Monli was still a little depressed. What's wrong? Monli curled her lips. When did you become so stingy? I'm not being stingy, I'm saving money, understand? TSK. Your store has such a huge daily turnover, why save money? Just spend what you have to. Song Mian shrugged. If I hadn't been married, I might have thought what you said made sense. Now I have a family, for children to raise, and a lot of money to spend in the future. How can I spend it on luxury goods? When you get to my situation, you'll understand the benefits of money. This is what it means: one who does not manage the household does not know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. The kind that if one person is full, the whole family will not be hungry. She has a whole family to support her and has daily expenses, so she has to be frugal because it is not easy for her husband to make money. Okay, you win. I can't beat you. Monli waved her hands helplessly. Let's go to the 4th floor. I like that bag. I want to buy it today. What's with that expression on your face? Can't I buy it myself? Seeing Song Mian's resisting expression, Monli immediately understood what she was thinking and was very confused. Only then did Song Mian go upstairs with her. It's still that familiar LV store. Familiar clerk. The staff here are all very enthusiastic. When they saw 2 beauties coming in again, they still welcomed them. Rich people have many choices. Maybe I can get it right away this time? After all, the clothes Song Mian is wearing are very valuable, and the innerwear costs 20,000 yuan. All of them are Chang Zhao's masterpieces. I secretly bought her clothes according to her size, and told her when I came back that they were not expensive at all. Song Mian believed it. My husband believes everything he says. The beauties around her are not bad either. The bags they carry and the shoes they wear are all branded. There is not a single unknown brand. The worst outfit he wears would cost several thousand. Monli directly bought the bag worth tens of thousands of dollars. It was a limited edition, brown, and the style was pretty good. Anyway, Song Mian doesn't like it. She likes the ones that cost a few $100s downstairs because they have better looking designs. Are you sure you want to buy this? Song Mian asked. Are you sure? Since you're here, you can't be empty-handed, right? Monli said to the female clerk next to her, hello, please pack this for me. Okay, pretty. After packing, I handed the credit card to the female clerk and paid generously without any regrets. You're so good. You've become so rich. Song Mian hit her shoulder. Monli felt pain. Hiss. Woman, can you be gentler? It hurts. Who am I, sister? I have some savings, so I can buy something I like. You are so rich, but you don't buy anything for me. Monli snorted proudly. Song Mian pretended to be poor. I have no money. Come on, you have so much turnover in a day and you're still pretending to be me. It's not that exaggerated. Song Mian said. The couple is now in the stage of saving money and planning to open a chain store. In this way, they cannot spend too much. As for luxury goods, they can think about it later. Beauty, please take it. The female clerk smiled slightly.
I walked out of the LV store and turned around and walked into a clothing store. Are you still buying it? Song Mian Mian widened her eyes. Just one bag cost 50,000. I looked at the name of the clothing store and it's also a big international brand. I don't think it's cheap. I casually glanced at the glass wall and saw the prices. Wow, a windbreaker costs 50,000. Made of gold. Yes, buy it. Life is so short, why not enjoy yourself more? At worst, you can earn it back. Monli is very open-minded. 2. Song Mian Mian nodded, what she said made sense.
However, she was not as open-minded as Monli. After all, she was single and had her own family to take care of.
Every aspect is different. Monli is not married yet. What if she marries a good husband in the future?
Then she won't have to worry about these things. The two walked into the clothing store and were immediately greeted by a salesperson. They are really two beauties, attracting so much attention.
Chapter 141. I don't feel tired at all.
Both of them have extremely outstanding looks, especially one of them, who can be described as a fairy from heaven.
That figure is really good.
It's obvious that this person belongs to a wealthy family.
You too, do you need any help?
We'll see for ourselves.
Song Mian Mian sat on a chair beside her. Look, I have something to do.
When she opened her phone, she saw a message from Chang Xiao.
The photos were of babies.
The store was very busy at this time, and Chang Xiao took a break from his busy schedule to take a video of the baby.
She couldn't help but smile. I don't know what the little guys saw, they were laughing so happily. Especially De Bao. Maybe he saw a beautiful lady again?
The child is getting older and better at seeing. After turning off the video, Chang Xiao sent a voice message after a while. Ask her how her shopping went and whether she bought anything.
I also told her to buy more.
After all, this was the first time she went shopping with her bestie since she became pregnant.
I haven't bought it yet. Those things are too expensive. Let's forget it. Song Mian Mian curled her lips. Don't be stingy. Just buy whatever you like. I just transferred some more money to you. Go ahead and buy me 2 pieces of clothing.
Chang Xiao knew that this little woman must be thrifty again, and felt helpless.
What Song Mian Mian didn't know was that Monli was eavesdropping on their conversation behind them. Let me see. Oh, we haven't seen each other for half a day, and you're already chatting?
Monli said teasingly, look, your husband told you to go shopping and not save money, but look at how stingy you are.
Song Mian Mian was too lazy to talk to her. After the conversation ends. Are you done? Okay, come with me to look at clothes.
Don't worry, I don't need you to buy them, just help me to choose them.
Monli was helpless. Now that autumn has arrived, of course it's time to buy autumn clothes.
Whether it's windbreakers or jeans, we have them all.
Seeing a navy blue windbreaker, Monli took it down, put it in front of her, and asked with a smile, how is it? Does it look good? It looks good. Song Mian Mian took a glance and thought it was okay. TSK, what's with your tone? Is it nice or not? Good. Why is it okay again? Can you be serious?
The two of them were talking to each other. At this moment, in the eyes of the clerk, Song Mian Mian was like an indifferent husband, and Monli was the resentful little wife.
This. It's okay, that's good. You are so elegant and beautiful, you are like a walking clothes rack. It will definitely look good on you.
Monli's figure is indeed very good, it can be called a devilish figure. She is 170 centimeters tall and is a beautiful woman with temperament.
It looks good even if you wrap it in a rag. That's more like it. Monli's complexion finally recovered.
No, she is not a walking clothes rack for nothing.
In the fitting room, I took off my coat and tried it on. When I put it on, I quickly asked, how is it? Does it look good? Nice.
Song Mian Mian looked at her and thought that with such a figure, there was no way she would look bad in clothes.
That's great. I'll take this one. Then, he looked at the pants on the shelf. Wear with a trench coat. Finally chose a pair of loose black wide leg pants. After the shopping, the two of them were still wandering around the mall. Song Mian Mian swept through the general clothing area.
Soon, big and small bags were brought out, and Monli was stunned.
Hey, big sister, you. What's wrong? Clothes worth a few $100s are still clothes. Everyone wears them. What's the problem? Song Mian was carrying a bunch of things and had just bought a few things for Chang Xiao. On the way. Look at how stingy you are. All the things you buy for your husband are worth 2 or 300 yuan. Manli didn't know what to say to her. Song Mian glanced at her and said, "Okay, my husband doesn't mind, so why do you mind?" Critical hit. And he is bullying her for not having a husband. All right. She stopped talking. The car drove all the way to a parking space near the maternity and baby store, and the two got out and went into the store. Looking at the large and small bags, Chang Xiao hurried over to help carry them. My wife has finally come to her senses and is willing to go shopping. Unexpectedly, Manli on the side said speechlessly. Brother-in-law, your wife, I am really speechless. Manli quickly told the whole story. Chang Xiao thought his wife had finally come to her senses, but... Forehead. Forget it, I'll talk about it when I get home tonight. Song Mian hid behind the cashier counter awkwardly. The babies were all sitting there, and they were so happy to see their mother come back. More and more customers came and the store became busy again. Manli was at a loss, looked at Chang Xiao and asked, "What can I do?" There are enough employees in the store, and they work together in an orderly manner. No need, you and Mian can just coax the baby. Oh, okay. I feel embarrassed to come here and not help at all and just eat and drink for free. The babies looked at her with their eyes open, babbling. Manli hurried over and pinched their little faces one by one. Dear ones, did you miss me? Sibo looked at her with his little eyes for a long time, then looked away. Debeo, on the other hand, kept staring at Manli with a serious look on his face. You little guy, why are you looking at me? Do you think your aunt is beautiful? Ahem. Song Mian was drinking water. When she heard this, she choked on the water. Coughing all the time. Just be quiet, what do kids know? TSK, I'm asking Debeo, not you. Manli rolled her eyes at her. Yeah. Debeo responded. He likes pretty girls the most. See? Debeo also thinks I'm pretty. Song Mian was completely speechless towards her. The whole afternoon was spent playing with the baby. In the evening, Chang Xiao ordered meals for several employees. Then go home. After arriving home, the babies had already fallen asleep with their eyes closed. Chang Xiao put them on the bed one by one and prepared sleeping bags. After taking a shower after dinner, Chang Xiao thought about what happened today and asked, "Wife, what clothes did you buy for me?" Song Mian went to the living room and brought over bags of new clothes. Take them out one by one and put them on the ground. This coat is yours, and those trousers. Song Mian picked up a black long coat, which was very literary and suitable for a college student like Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao put down his clothes, looked at her helplessly, and said, "Wife, I have told you so many times, given our current situation, as long as you like it, it doesn't matter if we buy something more expensive. Isn't the reason I make money to spend on you, my wife?" This little woman probably didn't want to add burden to him and felt that he worked hard to earn money, so she was reluctant to spend it. Don't you like it? Song Mian lowered her head and said in a low voice. Chang Xiao thought he had scared her, so he patted her head and said softly, "Are you stupid? You gave birth to my children, so shouldn't I spend money on you? Don't feel any burden, and don't think that I work hard to make money. I don't feel it's hard at all. For you and the kids, it's all worth it." Chapter 142 The Best Man in History. Chang Xiao felt so distressed. Seeing that she was still holding the coat in her hand, he softened his heart. "I like it. I like it as long as it's bought by my wife." Really? Song Mian was still a little unconvinced. She raised her head and blinked at him, which made people feel even more distressed. Chang Xiao smiled and said, "Really, I'm not lying to you, I like it very much." "I like it. Then go and try it on." Song Mian stood up with the coat in her hand and tried it on Chang Xiao. With his height of 185 centimeters, Song Mian needs to stand on tiptoe to complete the task. Seeing her serious expression, Chang Xiao smiled and took the coat. "Okay. And this one, and these go together. Try them all." Song Mian stuffed 2 more pieces into his hands. A few minutes later. Looking at the man standing in front of her, Song Mian was stunned. I have to say, Chang Xiao looks good in anything he wears. He can wear clothes worth a few $100s in a classy way. Plus, he is tall, so he can hold it up just fine, as if it was tailor-made for him. It seems that I have a good eye. Wife, how is it? Chang Xiao smiled.
Very, very good.
Song Nian came back to her senses and quickly looked away. What's wrong? Are you mesmerized by your husband's handsome appearance? No. Song Nian was suddenly embarrassed.
She pretended nothing had happened, picked up the clothes on the floor, and then hid under the quilt.
It's getting late, go to bed.
After saying that, she buried her head in the quilt. Chang Xiao chuckled, took off his clothes reluctantly, and lay down beside her.
Knowing that this little woman must not be asleep yet, he sneaked close to her ear and whispered softly, "Wife, are you shy again?" No sound.
I shouted the second time, but still no sound.
Chang Xiao directly used his ultimate move. Tickle.
He knew that Song Nian was most afraid of this, and as long as he put his hand on her waist, she would react immediately.
Sure enough, as soon as his hand touched her waist, the little woman started to move. She quickly moved forward twice, laughing secretly. Chang Xiao still didn't give up. Finally, she couldn't help it. "Ha, can you please stop scratching?"
This guy did it on purpose, knowing full well that she was ticklish.
"Who told you to ignore me?"
Chang Xiao said with a smile.
"I really didn't. I just thought it was getting late and I should go to bed."
"If we wake the children up, we'll have to coax them, and we'll have to get up and be busy tomorrow."
Song Nian yawned and said. Chang Xiao stopped bothering her and prepared to go to bed. Yeah.
At this moment, Sibao suddenly made a sound. The couple looked at each other, smiled helplessly, and that was it.
This little ancestor has woken up. Song Nian was annoyed at her bad mouth. Chang Xiao couldn't help laughing. "You go to sleep, I'll do it."
"I don't have to go to work tomorrow, so I'll go with you."
"Have you forgotten the other day? Do you still want to be like a panda?" "All right." This reason successfully convinced Song Nian, but aren't you sleepy?
She seemed to have never seen Chang Xiao sleepy in broad daylight. He got up so early every day to make breakfast and looked very energetic. "I stay up late every night to take care of the baby."
"Is there any secret to this?"
"I'm not sleepy yet, I can take care of you for a while, you go to sleep."
"Oh well." Song Nian fell asleep as soon as she said she would, and she fell asleep 2 minutes later.
"You little guy, why did you wake up so soon?"
Chang Xiao looked at Sibao and rubbed her little face. Sibao uttered another sound.
Seeing that her face looked a little strange, Chang Xiao felt that something was not right. "When I opened the sleeping bag, a strange smell came out."
"Oh my god, I had poop. I was wondering why you weren't sleeping. Turns out you had a bowel movement."
Chang Xiao shook his head helplessly and quickly changed it for her. After changing, put the baby back in the sleeping bag and coax him as usual. It was not until the second half of the night that I was able to coax him into sleep. Looking at the sleeping little faces, Chang Xiao finally lay down with peace of mind and activated his sleeping skill.
Getting up early in the morning to clean and make breakfast fully illustrates what a good man is.
After the whole family had breakfast, Monli planned to leave after lunch because she had to go to work the next day.
"Wouldn't you like to stay a few more days? It's not easy for you to come here." Song Qin asked with a smile. "Next time, Auntie."
This light bulb has been there for 2 days, and she is afraid that if she continues to live there, someone will be unhappy. Every time he pestered Song Nian to sleep with her, Chang Xiao would give him a meaningful look.
It clearly says no. An expression that said, "You want my wife to sleep in a separate room from me in our own home? That's not possible."
So, after finishing her last lunch, she quickly slipped away. After all, she is her best friend, so Song Nian still feels a little reluctant to let her go. Because of work, she doesn't know how long it will take before they can see each other again.
After the people left, Chang Xiao said, "Wife, let's go too.
Go to the store to help out and let the 4 babies increase the customer flow."
You know, on the Mid-Autumn Festival, sales exploded. A daily turnover of 400,000. With the current popularity, there are over 300,000 views a day. After all, it is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Plus, National Day is coming soon. Okay. Song Nian nodded, changed her clothes, and set off. Arrived at the store. Wang Jing has returned from his hometown and is handing out flyers there. It is not yet the peak time for traffic.
Seeing the couple coming over, he smiled and said, "Brother, I haven't seen you for a few days.
How was your Mid-Autumn Festival?" Chang Xiao nodded, "Not bad. Is everything okay? Didn't you take teacher Song out to play? Do you think babies are suitable for long-distance travel?
Chang Xiao was speechless.
That's right. That's such a pity. It's so lively outside during the Mid-Autumn Festival.
It is not the case that everyone goes home to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival as everyone says. Young people work away from home and rarely go back home for Mid-Autumn Festival. The holiday is short to begin with, and it's troublesome to run around. As soon as they entered the store, the couple pushed the babies behind the cash register. These 4 babies are the signature of the little baby house.
Many people come here to see what these so-called exquisite and good-looking babies look like.
But sometimes the babies are not around, so you have to rely on luck to see them. Wang Jing walked in from outside and took the key from the cash register. "Brother, I'll go get some goods." He went back to his hometown these days, and Zhang Yu helped him to bring the goods. During the entire Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, Lin Yan and Zhang Yu were busy running around and also had to train new employees. Zhang Yu is responsible for the cashier and packing, while Lin Yan is in charge of sales and other matters in the store. Chang Xiao and his wife decided to promote Lin Yan to store manager. In this way, many things can be completely left to her, and the two of them don't have to worry about them, including purchasing, settling accounts and so on. Chang Xiao told this to Wang Jing, who had no objection and was very supportive. After all, Lin Yan has many years of experience, and the position of store manager is very suitable for her.
Chapter 143, Crazy Teacher Wang.
When Lin Yan learned that the boss and the boss's wife valued him so much, he was flattered. She had only been there for 2 months when she was successfully promoted to store manager. It was something she never dared to imagine. She had been working in the sales industry before and had some experience, but there were so many talented people and many people who were better than her had taken the lead, so she definitely wouldn't get any good opportunities. Over the years, the best position I've ever held was just sales manager. I have never received such preferential treatment. He looked at the couple with gratitude on his face. "Thank you, boss."
"You're welcome. You have the ability and experience here. We are very optimistic about you. Come on."
Good. There are more and more guests. The store started to get busy. Everyone was busy with their own work and cooperated with each other. The babies looked drowsy, so Chang Xiao put them in the back room to sleep and took this opportunity to make a bunch of desserts.
The fragrance is very nice. Customers smell it. What's that smell? It looks like a dessert, and it's strawberry flavored.
Some customers at the scene tasted the small desserts sent by Chang Xiao, and they naturally could not forget the familiar taste.
My eyes suddenly lit up.
I thought I would never be able to eat it again, but I didn't expect to be lucky today. Chang Xiao explained the activity of sending small desserts to Zhang Yu and continued to do some more in the back.
Afraid it's not enough.
This busy work lasted until 9:30 in the evening.
The couple said goodbye and went home. Song Mian has to go to work tomorrow and can't stay up late.
After returning home, I take a shower and go to bed.
While lying in bed, Song Mian said, "Hubby, you should go to class.
After all, graduation is approaching. If you don't go, it will be hard to explain to the teacher and the principal.
If it's the child, I'll tell Mom.
It is a critical period and there is nothing we can do but trouble the old man."
"Okay, I'll listen to my wife."
The next day, they each drove a car to school.
Teacher's office. Song Mian was tidying up the things on the table when Teacher Wang walked in with a book. As soon as he came in, he said, "Guess who I saw?"
"Who is it?"
Several teachers asked curiously.
"Of course she is our school's little star." Teacher Wang smiled, and his smile was a little bit, infatuated.
Song Mian guessed who it was without even thinking.
Every time the teachers mentioned Chang Xiao, she would subconsciously feel a little nervous.
I don't know why. It's obvious that they didn't find anything.
It was as if she had done something wrong.
Little star? Chang Xiao? This kid actually still remembers to go to school. Teacher Song held his chin. Teacher Wang smiled and said, "Graduation is less than a month away. If he doesn't come, the vice president will probably come to visit him personally.
If such a top student fails a course, it would be a waste of such great talent."
"Teacher Song, the vice principal has looked for you several times, right?" Teacher Li asked. Song Mian nodded, feeling a little embarrassed.
Indeed, this had happened no less than 5 times. Every time she asked her why Chang Xiao didn't come to class, what was more important than studying.
Graduation is just 1 month away.
Now, no matter what, Chang Xiao must come to school on time for class. I don't know why, but when I saw him this time, I felt that he was different from the last time. Teacher Wang said, I never thought that our school would produce a star in our lifetime. At this point, Teacher Wang already looked a bit like a fangirl. Teacher Li was speechless. Can you put away your infatuated face? They are students and we are teachers. Is your expression appropriate? Students are students. Besides, I just admire their looks. Teacher Wang curled his lips. I am only a few years older than Chang Xiao. Besides, isn't he graduating soon? He will be a member of society in the future. Who says that students can't date school teachers after entering society? Even if you can't, there's always nothing wrong with appreciating the appearance. Come on, you nymphomaniac. Teacher Li said helplessly. Teacher Wang opened his phone and found Chang Xiao's makeup photo saved in the album. He was so handsome that it was breathtaking. He came over to share with Song Mianmian. Teacher Song, look at this, isn't it pretty good? Song Mianmian felt extremely embarrassed, but she appeared calm on the surface. It's okay. Cut. Teacher Wang snorted while holding her phone. You have such a handsome husband, you must look down on him. Song Mianmian felt very embarrassed and wondered what Teacher Wang's expression would be if she knew the truth. At this time, the class bell rang. Okay, class is starting, stop being a fangirl. Teacher Li patted Teacher Wang's desk. Here, Chang Xiao was sitting in his seat. He hadn't been to class for a while, and everyone had basically gotten used to it. As graduation approaches, everyone is concerned about their own affairs and has no time to care about others. The class is quiet. Wang Jing sat next to Chang Xiao and asked, Brother, after graduation, are you going to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination or continue to work in the store? He remembered that before Chang Xiao got together with Teacher Song, he was thinking about improving his academic qualifications. Now that I have a child, I wonder if my thoughts have changed. Graduate school entrance exam. There is no harm in improving your academic qualifications, as they will always be useful. Wang Jing couldn't help but give a thumbs up when he heard it. Great. You take care of several babies every day, and the pressure is not small. You have to raise children and study at the same time. Sigh. Unlike him, with poor grades, even if he wants to take the postgraduate entrance examination after graduation, there is an 80% chance that he will fail. I don't have a top student brain like Chang Xiao. Others have learned a lot of things in advance and play games occasionally, but he spends all his time playing games, which is a waste of time. I don't expect to pass the postgraduate entrance examination. I am thankful that I can graduate successfully. Then just work hard with Chang Xiao and you will earn a lot of money every month. It's time for class. We'll talk about what happens after graduation later. Chang Xiao said. Yeah, that's right. Soon, the teacher came in. When Chang Xiao took a look, it turned out to be Teacher Wang. Still looking serious. The other party even looked at him deliberately with a strange look in his eyes. After the class, Wang Jing was a little confused. Why do I feel like Teacher Wang is always looking at you during class? Brother, did you do something to offend her? Chang Xiao shrugged, I don't know. Could it be that Teacher Wang discovered something? Wang Jing guessed. At noon, the two sat in the school cafeteria to eat. Several teachers came over and sat opposite naturally. Student Chang Xiao, do you mind if we sit here? Chang Xiao looked over and saw Song Mianmian among them. He smiled slightly, I don't mind. I heard that you have been filming a movie recently? Teacher Wang asked first. There is no trace of the serious look he has in class. Chang Xiao nodded. Since everyone thinks so, it can be a good reason. Chapter 144, Fire. Since I didn't come to school due to some matters, there is no need to explain in detail. Have you signed with an entertainment company? Teacher Wang asked. Chang Xiao shook his head, no. What is the point of signing with a company? You don't intend to develop in this circle for a long time. Ahem, the teacher thinks that you should focus on your studies for now, and you can put filming on hold for the time being. Teacher Li at the side quickly agreed, yes, there will be plenty of opportunities after you graduate from filming. With your grades, I think you can take the postgraduate entrance examination. The teacher still recommends that you keep studying. Several teachers nodded repeatedly. Wang Jing felt a little nervous facing several teachers. He looked at Chang Xiao beside him, but unexpectedly he was very calm and not nervous at all. You know, there are a group of teachers on the other side.
With several teachers taking turns to teach, how can we afford the food? Teacher Song, don't you agree?
My suggestion is to continue studying and take the postgraduate entrance examination.
You may have the opportunity to stay in the school and work in the future.
Teacher Rome pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose.
No matter what the teachers said, Song Mian nodded without any objection. Student Cheng Xiao, what do you think? Teacher Wang asked with a smile.
Cheng Xiao took a bite of the food and smiled. Teachers, rest assured, I will continue to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Hearing his words, the teachers felt relieved.
Song Mian glanced at Cheng Xiao and breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got it.
She has always hoped that Cheng Xiao could improve himself, which would be of great help in the future. After the meal, as soon as the teachers left, a few female classmates came over. Several people stared at Cheng Xiao for a long time. One of them said, "That's right, it's him."
Excuse me, is this senior Cheng Xiao? Wang Jing frowned. Are you guys okay? We are sophomores in the foreign languages department and we are here to look for senior Cheng Xiao. Is he the leading actor in the movie Super Guardian?
They didn't recognize him when they first saw the behind-the-scenes footage, but after looking carefully they realized he looked very familiar. With such an outstanding appearance, it is hard to ignore it.
Isn't he the senior student in the finance department? It's amazing.
I heard that he rarely comes to school, so he must be on the crew most of the time. It turns out that the big star is hiding in their school.
Why didn't I notice it before?
Many girls in school saw this behind-the-scenes footage and wanted to find Cheng Xiao, but he was often not in school.
Today, they happened to see me.
Cheng Xiao was still texting Song Mian, asking when she would be home. When he heard the voice, he looked up.
I'm Cheng Xiao, what's going on? Ah. Cheng Xiao, can you sign an autograph for me?
At this time, a girl quickly took out a pen and paper from her bag.
Cheng Xiao didn't refuse and signed one by one.
After signing, he found an excuse and went back to the classroom with Wang Jing. After getting the autographs, those girls were extremely excited. The news was quickly told to many people. The behind-the-scenes footage has been released on various platforms and has received tens of millions of views, so naturally the girls in the school have seen it. Since Cheng Xiao often didn't come to school, they couldn't find him even if they wanted to. It became popular all of a sudden. As for why the girls in his class didn't pay attention to this, it was because graduation was approaching and everyone was studying hard and working on their papers. They didn't have the time to watch short videos, and even if they did, they might not be able to see this.
Brother, everyone on the school forum is discussing you. You're famous.
Wang Jing was flipping through the posts on the forum. Some girls took secret photos of Cheng Xiao, and in each photo, he was handsome from every angle. Logically, your drama has been completed for more than a month, and the behind-the-scenes footage was released before.
Why did it become popular only now? Wang Jing was quite confused when talking about this.
Cheng Xiao was not interested in these and said nothing. I finished the class quietly, packed up and prepared to go home. Just as I was about to leave, several girls in the class gathered around me.
Cheng Xiao, you're so mean. You didn't even tell us you were filming the movie. Yeah, if it hadn't been revealed on the forum, we would never have known about it. I feel like you look much better in person than in your makeup photos. Wang Jing then said, you can watch, but don't think about it.
He already has a girlfriend. We know, we're just taking a look, nothing much to do. One of the girls rolled her eyes. Cheng Xiao smiled slightly. Sorry, I have something else to do and I'm in a hurry.
Are you going to the crew? Another girl asked.
After finally getting out of the school, Wang Jing took a breath and said, these girls are really crazy.
Let's go to my house first. Cheng Xiao said. You're not waiting for teacher Song?
She still has 2 classes. Wang Jing nodded, and the two drove to Zhongcheng Mingyuan.
Song Mian finished her work for the day and was ready to go off work.
Teacher Wang and the others were still browsing the school forum, feeling a little puzzled.
The thing I least wanted to happen still happened. The girls at school were going crazy.
Girls from other departments came to the finance department to join in the fun and stuffed love letters into Cheng Xiao's desk. It was still okay before, but now it is completely unrestrained. In a short while, the desks are full.
After get off work, Song Mian went home. This suddenly became popular in the school.
She didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing.
Arrived home.
Chang Xiao was coaxing the child on the sofa, and Wang Jing was sitting on the side, holding Debao in his arms,
acting as if nothing happened. It seems that he doesn't think there is anything wrong with what happened today.
Wang Jing knew that it was now their world, so he stood up and said goodbye to brother, teacher Song. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
After he left, Chang Xiao looked at Song Mianmian with a smile. What's wrong, wife? Don't you know that your story has spread on the forum? I know, what's wrong? Song Mianmian was stunned. Why don't you react at all? What kind of reaction can there be? If it spreads, it spreads. What's the big deal? I only have you in my heart, my wife. Other things can't affect me. Damn it, who told you this? If this gets out, we'll be in more and more trouble, don't you know? This is what Song Mianmian was thinking.
Now all the girls in the school know Chang Xiao, and there must be a lot of eyes watching him.
I've already made it public that I have a girlfriend. It's okay even if they know about our relationship. Don't worry.
Chang Xiao rubbed her head. Seeing mom and dad discussing something, Sibao, who was sitting on the sofa, watched with his eyes open and babbled.
Song Mianmian frowned.
At this time, Sibao suddenly stretched out his hand.
Judging from the meaning, it seems like he wants a hug.
Song Mianmian picked her up in her arms, and the child immediately buried her head in her chest and rubbed against her.
The meaning is self-evident.
Song Mianmian had no choice but to go to the children's room. Chang Xiao followed, put the babies in the cribs, and then opened the school forum. The top few posts are all about him.
Chapter 145. I'll prove it to you now.
First post, I finally got to take a picture today. Brother Chang Xiao is so handsome.
Attached below are a few photos that were taken secretly, all of which are from the side and from the back. Scroll down, there are a lot of comments. So handsome, I feel like I'm in love again.
I didn't think it was a big deal before, but now I really think he is handsome from every angle. I heard that senior brother Chang is a top student in the finance department. I really envy the girls in his class who can take classes with him. Chang Xiao was paying attention, and Song Mianmian was naturally paying attention as well. Looking at the comments below where everyone is praising their husbands, I can't describe my feeling. I feel proud but also a little jealous.
If you become famous, how many people will be watching you every day?
If someone who likes to sow discord comes out, will the relationship between them?
Thinking about it, she felt a little worried.
After feeding, I burped my baby and continued reading the forum. After a long while, she asked, Honey, now that you are famous, many beautiful girls will like you.
Will you be tempted?
Song Mianmian stared at Chang Xiao closely, afraid to miss any subtle expression on his face. Unexpectedly, Chang Xiao moved to her side, smiled and touched her head. Wife, guess.
Guess? I won't guess. So you mean you will like other girls? Song Mianmian snorted. I know that men are fickle animals. How could that be?
Chang Xiao chuckled and held her hand in his. You are the only one in my heart, my wife.
No one can replace you. I don't believe it. Song Mianmian pulled her hand back angrily. Ignore him. Chang Xiao moved closer to her, stared into her eyes, and asked with a smile, You really don't believe it? Song Mianmian didn't say anything.
But Chang Xiao took off his coat and unbuttoned his shirt one by one, then. Seeing his action, Song Mianmian suddenly thought of an indescribable scene and her face turned red instantly.
What you do?
You don't believe me, I'll prove it to you now.
Chang Xiao smiled and continued to unbutton his clothes.
His muscular chest gradually emerged, his skin was very white, without a trace of fat, and his figure was amazing.
Song Mianmian was stunned by what she saw.
Seeing that everything had been solved, Chang Xiao moved forward. Until it stopped 1 centimeter away from Song Mianmian. There was only one button left, and Chang Xiao reached out to unbutton it.
Song Mianmian stopped him immediately and whispered, No, isn't it enough that I trust you? Real? Really, I believe you.
Fearing that he would take the next step, Song Mianmian surrendered.
There's absolutely nothing we can do about him. That's right. Chang Xiao buttoned up his clothes again, got up and went to the kitchen to cook dinner. Seeing him go out, Song Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief.
My eyes turned to the child's bed, where my eldest baby was lying, whimpering and kicking his legs, with a bulging diaper underneath him. I just changed it, and I have peed so much in just a short while.
How much did you eat, kid? Song Mianmian chuckled.
When I changed his legs, they were so thick and sectioned.
It looks like lotus root and is very pleasing to the eye. Yeah. Dabeo loves his mother the most.
After changing his diaper, he grabbed Song Mianmian's sleeve with his little hands.
The little eyes looked straight at her. He won't let go no matter what. Dabeo, what's wrong? Song Mianmian took his hand away, but unexpectedly the little guy refused and held it tightly. There was no choice but to pick him up. I didn't want to when I kept struggling. That's strange. I put him on the bed again and was about to let him lie down, but the little guy struggled and didn't want to lie down, whining. Song Mianmian pondered for a long time before she understood what he meant. Is this for sitting? Sure enough, after I helped him sit up straight, he stopped humming and even smiled. One of the little guy's teeth has completely come out, it's very small, and the second tooth next to it is also coming out. I couldn't help but think of the time when the babies were being delivered. The nurses took them out and they were all so tiny, red, and skinny. In a blink of an eye, he grew white and plump, even fatter than a normal single-born baby. I can only say that Cheng Xiao is really good at taking care of children. She takes good care of the babies, cooking, doing housework, taking care of them and taking care of her every day. Everything is in order. If she were alone, it would probably be like fighting a war. She felt so lucky to have met such an outstanding man. Soon, dinner was ready and the family sat in the dining room. Song Qin then asked, Xiao Chang, have you been going to school these days? This question was asked suddenly, and Song Mianmian felt that her mother had something else to say. I quickly asked, what's wrong? Mom, why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Oh, it's like this, your aunt asked me to stay over there for a few days, and I wanted to ask for your opinions. If Xiao Chang wants to go to class, I will refuse them. Song Qin smiled. When mentioning her uncle, Song Mianmian's expression became a little subtle. Why did Mom want to go there again? She sighed and said, Mom, I'm not saying anything harsh, but who knows what their intentions are when they asked you to live there? What you said is true. They are your uncles after all. How can you feel at ease? What happened in the past is in the past. Song Qin frowned. Whether it's in the past or not, it has happened. This cannot be changed. It was them who said they wanted to cut off contact, not us. Song Mianmian did not give in on this topic. Song Qin sighed. Her daughter's temper is exactly the same as her father's. He is extremely stubborn, obstinate, and vindictive. Once a grudge is formed, it will be remembered for a lifetime. Why can't you forget what happened back then? It was difficult back then. It was normal that they couldn't lend you money. Haven't we already gotten through it? Song Qin said. She is a good person, and the people across the street are her younger brothers. How can she really cut off ties with them? Mom, if you want to go, I won't stop you. After all, he is indeed your brother. After saying this, Song Mianmian continued eating. Watching the mother and daughter discussing back and forth, Song Mianmian could clearly see that she was a little angry. Whenever this topic comes up, she becomes irritable. After thinking for a while, Cheng Xiao said, Mom, if you miss your mother's home, you can go and stay there for a few days. After all, that's where you grew up. There will definitely be feelings. After finishing breakfast, Song Mianmian put down her chopsticks, packed up and prepared to go out to work. Seeing her like this, Cheng Xiao thought she was probably angry. She ignored me even when I called her. Downstairs garage. He ran quickly in front of her, blocking her progress. Wife, are you angry? Song Mianmian turned her head away. No. No, look at you, your head is on fire, and you're not angry yet. Chapter 146, Cheng Xiao has been looking at Teacher Song. Cheng Xiao felt a little helpless, probably because of what he had just said to his mother. Wife, you should know Mom's character. She values family ties very much. After all, the two uncles are her brothers. With her character, she would never cut off the relationship. As a child, you should still be considerate when necessary. If you strongly refuse, and even cause a rift between mother and daughter, it will be a waste of time. Therefore, he needs to come out to mediate. I know that the reason you are angry is because you care about Mom. Cheng Xiao met her eyes and looked at her directly, his face serious. Old people are getting older day by day, and it's normal for them to care about family affection. Just give in and don't be angry. After a few days, your husband will take you out for a honeymoon, okay? Cheng Xiao held her in his arms. It took a long time to coax him into submission. Song Mianmian just felt wronged. If it weren't for her mother, she would have fallen out with them long ago.
Last time, I was very considerate of him by not chasing him away directly. Now that aunt has asked my mother to go over and stay for a few days. Who knows what her intentions are?
Okay, don't be angry.
Chang Xiao felt helpless. After getting in the car, he reminded, drive slowly on the road, pay attention to safety, and don't rush. After everyone left, Chang Xiao returned to the living room.
Nian Nian is gone? Song Qin asked. Chang Xiao nodded.
This child still can't forget that incident. Song Qin sighed, alas, she has such a stubborn temper, just like her father.
Mom, don't think about it.
I've just talked to her about it and she doesn't object. Song Nian is the kind of person who has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and she will eventually soften her heart. I guess she herself doesn't want to create a rift between mother and daughter.
It's okay, forget it, I won't go this time. Song Qin smiled slightly. I'll call them back later and tell them that I want to take my grandchildren.
Since her daughter doesn't like it, forget it. She will of course side with her daughter.
Chang Xiao? Then wasn't everything he said just now in vain? Okay, you still have classes at school, right? Go now. Good.
When he drove to the school, he put on a mask to avoid being recognized.
As soon as he sat down, several female classmates came over, as if they were waiting for him. Chang Xiao, how come you have time to come here today? I thought you weren't coming.
They have become accustomed to Chang Xiao not coming to class often.
Chang Xiao didn't say anything. Hey, don't be so aloof, we are classmates after all. A female classmate said.
Now the girls in the class are all surrounding Chang Xiao, which makes the boys feel unhappy.
It's just a movie, isn't it? What's the big deal? Is it necessary to surround like this?
They became even more upset when they thought that most girls in the school were like this.
It's just a pretty face. I don't understand what's so attractive about it. My girlfriend is now constantly browsing the forums. I really don't understand. He's just an actor. Who is he pretending to be so cool for? Now that I'm famous, I'm strong.
Several boys were discussing secretly. It was soon heard by the girl next to him.
Look at how jealous you all are. Why don't you talk about my grades? Even if I don't come to class, I'll still beat you in the exam. That is, no matter which aspect, I am better than you.
Instead of talking about others behind their backs, it is better to improve yourself. The male students who were talking about this were made to feel ashamed by the girls.
Everyone shut up.
At this time, Wang Jing walked into the classroom and was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. I saw a group of girls gathered around Cheng Xiao's desk. He quickly squeezed over, pulled the girl sitting next to Cheng Xiao away, and sat down himself.
Wang Jing, what are you doing?
The girl's face was filled with anger.
Nothing, I'm sitting next to my brother, what's wrong?
I'll sit here first.
I'm sorry, your seat is over there.
I moved my seat here before, so I'm sitting in my own seat.
Is there any problem? Wang Jing had an expression that looked as if he was extremely angry. You. Remember this.
The girl gritted her teeth.
Chang Xiao was speechless. He finally understood why this guy was single. It turns out that everyone is single for a reason. Wang Jing shrugged and didn't want to give up his seat. At this time, the class bell rang.
Song Nian walked in from outside with the lesson plan, glanced into the classroom, and was stunned when she saw Chang Xiao sitting in his seat with a smile on his face.
Why is he here? Mom has gone to live with her uncle, who will take care of the babies.
The two looked at each other, and Chang Xiao even winked at her.
Song Nian turned her head awkwardly, coughed, and shouted, "Class is about to start." During this class, Chang Xiao's eyes never left Song Nian.
When the get out of class was over, she didn't stay long and quickly left with her textbook.
At this time, a classmate suddenly said, "Did you notice that Cheng Xiao was looking at Teacher Song just now? Teacher Song is such a beautiful goddess, who wouldn't want to take a second look? Any man would like her, but it's a pity that she's married, oh.
You know what, I think Teacher Song and Chang Xiao are a good match. They are both very good looking."
A girl held her face. What are you talking about?
It will be bad if someone hears and tells the teacher. The person next to her quickly covered her mouth and said, "Teacher Song is already married."
Isn't it sincere to break up the couple by saying this? Wang Jingta wanted to step forward to explain. The two are husband and wife, but their relationship cannot be made public. I'm so anxious. Chang Xiao turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside the window and kept reading and taking notes.
The table was filled with love letters, which made Wang Jing very envious.
Brother, you haven't dealt with these yet? How about you help me deal with it? Chang Xiao looked at him. The whole table is filled with them.
Some of them were opened, and I guess the girls in the class even took a peek.
Okay.
I'll help you deal with it later.
Wang Jing nodded. After lunch, Chang Xiao went to the dormitory and put his textbooks back. I have no classes in the afternoon, so I'm going home.
Wang Jing packed up and prepared to go to the store to help.
As soon as the two walked out, they saw their two roommates in the dormitory.
I thought it was just another round of questioning, but I didn't expect their tone to soften this time.
Chang Xiao, Wang Jing, we are really sorry for what happened last time. We apologize to you. We have lived in the same dormitory for several years, and we are all good brothers. Let's not hold it against each other.
Since yesterday, Chang Xiao has become the most popular person on the school forum. It turned out that he had been secretly filming movies and was not on the run as the school rumored. The pay for making a movie must be quite high, and Wang Jing must have benefited from this to have so much money to buy a car.
Now, they are regretting it so much. Chapter 147 Ex-girlfriend asks for reconciliation.
If I had known I shouldn't have questioned him that day, if I had established a good relationship with Chang Xiao, maybe everyone in the dormitory would have a car now. Wang Jing said, let's forget about what happened last time.
Just don't be angry. Okay, we have things to do, so we'll leave first.
After saying that, Chang Xiao and Wang Jing left and headed towards the school gate.
Chang Xiao, wait a moment.
Unexpectedly, as soon as I reached the school gate, I heard a familiar voice. When Chang Xiao saw that person, he didn't feel anything, but Wang Jing was so shocked that his eyes were about to fall out.
Lin Fei. It's her.
How could she still have the nerve to face Chang Xiao?
What do you want from my brother? Wang Jing asked before Chang Xiao could speak. What he disliked most was women like Lin Fei.
I had always felt that this woman was not a good person, and after what happened last year, I became even more certain.
Cheating. Being kept by a rich second generation. She tried every possible trick.
At that time, she would often persuade Chang Xiao, but this brother was very stubborn and still insisted on being with her. She would rather turn a blind eye to it and protect her love.
But what about this woman?
Now he has the nerve to come to my door. I guess he saw that Chang Xiao was famous and rich, so he came to him with a smug look on his face.
This is a matter between me and Xiao. What does it have to do with you? Get out of here.
Lin Fei was very rude to Wang Jing. They called each other Xiao and were very intimate. Wang Jing was about to retort. Chang Xiao winked at him, signaling him to stop talking. The latter had no choice but to shut up.
Classmate, who are you? Chang Xiao smiled slightly. Lin Fei looked incredulous. Xiao, don't you remember me? I am Lin Fei, your Fei. You used to love bringing me breakfast. I still remember it.
Chang Xiao naturally remembered that he used to be like a dog and insisted on bringing her breakfast every day, but what did he get in return?
Ruthless betrayal. Isn't it very melodramatic? Oh, I remember now, what's the matter?
I know I did something wrong before, and I have now drawn a line between myself and those people.
Can you forgive me again?
Lin Fei stepped forward and wanted to hold his hand. Chang Xiao avoided it without leaving a trace. Men and women should not touch each other. Lin, you'd better be careful to avoid being misunderstood by your boyfriend.
I really know I was wrong. Lin Fei's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She didn't expect Chang Xiao to go make a movie.
When she saw that he became popular on the school forum, she regretted her decision and came to find him to try to win back the relationship. I feel that Chang Xiao will definitely change his mind, because no matter what I did in the past, Chang Xiao would forgive me.
Wang Jing rolled his eyes at the side. What a great actor. How could there be such a shameless woman? He could no longer bear it, so he said disdainfully, what's the point of knowing you're wrong now? He's the man you'll never get. Lin Fei didn't understand what it meant for a moment.
He already has a girlfriend and is getting married soon.
You don't have a chance.
Wang Jing smiled sarcastically. If it wasn't difficult to explain to Teacher Song, he really wanted to tell her the truth and make her angry to death.
What? You're getting married soon? Lin Fei's face was full of disbelief. It's only been a year since they broke up, and he's getting married? Is what he said true? He looked at Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao shrugged. He's right, I'm getting married soon, is there a problem? No, it won't happen. How could it be possible? Why didn't you wait for me? Lin Feifei still couldn't believe it. The two men were too lazy to pay attention to her and turned away. After leaving the school gate, Wang Jing asked, how do you feel? Cheng Xiao used to like Lin Feifei very much, to the point of obsession, but now? What kind of mood can I have? I just want to go home and take care of the baby. I can't stop thinking about it if I don't see it for a day. All right. Cheng Xiao went home and Wang Jing went to the store. In the living room, my mother-in-law was playing with the babies on the carpet. Now they all sat up, holding toys in their hands and smacking the toys in their mouths. These toys are made of safe materials and have been specially sterilized to prevent babies from putting them in their mouths. Everyone was so happy to see their father come back. Especially Si Bao, his body was moving. She was already sitting unsteadily, and with this movement, she fell vertically onto the carpet. There was a loud bang. Cheng Xiao's face changed and he immediately took off his shoes and ran over. Song Qin was also frightened. A heart-wrenching cry was heard, Cheng Xiao's heart tightened, and he quickly hugged Si Bao in his arms. Fortunately, it was carpet with thick fur. If it was tile floor, I would probably have a big bump on the back of my head. But it would be painful to fall like this. Cheng Xiao felt so distressed that he rubbed her gently. Si Bao, does it hurt? Daddy will rub it for you, don't cry anymore. Si Bao was crying so hard that his tears kept flowing and his little mouth was pouted in grievance. It's all Dad's fault. My little brother won't cry anymore. He won't cry anymore. Cheng Xiao blamed himself to death. This wouldn't have happened if he hadn't come in suddenly. Seeing Si Bao crying so sadly, he felt even worse. After coaxing him for a long time, the crying stopped, but he was still whimpering. Cheng Xiao took a special look and found that there was no major problem except for some redness. The fourth baby can't sit steadily at this moment. Due to his physical condition since childhood, he is slower than his older brothers and sisters in turning over and sitting up. After putting all the babies in the strollers, Cheng Xiao quickly went to make the milk powder. Song Qin came over to comfort Si Bao, pinched her little face, and said distressfully, Si Bao, does it still hurt? Yeah. The little guy seemed to have forgotten what had just happened and smiled at his grandmother. Song Qin's heart melted when she saw it. This child. After feeding with milk powder, the babies began to yawn and take a nap. After the children fell asleep, he hurried to cook. After eating, he carried the children to the children's room one by one. He also planned to take a lunch break. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When Song Mian came back from get off work, the living room was quiet. When I opened the door of the children's room and saw the harmonious scene in front of me, I couldn't help but smile. I closed the door gently and was about to get a glass of water when I turned around and saw my mother standing behind me. I was startled. Mom, didn't you go there? Song Qin shook her head and smiled. Mom knows that you have always had a problem with your uncle and his family. This time, Mom will not go and will stay at home to take care of Debeo and his family. No matter what, she still stood on her daughter's side. Mom, I'm sorry, Song Mian lowered her head with some self-blame. I shouldn't have spoken so harshly this morning. Mom knows your temper. It's okay. Mother and daughter don't hold grudges overnight. Song Qin patted her shoulder. Thank you, Mom. Song Mian's eyes were a little red, and thousands of words finally turned into these few words. You silly child, I'm your mother, what's the point of saying thank you or not? Don't say that again in the future. Chapter 148. It fell out by itself. Song Mian sobbed softly and nodded, okay. Song Qin couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. After a long while, the two of them calmed down and stopped talking about this topic. At this time, the voices of babies came from the children's room. It was time to wake up. Song Mian quickly opened the door and went in. Cheng Xiao had already woken up and was changing the children's diapers. When he saw her come in, he smiled and said, Wife, go find some clothes for Si Bao. Her back is a little wet. Oh, okay. There are separate storage cabinets for babies' clothes, one for each baby, and they can be put together to make them easier to find. For this reason, Cheng Xiao had to admire the humanity of the system. It's all based on people's needs. Soon, Si Bao's clothes were found and they started changing them. After taking off her clothes, Si Bao was suddenly exposed to the slightly cool air, and the smile on his face froze instantly.
This child is more afraid of cold than the other three and cannot stand the slightest bit of cold. Chang Xiao brought clean clothes, but before he started to change, the little guy started to pout.
I feel so wronged. I turned around and saw my mother.
I don't know if it was because she thought about the incident when I fell on the carpet before, but I felt even more aggrieved.
She cried out, wow.
The tears were like beads that had broken off the string.
It made the couple feel heartbroken.
Chang Xiao told the child about what happened when he went home before, and the child must have remembered seeing his mother feeling aggrieved. When Song Nian heard this, she felt even more heartbroken. After changing Sibao's clothes, he held her in his arms, walked around gently, and rubbed her little head. Our Sibao, don't cry.
Chang Xiao smiled helplessly. This kid will definitely be a little nagging person in the future. Look how aggrieved he is. When the baby was almost coaxed enough, Song Nian took a doll from the toy cabinet nearby and handed it to Sibao. Unexpectedly, the little guy turned his head and said no. She doesn't like dolls. Song Nian chuckled and then remembered that Sibao didn't like this, only Erbo liked it.
Sure enough, when the doll was taken out, the second baby looked at it intently and stretched out his hand. Chang Xiao took the doll and handed it to Erbo. The little guy grabbed it and smiled happily.
Ah.
Chang Xiao simply helped her sit on the bed and played with her slowly. Before I knew it, it was dark. He hurried to the kitchen to cook.
Song Nian also followed in and touched her belly. Hubby, what are we having for dinner tonight? I'm so hungry after a busy day.
Chang Xiao opened the refrigerator and took out fresh vegetables and meat.
How about braised pork? That's too greasy. It's okay to eat it occasionally, but eating it frequently will make you fat. Song Nian was a little disgusted.
Chang Xiao chuckled, I ate too much, and now you're starting to dislike it.
No way, it's just that if you eat too much of a dish, no matter how delicious it is, you will get tired of it, okay? Are you really tired of it? Then let mom do it, okay?
Chang Xiao put down the food in his hand and smiled. Song Nian thought he really wasn't going to cook anymore, so she quickly stopped him. No, my mom's cooking isn't as good as yours, and besides, I didn't say I'm tired of it, it's just that the braised pork is a little.
Okay, instead of braised meat, how about steamed meat? Song Nian had never heard that meat could be steamed, and thought, this new flavor should be delicious, right? Nodded, okay then. Are you hungry?
Chang Xiao asked while processing the dishes in his hands.
Somewhat. Wait a moment.
Knowing that her favorite dish was stewed eggs, I fiddled with the stove for a while. After a while, a bowl of fragrant stewed eggs came out of the oven. The fragrance immediately stimulated Song Nian's taste buds. She was very hungry and didn't have enough food at noon. I used to be able to tolerate the food in the cafeteria and didn't think it was anything special. But since I started eating the food cooked by Chang Xiao, the food cooked by the cafeteria auntie has become tasteless. He brought the stewed eggs to the small table beside him and said, eat some first. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Nian had already sat down at the table and started eating. Hiss. I hurriedly took a sip and felt the scorching heat as soon as I put it in my mouth. The heat made her hiss and her face wrinkled.
Eat slowly. No one is trying to snatch the food from you.
Seeing this, Chang Xiao quickly handed her a glass of warm water.
Song Nian shook her head, it's okay. Look how hungry you are. Next time I will prepare lunch for you to take to school early in the morning. You don't have to eat in the cafeteria anymore.
Chang Xiao rubbed her head with some heartache. After dinner, Song Nian went to take a shower as usual, but halfway through she realized that she had forgotten to take her pajamas. She frowned in annoyance and wanted to ask Chang Xiao to help her get it, but she felt embarrassed.
The guy would definitely laugh at her. However, the big bath towel was still drying on the balcony, and there was only a small towel on the rack. Mom has gone to bed. It's impossible to just go out, right?
There was no other choice but to call Chang Xiao over. After taking a few deep breaths, she opened the bathroom door a crack and shouted, honey, help me get my pajamas.
I forgot to bring them.
Chang Xiao was playing with the baby in the room when he vaguely heard Song Nian's voice. His face tightened and he thought something had happened. He quickly put down the baby in his hands and went to the bathroom.
Through the glass door, wife, what's wrong? Honey, go get me some pajamas. I forgot. Song Nian was extremely embarrassed. Okay, I'll get it for you. Chang Xiao was a little amused. This little woman, how could she forget this?
I quickly went to the closet to look for it, and as I was rummaging through it, the lace pajamas I had worn before suddenly fell out.
Chang Xiao looked confused. Didn't his wife say that he had thrown this thing away? This one is still the same one from that time.
Thinking of how sexy Song Mian would look in this pajamas, Chang Xiao couldn't help but want to see her wearing it again. The corners of his mouth rose slightly.
Through the glass door, Song Mian reached out to take the pajamas.
When she saw the lace pajamas, her face turned red instantly.
This. He actually found it out? She was obviously hiding. What's wrong, wife?
Chang Xiao asked in confusion when he saw that there was no movement inside.
Song Mian was almost embarrassed to death. This guy was so annoying. Humph, he must have done it on purpose. But I have to put it on. I can't just go out like that, right?
Thinking that Chang Xiao was waiting at the door, I felt even more awkward.
What to do? Just wear it and go out?
She slowly wiped the water off her body and put on the lace suspender pajamas that she was extremely reluctant to wear. His face turned red. She opened the glass door and saw Chang Xiao standing at the door, staring at her.
She whispered, "Who told you to take this pajamas?" "It fell out by itself, wife." "Didn't you say you had thrown it away?"
Chang Xiao said with a smile.
Speaking of this, Song Mian felt embarrassed. She did say she threw it away. She blushed and said, I forgot about it, and you dug it out. It's okay. It looks nice. It would be a shame to throw it away. Chapter 149. Have you changed your mind about her? Don't be so shy. You're wearing it for me alone and there's no one else at home.
Chang Xiao raised the corner of his mouth. Song Mian rolled her eyes at him, covered her face with a towel, and walked quickly to the room. I'm not shy. I silently told myself that I must remember to bring my pajamas next time. Since she had a child, her memory has not been as good as before.
Some small things can be forgotten. This led to this big embarrassment today. So embarrassing.
In the room, the children were playing with toys on the bed, babbling. Chang Xiao followed her in and closed the door.
Song Mian was still wiping her hair with a towel.
After putting on this pajamas, her figure was simply amazing. Especially the legs, which are slender and white. Of course, it would be better if they were a little fatter.
Still too thin.
Chang Xiao felt that the daily meals were not bad, with a combination of meat and vegetables, all of which were of high nutritional value.
How come he didn't gain weight? The weight even grew on his face. Could it be that this little woman has lost weight secretly? Or maybe you just can't gain weight?
After her hair was almost dried, Song Mian found another set of pajamas in the closet and prepared to change back.
Wife, you've already put it on, why are you still changing? Isn't this one good enough? Now that she's already put it on, how could Chang Xiao let her change back? No. I finally got this opportunity. Got to seize the opportunity.
The weather is cold, it's cold to wear this.
Song Mian made an excuse.
Chang Xiao smiled and said, the heater is on in the room.
If you really feel cold, we can go to bed now. It's not cold in the bed.
The two of them lay in the bed, Song Mian curled up with her back to Chang Xiao, not daring to turn around and look at him.
I'm going to bed first.
I have to go to work tomorrow, she said.
Don't rush to sleep, honey.
There's something I don't know whether I should tell you, but I think you must want to know. Chang Xiao glanced at her, deliberately trying to whet her appetite.
What's the matter? Song Mian asked casually with her head down. Look back, I'll tell you. Forget it. Chang Xiao dropped the bombshell directly, it's about my ex-girlfriend. Before he could continue, Song Mian turned around abruptly, her voice rising a few notches. What did you say? Your ex-girlfriend? Did she say anything to you? Or did you change your mind about her? Chang Xiao. Isn't this reaction a bit too quick? This is a fatal question. Goddamn change of heart.
Looking at Song Mian's eyes, he quickly shook his head. She was the one who took the initiative to talk to me.
What did she say? Calm down and don't be so excited.
Chang Xiao calmed her down. What did she tell you? When it comes to this issue, Song Mian becomes irrational and very sensitive to the word ex-girlfriend.
Please get back together.
Chang Xiao was full of desire to survive, and when his wife became serious, it was a bit scary.
She actually has the nerve to ask you to get back together? She betrayed you because she thought you were poor, and now she has the nerve to come to you? Song Mian was very angry, extremely angry. Wife, calm down. It's not worth getting angry at this kind of person. What if you get angry?
Chang Xiao said helplessly. I should have known not to tell her this.
What's the matter? Have you changed your mind about her? Song Mian narrowed her eyes.
Chang Xiao immediately shook his head. No, how is that possible? I only have you and the child in my heart now, everyone else can go away.
Are you still thinking about her in your heart? Song Mian asked coldly.
It's unfair, I really didn't do that. Chang Xiao said, if you don't believe me, ask Wang Jing.
I have already rejected her. If you don't refuse, do you want to agree? I don't. Chang Xiao was overwhelmed by all the life-threatening questions. My head hurts.
I should have known not to mention this matter earlier.
It would be better to let it go. It's not important anyway. What's her name?
If she's a student in our school, I should have an impression of her.
Song Mian said, I want to see how pretty she is. How can it be beautiful? It's not even 1/10 as good as you, my wife.
They are completely different, there is no comparison at all. To put it simply, Lin Feifei is like a vulgar woman, while Song Mian is the goddess who is otherworldly.
Snort. Song Mian turned her head away, snorted coldly, and ignored Chang Xiao. Sleep. Wife, are you angry?
Seeing that she was silent, Chang Xiao asked tentatively.
No reply. Wife. He called for the second time. No reply. This is really angry. Wife, don't be angry. I swear, you are the only one in my heart in this life. Still no response.
Chang Xiao looked over and saw that he had fallen asleep.
I fell asleep in seconds.
Oh, forget it, I'll go and coax her tomorrow. After coaxing the little ones to sleep one by one, Chang Xiao also fell asleep quickly.
The next day, I got up and made breakfast as usual.
Just as I finished and was about to call Song Mian, she had already gotten up and was washing up. Seeing him, he didn't say anything.
He must still be angry about what happened yesterday. Song Qin was a little puzzled when she saw this. What's going on?
Chang Xiao smiled and said, nothing. I pissed her off last night and she's still mad at me. It's normal for a couple to have some minor conflicts. Song Qin smiled helplessly. Even after getting married, this child's temper hasn't changed.
It's okay, just coax him. At the dinner table, Song Mian just ate her food, scrolled through her phone, and didn't say a word.
Chang Xiao looked over and saw that she was browsing the school forum. After finishing eating, he stood up and said, I'm leaving first.
Wait, lunch hasn't been brought yet.
Chang Xiao hurried to the kitchen to get lunch.
When I came out, Song Mian had already left. You should go quickly. It's a good time to deliver lunch over. Song Qin couldn't help laughing. Arrived at school, he took the lunchbox and went directly to Song Mian's office.
The latter was preparing materials for class when he heard a knock on the door. He subconsciously turned his head and was stunned when he saw Chang Xiao appear at the door with a lunchbox. Several teachers in the office were also stunned.
Chang Xiao? What are you doing here? Teacher Wang asked first. I'm here to deliver something. Chang Xiao walked to Song Mian's desk calmly and confidently. Teacher Song, this is what Wang Jing asked me to bring over. He said you were in a hurry to go out and forgot to take it.
At the last hot pot restaurant, several teachers knew that Wang Jing had a good relationship with teacher Song's husband. When I saw this situation, I didn't think much about it. I just think her husband is so caring. He even asked his good friend to deliver meals to school, which is great.
Song Mian took it blankly and said, thank you. You're welcome, teacher. I'll be leaving first.
After Chang Xiao left, she stared blankly at the lunchbox in her hand. Teacher Wang came over with stars in her eyes. Teacher Song, your husband is so thoughtful.
He even asked his friend to send it to you. I'm so envious. Envy from single guys. Teacher Meng Yan also said. Song Mian just felt complicated, and after a while, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Put the lunchbox on the table. But,
Humph, don't think she can forgive him like this.
Chapter 150 A Few Light Bulbs.
Chang Xiao was sitting in the classroom, browsing the forum. As soon as he opened it and saw the pin posts, the corners of his mouth twitched.
I accidentally ran into my ex-girlfriend yesterday. Open the post and there are photos on it. Aren't these people a little too gossipy?
It seems that it is necessary to make public the news of his marriage, so that my wife won't be unhappy when she sees these posts. Wang Jing sat over at this time and was also reading the school forum. Brother, these people are just like paparazzi. They spread the news too quickly.
You talked to Lin Feifei yesterday and it was posted on the forum in the blink of an eye. They insisted that you wanted to get back together with your ex-girlfriend. Teacher Song would definitely be unhappy when he saw this. How about you make your relationship with Teacher Song public? That way these people won't gossip about you all the time. Chang Xiao turned off his phone and fell into deep thought. Why wouldn't he want to?
You have to consider your wife's feelings. Just bear with it for another month. At this time, several female classmates came in from outside, and when they saw Chang Xiao, they hurried over like they did yesterday. He starts asking all sorts of questions as soon as he opens his mouth.
Chang Xiao, I heard that you got back together with your ex-girlfriend Lin Feifei? Wang Jing said unhappily, who told you that? Everyone on the forum is talking about it. Moreover, someone asked Lin Feifei about it, but she didn't say anything, so she must have agreed. Didn't you say you had a girlfriend? You still can't forget your old love.
Chang Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to them and just focused on reading a book. Wang Jing was helping him respond.
Who the hell is spreading rumors? I'll beat him to death. What's the point of getting back together? He and his girlfriend are in a great relationship. Why are you guys messing around? Just Lin Feifei, is he worthy of my brother?
The girls were about to say something.
The class bell suddenly rang. I could only return to my seat unwillingly. Song Nian walked in with the lesson plan, her face cold. This time, because she was angry, the aura around her was even colder. He glanced at Chang Xiao, then immediately looked away. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually a little overwhelmed inside, especially when facing Chang Xiao's burning gaze. Try not to look in his direction and just take the roll call as usual. The class was quite depressing, and when the get out of class was over, several students gathered together. What happened to Teacher Song today? I feel like she's in a bad mood. Did she have a fight with her husband? I think it's possible. What's wrong with her husband? If my girlfriend is so good looking, let alone making her angry, I will definitely worship her like an ancestor, said a male classmate. At this time, female classmate A said disdainfully, come on. Even someone like you can't find such a beautiful wife. You need to have Chang Xiao's looks. Noon. Song Nian was sitting at her desk, opening her lunchbox and preparing to eat when her cell phone rang. It was a message from Chang Xiao. Honey, have you eaten yet? She turned off her phone and didn't reply. Are you still mad at me? Stop being angry, okay? Chang Xiao had no choice but to use his trump card. Wife, if you don't reply to me, I will go directly to your office to find you. Sure enough, this sentence is useful. Song Nian replied quickly, what's the matter? Aren't you looking for your ex-girlfriend? Go find her. When did I say I was going to look for her? They all said you promised to get back together with her. Chang Xiao really wanted to pull out that guy who was talking nonsense and give him a beating. Who said I was going to get back together with her? Honey, I swear, you are the only one in my heart. If I lie, let me be bitten to death by a snake. Song Nian read the message he sent while eating, and couldn't help but smile. Never return. After Chang Xiao finished his meal, he returned to the classroom, still thinking about how to make his wife happy. Brother, was Teacher Song angry after seeing those posts? Wang Jing remembered the expression on Teacher Song's face during class. Chang Xiao nodded. After a day's classes, in the evening. Wife, you haven't paid attention to me for a whole day. Chang Xiao looked at Song Nian who was playing with the child beside the crib, helplessly. If you're really unhappy, then can I make our relationship public now? Still no words. There is no other way. Soft methods 1T work. I can only. Song Nian was playing with Sibao, holding a toy car in her hand, but she didn't expect Chang Xiao to come over, hug her, and take advantage of the situation to push her onto the carpet. The air is still. After realizing what was happening, Song Nian blushed and asked unhappily, what are you doing? It's all like this, what do you think? Chang Xiao met her eyes, the two were only 1 centimeter apart. Are you sure you still want to be angry with me? I didn't. Song Mianmian's voice was so small, like a kitten's cry. Then why are you ignoring me? Are you still mad at me about what happened last night? Song Mianmian didn't say anything.
What happened on the forum last night is just nonsense from those people.
Don't pay any attention to them. I've explained it all. If you're angry with me again, then. Chang Xiao looked at her fair collarbone. The meaning is self-evident. Let go first. No. Chang Xiao looked at her. What if I let you go and you continue to be angry with me? Is it not enough that I am not angry? Song Mianmian said sullenly, then next time that woman talks to you, you are not allowed to pay attention to her. Sure enough, it was because of this matter.
Looking at her jealous look, Chang Xiao smiled helplessly.
Okay, ignore it. Listen to my wife. Next time I see her, I'll pretend I didn't see her. Song Mianmian hummed, then let me go first.
After letting go, Chang Xiao felt distressed when he saw her red wrist and regretted that he had been too harsh on her. Song Mianmian lay down in the bed with her head buried, obviously shy. Chang Xiao was just about to get into bed and improve his relationship with his wife when he heard a voice from Sibo, who was sitting on the bed.
Ah! These little light bulbs are giving him a headache.
There is no other way, I still have to serve several little ancestors. I finally coaxed them to sleep, and then I looked over and saw that my wife was asleep too. I couldn't bear to disturb him, so I just went to sleep too. For several days, the incident between Chang Xiao and his so-called ex-girlfriend continued to ferment.
It was said that Lin Feifei responded and they had indeed reunited.
On the one hand, he said they got back together, and on the other hand, he said that the other person had a girlfriend.
It was quite a big fuss.
Wang Jing once suspected that Lin Feifei was behind the scenes and did it on purpose.
In the teacher's office. The female teachers also have some gossip. It's true that when you are famous, there are more gossips. Two factions have already formed on this forum.
One side says Chang Xiao has a girlfriend, and the other side says he got back together with his ex-girlfriend.
Teacher Wang is more gossipy than the other teachers.
It was so interesting to watch. She not only likes to read gossip about celebrities, but also about students.
Teacher Li was almost speechless.
Song Mianmian resisted the urge to look at the forum and focused on her own business.
Anyway, she chose to believe Chang Xiao and didn't think about anything else. But Teacher Wang came over and asked, Teacher Song, what do you think about this matter?
Chapter 151, Please give me some money, big guys.
Song Mianmian didn't expect Teacher Wang to come over and ask her.
She was stunned for a moment and replied, it's the student's own business.
As long as it doesn't violate the rules, we can't interfere. I told you, you are too gossipy. Teacher Li looked at Teacher Wang and couldn't help but say. Then which group do you think is true?
One group says Chang Xiao has a girlfriend and it's impossible for him to get back together, while the other group says he has already gotten back together with his ex-girlfriend.
Teacher Meng Yan held her chin and said, I think it's impossible to get back together. Why would they get back together after breaking up? Have you ever seen a couple who got back together but weren't together every day? That's true. Teacher Wang nodded. Teacher Li said unhappily, okay, why are you gossiping so much? This is all students' business. Teacher Wang looked at Song Mianmian. Teacher Song, what do you think? Song Mianmian didn't want to hear this at all.
She had been trying very hard to suppress her thoughts, but Teacher Wang just came over and asked.
Xiao Xiao pretended to be indifferent. I think what Teacher Meng Yan said makes sense. Didn't Cheng Xiao say that he has a girlfriend?
Then it's impossible for him to get back together with his ex-girlfriend.
This issue was discussed for half an hour. The office was bustling with activity. Not only people in the school gossip, but the teachers too.
Chang Xiao no longer cared about this matter and was busy with his studies.
I will graduate in less than a month, and I have a lot of things to do. In the cafeteria.
Chang Xiao and Wang Jing were sitting and eating when someone suddenly sat down across the table. Looking up, it was Lin Feifei.
Wang Jing frowned. Why was this woman still pestering him? Chang Xiao, are you angry because of the posts on the forum? That really wasn't done by me.
It was those people who spread the rumors.
Lin Feifei explained. Wang Jing sneered, if not you, then who else could it be? She and her partner are getting married, so how can they get back together with you? Do you think it's possible?
My brother's reputation is about to be ruined, and now there are people saying that he is too timing.
This generation of great players is so difficult to lead. Too good at spreading rumors.
After dinner, Chang Xiao went to the classroom, and Lin Feifei was ignored like air.
At night, in the living room,
Song Mianmian sat on the sofa, playing with her phone and browsing the forum.
Now I am basically numb to seeing those posts.
I subconsciously skipped it and looked at something else. Tomorrow is the weekend, and Teacher Wang and others have made an appointment to come over. When Chang Xiao brought her a glass of milk, she said, "Honey, Teacher Wang and the others are coming over tomorrow, you."
Come on, I have no objection, honey, you decide. Now that graduation is approaching, Song Mianmian is still quite nervous. Their relationship will definitely be made public at the graduation party. If Teacher Wang and the others knew that Chang Xiao had previously relied on makeup to hide his true identity, would they be angry at their deception? Well,
as if seeing her anxiety, Chang Xiao comforted her, "It's okay, just tell the truth."
Song Mianmian was still a little worried. Before, I just wanted to keep it a secret, and I hadn't figured out how to make it up. My head hurts.
While they were discussing, the mother-in-law came out of the room, limping. Seeing this, Song Mianmian quickly got up and came to help her.
Mom, what's wrong with you? It's okay, it's just my old cold legs, it's an old problem. Song Qin waved his hand. I'll get you some medicine.
No, just bear with it and it will pass. The medicine won't have much effect.
Song Qin sighed.
The old illnesses I had in the past can no longer be cured. Chang Xiao stood up and took his mother-in-law's pulse. After letting go of his hand, his brows furrowed. My mother's health condition is indeed not very good. She has many hidden illnesses that have been with her for many years. However, it is not impossible to recuperate. I was too busy before and didn't pay attention to some people around me. It's not too late to adjust now. How is it? Song Mianmian asked. Chang Xiao smiled and said, "It's okay. I can cure this completely." Cure? The mother and daughter seemed to have heard a fairy tale.
This old problem is almost deeply rooted. It may be suppressed, but how is it possible to cure it?
Wife, let's go buy some medicine while the pharmacy is still open. Chang Xiao said with a smile.
Song Mianmian was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." The two went out and went to the drugstore. On the way. "Honey, can this really be a cure?" She still couldn't believe it. Chang Xiao, "Yes, this is easy." Song Mianmian thought about her cousin's illness, which the hospital couldn't cure, and they sent him home to die.
But after a few acupuncture treatments by Chang Xiao, he was almost cured. If he could be cured, her mother should be no problem.
Arrived at the pharmacy.
I ordered a few medicinal herbs and packed them up to take away.
I also bought a clay pot for boiling medicine. Just rely on taking medicine? Song Mianmian asked. Chang Xiao smiled mysteriously, "You will know later."
After returning home, Chang Xiao first went to the kitchen to boil medicine, and then took out the injection bag.
Song Qin's pain was mainly in the joints. The effect of acupuncture combined with Chinese medicine could be seen in a few days. After the needle was removed, the medicine was almost ready.
Song Qin only felt a warmth in her knees, which was not as painful as before and indeed relieved a little.
It's quite magical. Mom, what do you think? Song Mianmian asked. Song Qin said, "It doesn't seem to hurt that much anymore." That's good. After hearing what she said, Song Mianmian trusted Chang Xiao 100%.
I was a little confused before, but today I completely verified it on my mother.
You should feel better when you wake up tomorrow. It's not a big problem.
What my mother-in-law said was not that serious.
It will be cured after a few acupuncture treatments.
As he was speaking, the babbling sounds of several babies were heard from the children's room.
The little ancestors have woken up.
I'll go take a look first.
Honey, you go make the milk powder. Song Mianmian said as she went to the children's room.
When she opened the door and saw the scene in front of her, the corners of her mouth twitched. I saw that Sibao didn't know how he rolled over and ended up lying sideways on his sister's body. The two children were like a cross. He was humming and drooling, wetting the bed sheet, and his little face turned red. She shook her head helplessly, "This child.
Hurry up and pick up the little guy. Sibao, do you know how much you weigh? Look how much you are pressed by your sister. He has circles of fat on his body, and looks like a little fat boy."
Chang Xiao did not choose to make milk powder for the little ones, but instead made complementary foods. Milk powder can no longer meet the daily food needs and can relieve hunger. The baby is already 5 or 6 months old, so the food must be nutritionally balanced and complementary foods must be added.
You have to eat it even if you don't want to.
I have done this before, but my baby was not very willing to accept it and refused to eat it no matter what. He simply could not adapt to it. A month has passed and it still doesn't work.
There is always a lot left over every time.
He is not very good at making complementary food, so he has been learning it especially in the past few days. Because babies are also particular about taste, they will definitely not eat if it doesn't taste good. Seeing the bowls of complementary food, Song Nian felt a little overwhelmed. They don't seem to want to eat this, husband, why don't we wait until the children are older?
Chapter 152, Habits.
I've made it many times, but the kids just won't eat it. What a waste. After thinking about it, I decided to wait until the child is older and will be more accepting of it. No, it's time for them to eat this month. Other children start to eat it at 4 months old so that they can keep up with the nutrition.
Dabeo and the others are almost 6 months old, so they can't be willful anymore. Chang Xiao looked serious. You can't get used to this kind of thing. For the development of children, they have to eat even if they don't want to.
Song Nian thought about it and secretly regretted that she had not thought it through carefully enough. Chang Xiao knows much more than her as a mother, which makes her feel ashamed. I put all the children on the sofa and fed them one by one.
Still not willing to eat. Dabeo, open your mouth and eat quickly, otherwise I won't give you milk. Chang Xiao was relatively serious with Dabeo. After all, he was a boy. If you turn your head, you won't eat it. You don't want to eat, right?
If you don't want to eat, forget about drinking milk.
Just starve.
Next, feed the second baby, the third baby, and the fourth baby. I don't eat anything other than the 3 treasures. They refused to eat no matter how much he urged them, so Chang Xiao was cruel. He simply didn't prepare any milk powder, so that they would starve and eat naturally when they were hungry. It's just a little bad habit that I developed.
Song Nian looked at it and wondered if this was too harsh on the child.
After all, I am still young. Seeing his wife's distressed face, he said, "Wife, you can't spoil her like this in the future.
She is lawless. If you don't want to eat, don't eat."
I don't know if the little ones knew that their dad was angry, but they just stared at him without blinking.
Seeing this serious little expression, Song Nian couldn't help but laugh. Chang Xiao continued to feed Dabeo. As expected.
The babies understood what I just said and opened their mouths to eat as soon as I fed them. Chang Xiao felt both distressed and amused. Soon, several bowls were empty and all the food was eaten. Both the couple felt helpless. These ones need to be urged even when fed complementary food, otherwise they won't eat.
After feeding the children, Chang Xiao hurried to cook. After dinner, go back to the room.
Wife, let's go shopping together tomorrow morning. I haven't gone shopping in the supermarket with my wife for a long time.
No need, Teacher Wang said they can bring it themselves.
I know. I mean, let's go buy some hot pot base.
Why buy this?
Of course, we're going to make hot pot. We already have the shabu pot, so we just need the base and the vegetables.
Oh well. The next day, the couple packed up and prepared to go out. When she went downstairs, Song Nian received a call from Teacher Wang.
Teacher Song, we have already prepared to buy the food, please wait for us at home.
Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chang Xiao asked, Are you here? Not yet. I'm buying groceries. Well, let's go.
The two of them set off in a small electric scooter, as the distance was short and there was no need to drive. In the supermarket.
Honey, which soup base do you like? Here we have clear soup, tomato, spicy and hot.
Chang Xiao pulled Song Nian to the hot pot supplies area.
Looked at the items on the shelf. Song Nian chose one. Just clear soup and spicy. Good.
After buying this, the two went to look at vegetables.
What about enoki mushrooms, lettuce, kelp, lamb rolls?
Wife, what kind of food do you like?
Mutton rolls and this beef roll.
These are her favorites.
How can the hot pot be without these two? Enoki mushrooms and lettuce are also indispensable. Would you like some beef balls? Chang Xiao took out 2 bags of beef balls from the refrigerator nearby.
Okay. I also bought some chili peppers for seasoning.
After shopping and returning home, Chang Xiao quickly put the dishes and other things in the kitchen and asked, Wife, can you ask if Teacher Wang and the others are here?
He can prepare himself.
It's almost there. Song Mian was still a little nervous. Yeah, okay. Turned around and went to the bathroom. After a while, he came out with a different face. Just as she was done, Song Mian looked at her phone and said, "They're already here. I'll go downstairs." While his wife was out, Chang Xiao took the children to the sofa and turned on the TV. Soon, the sound of several people chatting was heard at the door. The door was opened. Teacher Wang was the first to walk in. "Hello, brother-in-law. We are sorry to bother you again." Although he said sorry, he took off his shoes quickly without stopping. Several teachers were holding things in their hands. There was meat, vegetables, and a box, which looked like it was milk tea. "It's still from Yulamai." Putting down what he was holding, Teacher Wang quickly ran towards the babies. "My babies, I miss you so much. I haven't seen you for a long time. You have grown so big. Time flies." Teacher Wang pinched Abeo's little face at the edge, which was chubby and had smooth and tender skin. "This skin is so good." Teacher Lee also came over. "The first thing I noticed was the 4 treasures inside." She was becoming more and more beautiful. Looking at Sibao, she seemed to see her future daughter-in-law. "Such a beautiful baby. When my own child grows up, I will have to hurry up and catch up with him." "Teacher Song, your 4 treasures are getting prettier and prettier." "Yes, they become more beautiful as they grow older. All the children are like that." Teacher Song also agreed. Song Mian was embarrassed. No. Teacher Wang finished playing with the baby and sat down on the sofa. "Brother-in-law, today I want to eat sweet and sour spare ribs, braised pork, cola chicken wings, garlic greens. We have already bought the dishes." She grinned. "Just thinking about it makes me so greedy." In order to eat more, she didn't even have breakfast. The other 3 teachers couldn't help but cover their faces at this shameless look. "Could you please have some shame? As soon as you arrive, you only know how to eat." Chang Xiao smiled and said, "No problem." After talking about food, Teacher Wang pulled a few people aside and started chatting about gossip. It's school gossip again. This time it's not about Chang Xiao getting back together with his ex-girlfriend, but Chang Xiao's new movie. After watching the trailer, it's pretty good, but I don't know when it will be released. I can't wait to book out the theaters and boost the box office. Oh. He looks more and more handsome the more I look at him. It's a pity that he already has a girlfriend and is about to get married." Teacher Lee at the side asked, "What's the matter? Do you still have feelings for a student?" "No way. What nonsense. As a teacher, how could I have any thoughts about my students?" Teacher Wang retorted immediately. Song Mian was almost embarrassed to death. If Teacher Wang knew that the person standing in front of her was Chang Xiao himself, she wondered what expression he would have. She could already imagine the embarrassment. "Teacher Song, when the movie is released, I will book the theater and invite the teachers in the school to watch it. Will you and your husband come?" Song Mian was about to say something when Chang Xiao agreed first. "Sure, we have no objection." "Great, it's a deal." Teacher Wang smiled. While we were chatting, Song Qin walked out of the room. Several teachers stood up and greeted, "Hello, Auntie." "Hello." She smiled and nodded. Song Mian had specifically instructed both sides, even telling Song Qin about the makeup. "I'm afraid something might go wrong at the critical moment. We can't let Teacher Wang and the others know Chang Xiao's identity now." Chapter 153, Dazzled by the Food. At 10:30 in the morning, prepare to cook. Chang Xiao got up and went to the kitchen. "You guys chat, I'll go cook." I saw that he had already entered the kitchen. Teacher Wang said quietly, "I think my brother-in-law is no worse than Chang Xiao. They are both very handsome. Teacher Song has a good eye. Yes, where can I find a husband who is rich, handsome, gentle, and considerate?" Song Mian felt extremely embarrassed as she listened to their discussion. "Don't interrupt, just listen quietly." He picked up Sanbao, who was closest to him, and kissed him. "Yeah." Feeling the loving kiss of his mother, Sanbao smiled. 2 little teeth are exposed, which is very cute. Wow, the baby is growing teeth so quickly? Teacher Lee noticed this with his sharp eyes. Song Mian smiled and nodded. "Yes, it started to grow in 3 months." "So fast?" Teacher Lee couldn't believe it. Her son's teeth only started to grow when he was 7 or 8 months old, and now they are too small to be seen.
At one point I suspected that my child was developing more slowly than other children.
No, I have to check it when I go back this time. Children's problems cannot be neglected.
Have the others grown yet?
Teacher Lee continued to ask.
The first baby has grown up, and the second and fourth babies have just emerged.
Song Mian said with a smile.
Your children's teeth are all so fast, but ours is almost 8 months old and only a little bit has come out.
You can't even see it unless you look carefully. Teacher Lee sighed. Teacher Song said, that's normal. My child took 10 months to grow up. Isn't he doing well now? Time passed minute by minute. Teacher Wang was so hungry that he looked towards the kitchen. Isn't my brother-in-law ready yet? I'm so hungry. My stomach is growling with hunger. You bought so many vegetables, it will take some time for people to cook them, right? If you don't want to, you can do it yourself. Teacher Lee said unhappily. Teacher Wang smiled awkwardly, I'm just too hungry. Everyone, it's time to eat. Half an hour later, Chang Xiao came over and called out.
In the dining room. When seeing the table full of sumptuous dishes, Teacher Wang's eyes lit up, especially the hot pot in the middle.
There's also hot pot, that's great. Saliva is already swirling in my mouth.
I was wondering why it took so long, brother-in-law, you were making hot pot. He sat down without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks and started eating.
Teacher Meng Yan said, you're already eating before the elders arrive. I didn't mean it, I'm sorry.
Teacher Wang was overwhelmed by the delicious food, mainly because he was too hungry, so he couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks.
Oh, she didn't mean it. Song Qin has walked in from outside. Why are you all standing there?
No need to wait for me, let's get started.
After you sit down, let us eat.
Chang Xiao put the mutton roll in front of him into the pot to cook, then took it out and put it in Song Mian's bowl.
Because I am still breastfeeding, I can't eat anything too spicy and can only eat food cooked in clear soup.
Serve with a little more sauce. After 6 months, the child is ready to be weaned. Nowadays, breast milk is no longer nutritious enough for babies, and they need to rely on complementary foods. Teacher Wang and the others were no longer paying attention to the two of them showing off their love. They were so hungry that they were only concerned with eating to fill their stomachs first.
Tasty. And this, give it to me, I want it.
This sweet and sour pork ribs is so delicious.
Love it. The braised pork is good too. Brother-in-law, I feel like your cooking skills have improved a lot. Teacher Wang talked non-stop while eating.
Teacher Meng Yan and the others also nodded in agreement.
So delicious. The whole table of food was quickly cleared out, leaving Song Mian dumbfounded. Teacher Wang burped softly.
The elders are here, so I dare not be too presumptuous.
Song Qin smiled and said, it's a blessing to be able to eat more. The meal is finished.
Several teachers felt embarrassed, so Teacher Lee suggested washing the dishes.
Teacher Lee, you go and have a rest, I'll take care of it. Chang Xiao smiled. That's so embarrassing.
They had eaten from others so many times but never washed the dishes once.
It's all right. Well, if you need anything, just call us. On the sofa. Several people were discussing what to do after the holiday.
Because Song Mian is here to substitute for the teacher, and Teacher Lin will be back after the new year, I don't know if she will continue to teach at the school. The younger ones have only been in school for 1 or 2 years, while those like Teacher Lee have been there for several years and will definitely stay. I would feel a little uncomfortable if Teacher Song was not around.
Teacher Song, if Teacher Lin comes back, will you continue to teach? Asked Teacher Wang. Yes, the principal and the vice principal are very optimistic about you.
Since your arrival, the grades of the students in the class you teach have improved rapidly.
They are very outstanding in our group. Several people looked at Song Mian. She coughed and replied, I don't know about that either.
We'll see when the time comes. Hearing her say this, the teachers frowned.
I always feel that Teacher Song will definitely not go.
After all, my husband has a business and our family is well off, so there is no need for him to go out to work. If it were them, they would probably be full-time housewives at home. However, Teacher Song has such a good husband, so there is no way she would do the housework herself.
They didn't know what to say except to express envy.
I think it's still possible for me to continue teaching.
Song Mian looked at their regretful faces and spoke helplessly. The profession of teacher is her hobby.
She was just afraid that after her relationship with Chang Xiao was made public, it would be awkward for her to get along with them in the future. After all, you may not see him when you look up, but you will see him when you look down.
Don't make it awkward because of this. Really? Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang was the most excited. Yeah. Song Mian nodded. Teacher Meng Yan asked, will my brother-in-law agree? I think so. After chatting for a while, they prepared to leave. Some are reluctant to leave. My dears, Auntie is leaving soon. Remember to miss me.
Teacher Wang kissed a few babies, waved, and took a few photos. The babies were inexplicably being touched and were a little confused.
The little thing is so cute. I'll take you there. Song Mian stood up and called into the house, husband, check on the baby. No need to send us off. Just take the baby with you. We know the way. Teacher Meng Yan smiled. That's fine too. Please be careful on the road. Good. Chang Xiao came out of the kitchen. Have the teachers left? Song Mian nodded. Thinking about what happened just now, she asked, honey, after the holiday, do you think I should stay in school and continue to work or leave? I just discussed this topic with Teacher Wang and the others, and they asked me if I wanted to continue teaching. Chang Xiao chuckled, it depends on you, do you want to continue or leave?
But no matter what you choose, your husband will support you.
Chapter 154 Relationship Open. Really? Song Mian looked at him.
Chang Xiao rubbed her head, silly girl, you are my wife.
Since it is your choice, how can I not support you? After hearing this, Song Mian became even more conflicted.
She knew that Chang Xiao definitely didn't want her to continue teaching, he had said this before. I agreed just because she said she liked this job.
Let me think about it again. Good. Chang Xiao naturally didn't want her to teach. It would be tiring and she wouldn't earn much money every day. But he respected Song Mian's choice. Whether it's a hobby or a job, just let it be. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it's Chang Xiao's graduation day. The school is very busy. I have to take photos and do other things, I am so busy.
The seniors had already put on their bachelor's gowns, and Wang Jing brought one for Chang Xiao to change into. Brother, we're about to take a picture, hurry up. After they changed their clothes, they ran to the photo location. The person in charge of taking photos was the English teacher in the class, who was waiting there.
Are there any other students who haven't come yet? Teacher, there's no more, we can take the photo now. A male classmate spoke up. The female classmate next to him blared at him, what are you talking about? Chang Xiao and Wang Jing haven't arrived yet. It's really annoying that you take so long to take a picture. Some people are already dissatisfied. Isn't it time for taking pictures yet? Why are you in such a hurry?
Most of the girls are on Chang Xiao's side. Even though he has a girlfriend, just based on his looks and the movies he has starred in, they still stand on Chang Xiao's side.
At worst, you can just be a fan. It's so fulfilling to have a good relationship with a future movie star. If you tell others about it, I don't know how many girls will be envious of you.
A few minutes later, Chang Xiao and his companion arrived late.
The English teacher didn't say anything. Is everyone here now? Everyone is here. Okay, remember, when I say 3, you throw your bachelor's hats up. Although such photos are a bit vulgar, they are very meaningful. Snap. After taking the photo, I took several more in a row. Afterwards, several female students borrowed the English teacher's camera and continued taking pictures.
After taking the photo, I don't know which classmate shouted,
why don't we organize a graduation party tonight and invite all the classmates and teachers in the class? I'll treat you.
Everyone looked over and saw that the person who was speaking was Meng Yang, a rich second-generation boy in their class. Wang Jing whispered at the side, Meng Yang always likes to show off at times like this.
Just watch, we don't have to pay for it. Chang Xiao shrugged. That's true. I've finally graduated. My old man doesn't have to nag me anymore. That's great. Wang Jing couldn't wait to sing a song. Chang Xiao looked in the direction of the teacher's office. Tonight was the time for them and their relationship to be made public. It is impossible to live in the underground forever, you still have to see the light. If you keep hiding it, it might eventually be exposed. Now that the movie is released, there will definitely be a lot of people who know him. If you go to the store, there will be so many pairs of eyes looking at you and people will take pictures of you and post them online. Netizens don't care, What matters is what the teachers in the school will think. He had to consider Song Mianmian's reputation.
It's better to reveal your cards in advance.
To avoid embarrassment.
He himself doesn't care, but his wife is the most important thing, and he can't ignore her. It was noisy in the KTV room.
As a rich second generation, Meng Yang naturally wanted to act pretentious, so he opened an extra large private room that could accommodate hundreds of people.
The table in front was filled with drinks. This time, all the teachers who taught their classes were invited, including Teacher Wang.
It is even less likely that Song Mianmian will be absent.
As soon as she came in, she noticed Cheng Xiao at first sight.
I'm so nervous at the moment. Because tonight is the public time, and I don't know if Teacher Wang and the others will be angry about this.
After all, it has been hidden for so long.
Anyone would be angry.
I was nervous inside, but I could only appear calm on the surface. The couple's eyes met, and Cheng Xiao winked at her. He verbally signaled her to relax, saying that he would take care of everything.
The teachers are here, welcome, welcome. Meng Yang led the applause. Sitting down, Teacher Wang said, it's quite lively. Song Mianmian remained silent, and the others were quite puzzled. Teacher Li asked, what's wrong? Nothing.
The wine, drinks, and fruits have already been prepared.
Let's not drink. Let's just sing and eat. Teacher Wang said. The teachers don't drink, and everyone doesn't force it. Just have fun and eat. The female students sat there and sang. It's very lively. I have finally graduated and will be able to enter society in the future.
You can imagine how I feel at this moment.
Full of tension and longing for the future.
Everyone hopes to excel and achieve great success after graduation. Halfway through the party, Cheng Xiao suddenly took the microphone from the table and turned off the music.
Can you please stop for a moment? Let me say a few words.
The students' faces were full of question marks. They all looked over curiously.
Does Cheng Xiao have anything to say?
The air has grown quiet.
Meng Yang was a little unhappy. If you have something to say it quickly.
Song Mianmian was now extremely nervous, her body was trembling and her palms were full of cold sweat.
This moment has finally arrived. So nervous. I believe everyone is very curious about my girlfriend, right?
Yes, girls are gossipy creatures and are naturally extremely curious.
Today, she is here.
Cheng Xiao spoke affectionately, his eyes fixed in the direction of Song Mianmian.
Who is it? Yeah, don't keep everyone on suspense like this. So curious. Didn't you say you were getting back together with Lin Feifei? That's a rumor.
Song Mianmian's face had already turned red, and her heart was about to jump out of her chest with nervousness. At this time, Cheng Xiao took out a ring and a rose from somewhere.
Wow! How romantic. I envy that girl so much. So handsome, who is so lucky.
Watching Cheng Xiao walk step by step towards a certain direction, the final destination of that direction is Teacher Song.
What's going on? Isn't Teacher Song already married?
Teacher Wang standing by was also a little dumbfounded. She was very sure that the direction Cheng Xiao was walking towards was indeed Song Mianmian.
This. Oh my god, could it be Teacher Song? Isn't Teacher Song married? She has a child. Is Cheng Xiao going to confess his love to her? Oh my god. Breaking news. Cheng Xiao walked up to Song Mianmian with flowers in his hand and stopped. That look, so affectionate and gentle, was the kind of tenderness these people had never seen before. Song Mianmian's heart skipped a beat, as if she was struck by lightning. She stood there in a daze, unable to move.
Several teachers were simply dumbfounded.
What the hell is this? Teacher Wang was dizzy. I have absolutely no idea what happened. Chapter 155. It's totally a concert, okay? Cheng Xiao sent flowers to express his love to Teacher Song? Oh my god, Teacher Song is already married. What the hell is going on?
But then, Cheng Xiao handed the flowers to Song Mianmian.
Mianmian, it's time to make our relationship public. I don't want to keep hiding it from everyone. Shock. What did they hear? Hiding?
That means they have actually been together all along, but they just kept it a secret from everyone.
Is the person Song is marrying actually Cheng Xiao?
They also have a child.
This. Could it be any more bloody?
Cheng Xiao pulled Song Mianmian in front of the screen, facing everyone. I'm sorry, because of my identity, I haven't told you the truth. In fact, I have known Nian Nian for a long time, and we have confirmed our relationship and are planning to get married.
The reason I didn't tell you is because I was afraid of hurting her. Song Nian Nian kept her head down the whole time and didn't dare to raise it. I was so nervous. Chang Xiao held her hand tightly.
It is very normal for adults to get married and have children, even for college students.
It's just that Song Nian Nian's identity is different.
I told you, the figure I saw earlier must be Chang Xiao, right?
The girls who first ran into Chang Xiao and Song Nian Nian shopping together spoke up.
It turns out that they have known each other for a long time.
Is Chang Xiao not coming to school because he is at home taking care of the children?
I think so. Taking care of children is my main job, and filming is my secondary job.
This is fine, a teacher is a teacher, we are all about the same age, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's right, I agree. The students didn't think it was a big deal, and the male students weren't jealous either.
How could they be jealous of such a talented couple and such a beautiful woman? They don't have as good grades as others. Second, I'm not as handsome as others. How to compare? Teacher Wang and a few others were still dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Teacher Song's partner was Chang Xiao. What a huge secret these two people are hiding. Teacher and student, this is ridiculous.
But think about it, the age difference is only a few years, so it really doesn't matter.
I just feel it's a bit weird.
Chang Xiao is Teacher Song's husband, so the person they met.
Could it be a hired actor? This actor is such a great cook, isn't he? His acting is also amazing. There was absolutely no flaw. Looking back now, there was definitely something wrong.
Thinking of a photo that Teacher Song had posted before, the silhouette in it must be Chang Xiao without a doubt.
Before, they thought they just made a mistake.
Now it seems that I recognized the wrong ball, it was actually him.
It's incredible. Teacher Meng Yan said blankly.
Yeah, I never thought that Teacher Song's husband is actually Chang Xiao. I've been calling you brother-in-law for so long, and this Teacher Wang was embarrassed.
They are not old-fashioned people. They are all adults. As long as it is true love, there is nothing wrong with being together.
Besides, Chang Xiao has graduated and is no longer a student, so there is no problem for them to be together. The people Chang Xiao should apologize to the most are Teacher Wang and the others.
Teachers, I'm so sorry for keeping it from you for so long. Chang Xiao said. Song Nian Nian also looked apologetic. Teacher Wang pretended to be angry and said, "So your husband is Chang Xiao? You didn't even tell us this. Are you still good friends?" That's right. Actually, there's nothing wrong with telling us. We are all adults.
To put it bluntly, as long as there is no blood relationship or messy relationship, marriage is free.
Teacher Meng Yan said. Song Nian Nian was quite touched, don't you blame us? Strange.
Several people said in unison.
Song Nian Nian looked embarrassed.
It's your fault for not telling us. Now that the relationship was made public, the burden on her seemed to be lightened a lot.
No need to live in secret anymore. Chang Xiao has graduated successfully, so it doesn't matter even if the school doesn't accept her. Teacher Wang then asked, if you are with Chang Xiao, then what we saw before? It's him too. Speaking of this, Song Nian Nian wanted to laugh.
Her husband's makeup skills were quite impressive. Even his own mother couldn't recognize him after he put on makeup.
Several people expressed shock. That's a completely different face. I thought it was a hired actor. He put on makeup on purpose so you couldn't recognize him. Makeup? Teacher Wang wondered, makeup can make your face look like another person. Isn't this a little too magical? It's totally invisible. The makeup technique is amazing. Brother, do you want to come over for a drink?
At this time, Wang Jing came over and called him, and smiled at Song Nian Nian.
But it was finally made public. Before this, it seemed that he was the only one in the school who knew about it. It's so hard to keep it secret. Now that it's out in the open, those people are still gossiping about it. I was completely slapped in the face today. Then I'll go over first, honey. You chat with Teacher Wang and the others first. I'll come find you later. Chang Xiao smiled gently and went towards Wang Jing. Several male classmates were drinking together. It was so late and they had to drive back soon. Song Nian Nian couldn't drink alcohol, so she just drank orange juice and chatted. You've hidden this from us so much, it's so annoying. Teacher Meng Yan said. Teacher Song, when did you and Chang Xiao meet?
Almost 2 years. The babies are all over 6 months old.
Calculating the time, it's almost 2 years, maybe a year and a half. Wow, has it been that long?
Teacher Song has only been here for about 3 or 4 months, and we had known each other before.
Then it will be even easier. We can't separate the two of them just because of the woman's job. It's totally unethical to do this. You will be struck by lightning.
At this moment, they only have sincere blessings in their hearts.
Song Mianmian's worries were unnecessary. The party was getting intense and it was time for singing.
Chang Xiao, you are in the entertainment industry after all, sing a song for us, someone cheered.
Yeah. Sing a song.
Wang Jing was a little tipsy, and under the influence of alcohol, he also joined in the fun. Yeah, brother, you are the only one among us who is in the entertainment industry, sing a song for us.
Chang Xiao was in a good mood today.
He took the microphone and used his mobile phone to scan the QR code to order a song.
A song called Why Not? The familiar prelude sounded. It seems to bring everyone back to that era.
Chang Xiao's voice is very suitable for singing. He liked it before, but he had no money to continue his dream. Later, the system rewarded the actor for his acting skills, and I thought acting was also good, so I never thought about singing or anything like that.
When he sang the first sentence, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone listened quietly.
It is obvious that Chang Xiao has invested deep emotions in both the lyrics and the melody.
The sound is perfect. It's even comparable to the original. Very awesome and powerful. What kind of KTV is this? It's just a live concert, okay? Sounds good.
I didn't expect that he is not only a good actor, but also a great singer. The girls took out their mobile phones to take pictures and record this moment.
Chapter 156 Ex-Girlfriend and Wife. Isn't it so handsome? Song Mianmian was also staring and listening in a daze.
At this moment, her heart was beating particularly fast.
Plop. Plop.
Chang Xiao would look over from time to time, like an idol on the stage.
Teacher Song, I envy you so much. Teacher Wang has a girlish heart that has nowhere to go. The interaction between the two is so sweet, isn't it? Staring at each other from a distance. Lots of dog food kept being scattered out. Even a single dog can't handle this.
Both married teachers, Mr. Li and Mr. Rong, were envious.
It was so romantic. Their husbands would never do such things. Although they are all meant to please girls, any woman would not be able to withstand this kind of situation, right? Song Niannian was so embarrassed that she didn't even dare to raise her head. Now almost everyone's attention was on them. A song is finished.
There was silence for 3 seconds, and then everyone started clapping and cheering. A female classmate shouted, "It sounds good, sing another song."
Yeah, sing one more song, I haven't heard enough. After graduation, maybe we can only see him on TV. Or maybe we'll never meet again. Oh. I really envy Teacher Song, she is so happy. Chang Xiao is simply too outstanding, who wouldn't envy him? Any girl would be moved when seeing this scene, right?
Faced with everyone's cheers, Chang Xiao had no choice but to order another song.
When the prelude sounded, amid the excited gazes of everyone, he walked up to Song Niannian and pulled her to the middle. Then he took out the diamond ring.
He had bought this secretly before and never told her.
What are you doing? Song Niannian's breathing tightened when she saw the ring box.
We have never made it public before, so of course I am confessing to you openly now to make up for our regret.
Confession? This. Song Niannian blushed and couldn't help but say, "We've been together for so long and have a child, why are you confessing? There are so many people here.
You just stand here, and I'll take care of everything."
Chang Xiao chuckled and turned off the music temporarily.
The ring box was opened with a snap.
Everyone subconsciously fell silent. Look in the direction of Chang Xiao and his wife. Oh my god, is Chang Xiao proposing to me? No, they're already married, what else can they ask for? It should be the romance between them. I'm so envious.
Now it's not just girls, some single guys are also starting to envy. Over there, Chang Xiao looked at Song Niannian, holding the microphone, and said slowly,
"Wife, for various reasons, I didn't give you a perfect confession ceremony before.
Today, I want to confess to you again in front of everyone. Every couple hopes to receive blessings from everyone."
Oh my god, this is too cruel. The dog food is full.
Song Mian looked at Cheng Xiao steadily, and her eyes became red unconsciously. A warm feeling passed through my heart. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. The students were very cooperative and shouted, "Teacher Song, promise him.
Promise him. Promise him."
Since it is a confession ceremony, then respect it and cooperate with it. Although I know that they are married and have children.
Song Nian shyly stretched out her hand and the ring was quickly put on.
The diamond on this diamond ring is not small and it is obvious that it is worth a lot of money.
Rich man.
The moment he put it on, the whole audience cheered. At this time, there was a person sitting in a corner of the private room.
Lin Feifei.
She was also invited. She came over because Cheng Xiao was there, but she didn't expect to see this scene.
It just feels extremely dazzling.
Originally, all of this should have belonged to her, but she didn't know when it became like this. I never expected that Cheng Xiao's so-called girlfriend was actually Teacher Song. What is even more confusing is how two people who have nothing in common with each other would be together and have known each other for almost 2 years. According to this time, Cheng Xiao should have met Teacher Song after breaking up with her. The comments on the forum seemed to have no effect on him at all, and he even made his relationship with Song Nian public.
Cheng Xiao used to please her in the same way.
Looking at the two people on the stage who were so well matched, I felt bad, even jealous.
Grit your teeth and clench your fists.
His face was full of unwillingness. The private room was bustling with activity, and no one noticed her. Wang Yu also felt bad. She had liked Cheng Xiao for a long time and finally mustered up the courage to confess his feelings. The result was rejected immediately. No wonder Cheng Xiao stopped her from meeting his girlfriend. It turned out that his girlfriend was in school, and everything was to protect her.
Jealous?
Girls, of course.
But more of it is envy.
The two of them looked in that direction quietly, each with different thoughts. There were quite a few girls from other departments in the KTV room.
To put it bluntly, they just came to join in the fun.
I didn't expect to see such a romantic confession scene.
I'm full of dog food.
The ring was put on, and Cheng Xiao ordered a song "Marry Me Today."
Cheers, cheers. Song Nian was almost embarrassed to death.
When Cheng Xiao let go of her hand, she quickly ran towards Teacher Wang. It was the first time that the students saw the usually cool Teacher Song being so shy.
A little cute. Blushing face. Teacher Wang quickly asked, "Teacher Song, why are you here?"
Look at Cheng Xiao, how romantic he is.
Oh, my girlish heart. That's right. My image is gone. Song Nian made a bitter face.
The iceberg image she had worked so hard to create in front of her students completely collapsed.
So embarrassing. Teacher Li teased, "It's already this late, why do you still care about your image?" This reaction is normal when facing a confession, okay? It's okay, let's just pretend we didn't see what happened today. That's right, we'll just pretend we didn't see it. After saying this, Song Nian felt even more embarrassed. Cheng Xiao has finished singing over there.
I have to say, his voice and singing skills are pretty good, and his performances in several consecutive songs are no worse than the original singers.
It's really excellent. Everyone continued drinking and playing. Before I knew it, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Several teachers were feeling a little sleepy and couldn't help yawning. It was time to go home. These students can really stay up late. That's the good thing about being young. Teacher Song, we'll leave first.
You've deceived us for so long, you must treat us to a meal some other day to make up for it.
Teacher Wang said. Song Nian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay. Then we're leaving, bye. Be careful on the road."
Turning his eyes over, Cheng Xiao was still there drinking and chatting with his classmates. Wang Jing and several other classmates were already drunk, and only Cheng Xiao was still sober. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Feifei came and sat next to Song Nian. The two of them are ex-girlfriend and wife, so there is naturally a lot of tension between them. Song Nian had never faced Lin Feifei so directly before.
Chapter 157. My wife is domineering.
The air around him suddenly turned icy cold.
Still the familiar ice goddess.
It was this woman who abandoned her best husband for money.
Lin Feifei is still a little jealous of Song Nian. Isn't this woman just pretty? Nowadays, can appearance be used to make a living? Why can I be so favored by Cheng Xiao? Are you really married to Cheng Xiao? She still couldn't believe it. Song Mian smiled slightly. Do you need me to show you the marriage certificate?
If we talk about knowing each other, I knew him first.
No one knows him better than me. You know him? What do you know about him? Do you know how he feels about you cheating on him with a rich second-generation guy? Hit the nail on the head. You can't be too polite when facing such people. The two of them have only been together for a few months. Do you really think they have been together for several years?
Song Mian had been unhappy with her for a long time, but she had never had the opportunity to confront her head-on.
Now that the opportunity has come, how can we let it go? You. What do you know?
I had no choice at the time.
Lin Feifei yelled. That's not your reason for cheating, is it? Song Mian sneered. Lin Feifei, at your age, you should stop thinking about those messy things. Just study hard and live your life well. Why bother to keep pestering someone you've broken up with? To be honest, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have met such a good husband.
Your words are not enough to irritate me. After Song Mian finished speaking, she still looked calm, with no fluctuation in her expression.
It's just a little girl, what's so difficult about it?
Chang Xiao had already seen this scene clearly.
I just want to say one thing, my wife is domineering. The female classmate next to her heard it and came over to speak for Song Mian. Teacher Song is right. You've already broken up with Chang Xiao, why are you still clinging to him? That's right. It seemed like you were the one who broke up in the beginning. Now that they're married, you come here to mess things up. What are you thinking? You have to be careful about what you do, and don't end up in a mess. Speaking of which, this is our finance department's senior graduation party. What are you doing here as a foreign language student? Only then did everyone realize that something was wrong. When did they invite Lin Feifei? Could this woman have sneaked in by herself?
Lin Feifei was completely speechless after being rebuked. There were several girls there, and if she said anything in rebuttal, she would be drowned in saliva.
But there is one thing she still wants to say. I was invited here, too. Invite? Who? Is there anyone in our class that you are familiar with? Lin Feifei pointed at Meng Yi, who was sitting among the boys. He asked me to come here. Everyone knows that Meng Yi is a famous big mouth in the class. The girls were dissatisfied. Meng Yi, you think the situation is not serious enough, right? Are you deliberately looking for someone to cause trouble? That's right, Cheng Xiao and Teacher Song are doing fine, but you have to find someone to make everyone unhappy, right? That's really too much.
They are all senior students in the Department of Finance and in the same class, so they will naturally side with their own classmates and not with outsiders. Everyone was speaking up for Chang Xiao and his wife.
Lin Feifei's scalp was tingling.
She couldn't stay there any longer and left in shame. She probably came here just because she saw Chang Xiao coming over tonight.
I'd never seen anyone so shameless.
This woman is probably the one who caused the incident on the forum.
It's all Meng Yi's fault for being such a big mouth. Why did he invite her here? Is she looking for trouble?
Meng Yi's scalp tingled. He was just gossiping and didn't know that Cheng Xiao was going to confess his feelings to Teacher Song, otherwise he would never have brought Lin Feifei here.
Chang Xiao walked to Song Mian and rubbed her head. Wife, shall we go back? The party is almost over. It's too late and I'm worried that the children won't be able to do it. Song Mian nodded. Okay. Teacher Song, are you going back now?
Well, I have children to take care of at home.
She smiled. Wow, I'm so happy. Yes, I like this kind of life, plain and fulfilling. After leaving KTV. In the car.
Seeing Song Mian's depressed face, Cheng Xiao knew what she was thinking. Okay, there's no need to be angry over such a person.
I didn't. I'm just a little depressed. She abandoned you because she thought you were poor. She's right. You actually said that no one knows you better than her, huh?
In front of her husband, Song Mian indulged in her little temper. Cheng Xiao looked at her lovingly, and at this moment, he could only coax her.
Otherwise, I will get angry and ignore him for the whole day.
Cheng Xiao pinched her little face and said with a smile, no one can understand me as well as my wife.
You're still laughing.
Your ex-girlfriend has come to my house, and you're still laughing.
Song Mian was depressed. Wife, you behaved very well just now. This is the first time I saw my wife act so domineering. She is still so beautiful. Humph. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you keep blowing my trumpet. Song Mian turned her head to the side, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Chang Xiao couldn't stop laughing. This little woman is so cute. How can this be called flattery? I am speaking from the heart. Okay, fasten your seatbelts, and let's go. Song Mian waved her hand.
On the way, Chang Xiao called Wang Jing, but he didn't answer.
Instead, another classmate answered the call.
This guy is already drunk and unconscious. Really, I drank so much even though I knew I had to go home. Don't worry, there's a hotel nearby.
I'll book him a room then. Well, that's fine. Thank you for your help.
The phone was hung up. Soon they both arrived home. As soon as I entered the house, I heard several babies crying, gasping for breath.
My mother-in-law kept coaxing me. No matter what I do, I can't coax her. The two quickly changed their shoes, opened the door and walked in.
What I saw was several babies lying on the bed, crying with tears and snot running down their faces. Her little face was red and her eyes were swollen from crying.
The couple was heartbroken and regretful for coming back too late.
When I saw my parents come back, I felt so wrong that I cried even more sadly.
Song Qin stood up and sighed, "You guys are finally back. If you hadn't come back, these little ancestors would have eaten me alive. Mom, you've worked hard. You should go and have a rest." "We'll do it," Chang Xiao said. Song Qin nodded and went out. Song Mian looked at the babies and said softly, "Babies, mommy is back, don't cry anymore."
The one who cried the loudest was the fourth baby.
The word crybaby is no longer suitable for the second baby. This little guy would be so angry that the roof would fall off if he didn't see his mom and dad.
Chang Xiao picked her up with heartache and wiped her tears. The aggrieved little mouth was pouting all the time. Looking at those red and swollen little eyes, Chang Xiao felt even more distressed.
Why can't this kid accept anyone other than him and his wife?
Even his own grandmother rejects him.
Chapter 158. I am a normal man.
Dabeo and the others were fine, but they also cried quite hard. They were probably infected by Sibao's emotions and started crying too.
Chang Xiao sighed. It took a long time to coax Sibao into sitting up on the bed. Comfort Dabeo and the others again. The little ones were fine and they stopped crying after being coaxed for a while. I fell asleep without realizing it. The couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. I looked at the time and it was already past 1 in the morning. Song Mian yawned as she felt sleepy. "Honey, I'm going to take a shower first." "Good." After both of them finished washing, they lay down together. "Honey, I feel like I'm still dreaming." Song Mian still felt it was a little unreal. The relationship is finally out in the open.
I don't have to worry about being discovered every day, nor do I have to put on makeup to cover it up.
Chang Xiao held her in his arms and said, "What's unreal about this?" "Actually, it's nothing. It's just that our relationship is awkward. It will be fine after we talk it out. Now that I've graduated and entered society, the school can't possibly control me anymore, right?" "But don't you still have to take the postgraduate entrance examination?" Song Mian asked.
Chang Xiao smiled and said, "Who said that you have to go to the same school again to take the postgraduate entrance examination?"
"That's true. We'll talk about this later. There's no rush." Wife, now that we have made it public, are you? Now all that's left is the wedding." Chang Xiao smiled evilly, looked at Song Mian's fair collarbone, lifted the quilt, and looked down. Song Mian blushed instantly and instinctively shrank back. "Shame. It's been so long, isn't it time for you to?"
Chang Xiao paused and said, "I, your husband, am a normal man. It's really unacceptable that I can't do anything bad when I have such a beautiful wife lying next to me every day." Ever since that night, Song Mian has been less willing.
"It's been so long, you should be willing now." Song Mian knew this, and she felt upset after the rejection. She felt sorry for him. Shouldn't she have done this?
She always found this kind of thing particularly embarrassing.
Although it is normal between husband and wife, but, alas.
Indeed, as a man, having his wife lying next to him but having to be obedient is quite uncomfortable from Chang Xiao's perspective. After thinking for a while, she decided.
It's not like I haven't been here before. What if Chang Xiao goes out to find someone else if I refuse again? Wife, what are you thinking about?
Seeing that she was in a daze, Chang Xiao pinched her face.
Nothing. Song Mian blushed as if her secrets had been exposed. Looking at her flushed face, like a peach, Chang Xiao's impulse became stronger. He licked the corner of his mouth and felt dry mouth and tongue. He could not help it. Song Mian sought his Adam's apple roll from a close distance. Closed his eyes silently. Her face was so red, and she looked very intoxicating. Seeing her like this, Chang Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he immediately understood what she meant. Does this mean she agrees? I had drunk some wine tonight and was a little drunk. This night was very restless. When Song Mian woke up the next day, her whole body was sore, so sore that she couldn't even get up and she didn't even want to move a finger. Chang Xiao was extremely energetic, as if he was tireless. I get up early in the morning and make breakfast happily. Now I just feel refreshed. When he saw Song Mian sitting at the table listlessly, he asked, "Wife, how are you? Are you still feeling bad? Last night was really difficult for her." "It's okay." Song Mian didn't want to discuss this topic, it was too embarrassing. She just felt tired all over now. I wonder if Chang Xiao's body is made of iron. There is no reaction at all. A little too energetic. Eat quickly, isn't Mom awake yet? Well, I'll go call her. Song Mian hurried towards Song Qin's room. The family sat at the dining table. Looking at the sumptuous breakfast, Song Qin smiled and said, "Xiao Chang, now that you have graduated, do you have any plans for the future?" "Continue to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Education is still very important." "That's good. It's not bad to continue studying." Song Qin still supported it. After dinner, the couple took their babies to Tianai Street. Wang Jing arrived at the store early in the morning. He simply rented a house near Tianai Street so that he doesn't have to run around every day. Chang Xiao had no plans to take the postgraduate entrance examination. With his brain level, he won't be able to pass the exam. He is more of a Buddhist and just wants to live in the present. There's not enough going on in the store. When I saw Chang Xiao coming, I quickly went to say hello. "Brother, when did you go back yesterday? You didn't even tell me when you left." Wang Jing said. Chang Xiao was speechless. "You are drunk as mud, what do you say?" He. I was so happy that I drank 2 more glasses." Wang Jing scratched his head embarrassedly. "Your relationship with Teacher Song has finally been made public. I am happy for you too." Chang Xiao patted his shoulder and said, "Drink less alcohol in the future. Drinking is harmful to your health." "Okay. Be busy. It's past 7 in the morning and there are not many customers in the store. Since the ordering matter was handed over to Lin Yan, it has become much easier and I don't have to do anything myself." Lin Yan arranged everything perfectly and no one needed to worry about anything. Her salary was directly raised to 15,000. Lin Yan was so moved. In fact, she is only responsible for taking orders and introducing products to customers. Many other things are the result of Zhang Yu and another person. "You've been doing great these days, keep it up." Lin Yan said, "Thank you, boss. The credit is not all mine." Zhang Yu and his team also worked hard. Chang Xiao naturally knew what this was about. In the end, their salary was raised to 10,000 yuan. Everyone was a little flattered. Zhang Yu and another young man were both college graduates not long ago. They never thought they could earn so much in a month after graduation. Lin Yan hasn't seen the babies for a long time and misses them so much. While I was not busy, I ran behind the cashier counter to entertain them. Business in the morning was still as usual and very busy. Several people never stopped. It wasn't until 12 o'clock noon that I had time to have lunch. Taking advantage of this time, Song Mian hurriedly fed the children. The afternoon was busy as usual. The weather was already very cold, so there was no need to go outside to distribute flyers. The promotion was almost in place, so Wang Jing began to be responsible for packing. The situation is pretty good now, and Chang Xiao is planning to open another chain store. Go to the city center or places with a lot of people. After it becomes stable, I will open the 3rd one and continue like this. After making up his mind, he discussed it with Song Mian that night. Now their store's business is booming and has almost stabilized, so they have enough funds to open a 2nd store. It is definitely enough. The pay from the movie is enough to support it. Not to mention the 2nd one, even the 3rd one can be opened. Song Mian began to feel that it was inappropriate. After all, it was only a short period of time.
But later, she felt that what Cheng Xiao said made sense, so she no longer had any objections. Come to think of it, opening a second store is also a way to expand the business.
Chapter 159. I'm going to eat what he cooks today.
If we hire a few more people, we should be able to run the business well.
As long as the location is good and the flow of people is good, it will not be worse than the one on TNI Street.
Wife, where do you think we should open the store?
The city center or a tourist attraction with a lot of traffic? Chang Xiao fell into deep thought and had to make a careful decision. City center? Will the rent be very expensive? Song Mian frowned.
How much is the shop rent for a year?
Wife, you have to look further ahead.
You have to know that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. As long as business is good, making 1 million in 2 days is no problem.
Who cares about the rent? Song Nian thought about it and realized that she was being too stingy.
Cheng Xiao rubbed her head and said with a smile, then let's go and have a look together tomorrow.
Choose a suitable place and rent a shop. Good. One night passed, and the next day came. The two set off early in the morning and headed for the center of Qingzhou.
The children were left with my mother-in-law first.
Thinking of Sibao's pitiful eyes, the couple felt very distressed. But I can't carry it with me, which is inconvenient. This place is not too far from the city center, less than an hour away.
Chang Xiao had already contacted the landlord of the new store last night, so he could just go over and take a look.
This time I plan to rent in a shopping mall. On the way. Are you still feeling uncomfortable?
Seeing Song Nian looking uncomfortable, Chang Xiao asked with a smile.
Song Nian's face turned red instantly and she glared at him unhappily. He brought it up on purpose even though he knew she was embarrassed. It's okay.
She bit her lip and said stubbornly.
Not bad? So you mean it's okay tonight? Chang Xiao blinked, the meaning was self-evident. He is full of energy and is ready at any time.
When this was mentioned again, Song Nian wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She turned her head and said, drive your car.
Chang Xiao was helpless. Wife, we are already an old married couple, why are you still so shy? Who wants to be with you old couple? Song Nian whispered. The child is more than half a year old, so you are not considered an old couple? Chang Xiao smiled. Song Nian snorted and stopped talking. As he talks, I guess this guy will mention what happened last night again.
Until now, she still feels extremely sore in her legs and arms. If Chang Xiao hadn't asked her to come along, she wouldn't have wanted to come and would have just stayed at home and had a good rest.
Now I feel like I have no energy. Soon, we arrived at our destination.
The landlord was a middle-aged man in his 40s, a little fat, with a slicked back hair, and was meticulous. I saw that he was holding a file bag in his hand.
Seeing Chang Xiao coming over, is that Mr. Chang? Yes.
Song Nian looked over and saw that this shopping mall was the one where she and Monli had gone shopping for clothes before. It was considered the largest shopping mall in the center of Qingzhou.
It would be nice to open a store here. Well, please follow me. The middle-aged man took the two of them to the second floor. This area only sold ordinary clothes, and luxury goods were all upstairs. Most of the people who come here are ordinary people. In addition to the delicious food on the first floor, the second floor has the largest flow of people, with people coming and going, and the location is very good. Chang Xiao had already seen the inside of the store through photos. The space was quite large, similar to the one on TNI Street. After renting the house, Wang Jing had to find the master who renovated it last time and renovate it in the same way. That's how it looks like a chain store. Wife, what do you think of this place? Chang Xiao asked with a smile. Song Nian looked left and right and nodded, it's pretty good. How about here?
I consulted last night and the annual rent here is about 1.2 million yuan, which is affordable.
Have you looked anywhere else? She asked, the rent here must be ridiculously expensive. Yes, I looked around and the prices are all about the same, but this location is better. Oh well. That's it, sign the contract.
Chang Xiao said to the landlord. The landlord didn't expect him to be so straightforward, so he quickly opened the document bag in his hand, which contained the lease contract.
Chang Xiao signed quickly and transferred the rent of 1.2 million yuan. 1 year. The contract states that payment is to be made once a year.
After signing the contract, each person kept a copy, and the landlord handed the key directly to Chang Xiao. He said a few polite words and left.
Song Mian watched the man leave and said, "Husband, isn't it too hasty for you to sign it directly like this? Isn't the speed too fast?"
He just took a casual look and signed the contract directly. When others looked at a house, they would observe it inside and out and visit several houses.
But Chang Xiao didn't even look at it. He just took a quick look and signed the contract.
1.2 million, that is real money, not just a number.
It's not rash. I compared several places and this one has a good location and the rent is quite reasonable. Song Mian was a little depressed. Cheng Xiao smiled and said, "Okay, it's okay. We can make back the money in a few days of opening. Come here today, I'm going to take you to see someone." Song Mian was puzzled. "Who is it?" "He's a friend of mine." "Haven't you always been curious about who I learned my cooking skills from?" "You'll know once I take you to see him."
After saying that, Chang Xiao took her hand and went to a nearby Chinese restaurant. His friend is the head chef here. He really wasn't making this up, he actually has a friend who was a chef and he learned some cooking skills from him. He didn't learn it from delivering couriers as he mentioned before, nor did he learn it from a cookbook.
Simple food and drink.
The name of the store sounds rustic, but the food they make tastes very good.
After entering, the couple chose a seat by the window and called the waiter. "Order first." After ordering, "Is your chef Feng here?" Chang Xiao asked. Waiter, "Yes."
"Let him do it for us." "I'm sorry, sir, Chef Feng is not in charge of the first floor. Other chefs are in charge.
If you want to eat what he cooks, you must make a reservation first."
The waiter smiled apologetically.
"Reserve?" Chang Xiao raised his eyebrows.
It seemed that this kid had become a little more pretentious. "No, I'm going to eat what he cooks today, otherwise I'll report your restaurant." Chang Xiao raised the corner of his mouth. The waiter was stunned for a moment, then looked embarrassed. Their store has always put service first. If his attitude was bad and caused customer dissatisfaction, once reported, he would definitely lose his job. Therefore, when faced with unreasonable customers, we can only endure it. In his eyes, Chang Xiao had become unreasonable. "Forget it, don't make things difficult for them. I've already said that Chef Feng is not responsible for this." Song Mian said helplessly. Cheng Xiao smiled and said, "It's okay. I know my limits." After that, he continued to look at the waiter. "Go and let him do it or report it, your choice." "Sir, please wait a moment." The waiter finally compromised and headed towards the kitchen. After a long while, the dishes were ready. Several waiters brought them out one plate at a time, and soon the table was full. Chapter 160 Cereal Shocks. Song Mian smelled it and found it very familiar. The taste is similar to that of Chang Xiao's cooking, but it's still a little worse than Chang Xiao's. "Sir, these are all made by Chef Feng," said the waiter. The two started eating, and Chang Xiao picked up a piece of steamed sea bass and put it into his mouth. The taste is still that familiar taste. But bang! The chopsticks fell on the table with a bang, which scared the waiters and made Song Mian's heart tighten. "Sir, is the food not to your taste?" asked one of the waiters. "Why is it so salty? Is the salt in your store free? Is this what the chef made? It seems like it's just a reputation for nothing." The air became quiet. Several people have already determined that Chang Xiao must be here to cause trouble. "Who said my cooking is salty?" A male voice sounded. "I saw a young man in a white coat and a chef's hat walking towards me. The moment I saw Chang Xiao, I was stunned." "Chang Xiao?" Chang Xiao raised his eyebrows. "You finally decided to come out." "I can't bear to come out? I should have said this to you, right? It's been 4 months, and there's been no news. I thought you went abroad." Feng said with a twitching mouth. "We haven't been in touch since we played games together that weekend 4 months ago. He called me several times and sent me a lot of messages, but I never replied. Today he guessed that it might be him, but he didn't expect it to be true." "How have you been these days?" Feng Yu asked. Chang Xiao shrugged. "Very good." "Who is this?" Soon, Feng Yu noticed Song Mian sitting opposite Chang Xiao. "Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Song Mian. She will be your sister-in-law from now on." Feng Yu was stunned and didn't react for a long time. Sister-in-law? Chang Xiao got married? When did it happen? Why didn't he know? After both sides greeted each other, Feng Yu sat next to Chang Xiao, his face full of resentment.
When did you get married? Why didn't you inform me? That's so mean. We've got the certificate, but haven't had the wedding yet. I'll let you know when the time comes. Then I want to be the best man.
Chang Xiao took a bite of the food and said nothing.
When did you find a partner? Your sister-in-law is quite pretty.
In his entire life, he has basically never seen a girl prettier than Song Mianmian.
She is totally goddess level.
Over there, several waiters looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that they were Chef Feng's friends.
That should be fine. Okay, go about your business.
The leading waiter waved his hand.
Everyone quickly dispersed. What about you? Have you found a partner? To be precise, this restaurant was opened by Feng Yu's father for more than 20 years. Feng Yu is now equivalent to inheriting the family business. Don't mention it. We just broke up last month. Feng Yu sighed. The tone is a bit sad.
The two of them grabbed some beers and started chatting. After his complaints, Chang Xiao realized that Feng Yu was just as miserable as he was before. It was also because my girlfriend cheated on me with a rich second-generation guy and ran away with him.
To be honest, Feng Yu's family conditions were not bad.
They never had to worry about food and clothing, and they also had a house in the city center. Most girls would rush for such conditions, but his girlfriend is probably not satisfied and wants to find someone better, someone who lives in a big villa and drives a supercar.
That's why.
Although Feng Yu's conditions are not bad, his big villa and supercar are still a bit stretched.
Alas. It's all in the past, let's not talk about it anymore. You have found your destiny. I am happy for you, brother. Don't forget to send me the wedding invitation when you hold the wedding banquet.
Of course.
Chang Xiao nodded. Feng Yu asked, calculating the time, you have already graduated, right? So what are your plans for the future? Have you found a suitable job? Feng Yu asked.
In his eyes, Chang Xiao was just a college graduate who must be worried about his job now.
It's impossible to continue delivering couriers after graduation. I have to find a suitable job. Otherwise, how will you support your children in the future? Work? No. Song Mianmian was playing with her phone nearby.
When she heard him say that, she looked up, then lowered her head again.
No job? Then how do you support your sister-in-law? You are married now. Feng Yu frowned. I don't have to work. I opened a small shop and have employees. It's more than enough to support your sister-in-law. Feng Yu?
His face was full of shock.
The air became quiet.
After a long while, Feng Yu said, Okay, brother, you're awesome. He thought Chang Xiao had just graduated and was still worried about finding a job, so he was ready to help him find one.
In the blink of an eye, he opened his own store. I underestimated him. Where is your shop? I'll go and support you someday. T&I Street. What? Feng Yu looked surprised. T&I Street? This place is known to everyone. There is a scenic spot nearby and the location is very good. I heard that if you open a store there, no matter how bad the business is, you can still make a net profit of several million a year. You can imagine the traffic.
There are a lot of rich people in that area, and many high-end residential areas are nearby.
Holy crap! Is this true? T&I Street, the rent there is not cheap. That's awesome, brother, you've made it.
Chang Xiao said, if you want to come over, you can go to my house for a meal and show you my baby.
Baby? Have you given birth to your children? Serial shock. Feng Yu was dumbfounded.
It had only been 4 months since they last saw each other, and she had already given birth to a child.
Getting married and having children. The secret is kept too secret, there is no news at all. No, brother, what's wrong with you? Feng Yu was a little confused.
He has to sort it out carefully. He remembered that 4 months ago, Chang Xiao was still delivering couriers.
He didn't have a girlfriend at the time and was still single.
He went to school and worked every day, and would occasionally look for him to play games. 4 months later, he had a wife and a child, and opened his own store. The most shocking thing was that the store was located on T&I Street.
The rent for the store that year must have been over $1 million, right?
I made some money from stock trading and used it to do business.
You don't have to be too surprised.
Chang Xiao made up the source of the money without blushing or beating his heart.
So that's how it is. Phone you nodded.
No wonder he started doing business all of a sudden.
As for my wife and I, we met a year and a half ago.
I pursued her first, and then we had a child.
Our relationship was not made public at the time. Chang Xiao said. Phone you was confused, why not make it public?
Because of our identities, we cannot disclose it, so I didn't tell you.
You are all adults, and marriage is legal. What's wrong with making it public? Can they still arrest you?
Chang Xiao took a sip of tea and said calmly, because I am a student and she is the teacher of our class.